Yeah, everybody was saying Furia in that little content piece we got there.
I'm just happy that they saw FNX. They're going to need all the help they can get right now in a prime time game. And a prime game as well, so it should be an enjoyable one.
So about this matchup at hand, let's talk about where we've seen this before, because we certainly have. Isn't that right, Kasad?
Yeah, definitely. In Antwerp, that was round 4 of that first stage as well. It was the elimination game again, and then we saw Imperial just beating Cloud9 in 2-1 fashion, and you can hear when the people see this, it's just crazy. And the Mirage game was 16-3 at the end, so pretty convincing for Imperial there.
Which is really strange, because in the middle was the map that Cloud9 won, 16-9. They lost that triple overtime on overpass, and then they win the second map, and then they crumble on the third. Didn't make really much sense, right? If overpass was in the middle, it would make much more sense. You're tilted after a close loss, and then you can't pick yourself up on a map like Mirage, which also hasn't been amazing for Imperial. Like, the overpass is the one map where they can really put up a good fight against a tier 1 team, and that was just a complete shocker for everyone watching.
Absolutely, and we can see that this was the last round, the reaction of the Brazilian guys managing to, save their life there by beating Cloud9, and right now we have the rematch of that same thing. It's a round 3 obviously, but still the elimination game, best of 3. Janko mentioned overpass is going to be there most probably, and it's going to be an only chance that probably Imperial has.
Yeah, again, you can't stress enough exactly what's going on here with elimination on the line. I mean, this is very much the end of the road for one of these teams here, one that you would not have put into that category, and I have to say that would be Cloud9, Janko.
Yeah, I mean, they were one of the favorites to get through this stage. I think a lot of people had them in their pick'ems as the 3-0 team, but there's just something off with them, right? Something's not right. Shiro has been having an amazing tournament, but the rest of the team just can't function. You lose to Greyhound. Oof. Like, what's going on there? How can that really happen? Not to take anything away from Greyhound, but any time of the day, that should be a wash for Cloud9 with the talent they have and some of the results that they've been putting up. So maybe it's a mental thing where just when it comes to the biggest stage, they can't seem to overcome that hurdle.
I honestly think that it's the map that was a problem for them in the second round. You and me both witnessed them fail on this map over and over and over, and they allowed it to be in a best of 1 against an underdog like Greyhound, and they just didn't play well. That's why they lost.
Yeah, and I look at this and I think about what we're about to have transpire in front of us. Obviously, elimination on one side of it, but for these two gentlemen that we're going to hear from, they've got major trophies already in their cabinet. It's going to be Fallen and Hobbit in a pre-match interview.
Hey Desk, just in a few moments we're gonna start the last series of the day, but right now you can see I'm already joined by Fallen, I'm already joined by Hobbit, and unfortunately both of your teams, guys, kind of had like a pretty rough start. Fallen, how is the team feeling right now?
Hello everyone. We're feeling excited to play this game, back on the walls. We have been through the situation many times. We're gonna have to play Cloud9, super difficult team that I learned to be a very fun of them. So it's gonna be intense, and we gotta give it out because it's our last chance.
It is definitely like your last chance. The same goes for you, Hobbit. You guys, unfortunately, right now have like 2 losses, and all of them were so close with OTs. How is the team right now?
I mean, yeah, of course, we got some stress yesterday, but it's good experience for us. I didn't expect that we're gonna play versus Imperial for elimination. I'm very sad about that, but from another side, I'm very happy. Just because I'm gonna feel the biggest support ever from Brazilian fans, and I don't know, I'm very excited, very, very excited. It was hard to sleep last night, but I'm very excited to play.
Well, just like Fallen, like you have a major behind your back, and actually on your team, you are the only one who has that. Do you feel like some sort of responsibility that you must like guide your team, considering like that you have the major win, and also you're like the oldest one in the team?
Today is gonna be young blood versus experienced guys. I mean, if we're gonna talk about me, I don't have so much experience like Fallen. I mean, Fallen, he was IGL all the time, one of the greatest IGL. I respect him a lot. He was teaching me in 2017. I was teaching by Colder and Fallen's tactics. I mean, old Gambit roster, and I'm very thankful for Fallen that he inspired everyone. I mean, it's hard to play CS:GO with high ping. I understand that I'm from Kazakhstan, I have high ping, and the Brazilian team, which Fallen was IGL, inspired me, motivated everyone in Kazakhstan for sure.
Well, it's probably like amazing to hear things like this because obviously you inspired a lot of Brazilians, but apparently, like, you know, like, even when it comes to Kazakhstan, like there are so like many people. As I mentioned, like you are like the leader of your team, and you're like maybe like one of like the oldest teams here. But do you still feel the responsibility that you must be like, you know, like that spine of the team?
I think the responsibility is always there. You know, many defeats I had during the RMR and during this tournament. I kind of played well in some of the halves, performed well individually, but I think I failed the team in terms of leading them to play well as well. So for me, I always try to take a perspective and look what could have done better for my team to win, and I think I failed the last 2 matches, and today I'm going to try to in-game leader better. I'm going to try to guide them better, but the task is much harder. We're going to play a much better team today, so we're going to have to play what we didn't play yet. So let's see how it goes.
Let's see how it goes. Do you have any final words to Cloud9?
Just to say, Rob, thanks for the words. You know, I'm a big fan of those guys. You know, when I see Cloud9 playing lately, and then when I saw them playing last year, the entire last year, it felt like they were playing the game that we play in the past, but they were able to make it work nowadays. So for me, it's a big pleasure to watch them play. I learn a lot from them. Remind me from our game from the past, and to play them again. I know we had to play them the last major. I know how heartbreaking it was for them, how special it was for us. And let's see what Destiny has reserved for both of us. Nonetheless, I'm going to be super happy for him because I personally am a big fan from Hobbit.
Hobbit, one last thing from you?
I don't know, I have no words. I mean, it's going to be a big pleasure for me to play against Imperial on the stage. Yeah, just good luck for both teams. It's going to be a great match for sure.
Well, all I can say is that may the best team win. Can we get a handshake?
Thanks, bro. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
A lot of mutual respect there. It's pretty obvious. I don't know about that whole like wishing your opponent good luck thing. I'm not a firm believer in that.
It's probably like I'm not even gonna get into that. You know, like it's two of the nicest guys that we have in the scene. So, but I like it's like Fallen almost has a premonition, right? He said he knew how heartbreaking it was for Cloud9 at the Antwerp Major when they eliminated them, and you know he said we'll see how it goes here. Almost having a feeling that now it's about time for them to get served that dish, right? Unfortunately, in front of their home crowd, but we'll have to see.
Listen, I don't care what they said in the interview. Right now, I'm looking at the game, right? And I'm looking at Cloud9. If I were their coach right now, I'm going with the mindset like, listen, it's 0-2, we are 0-2, but still the goal is still the same. The playoff is starting for us right now for this stage, right? But we still need to get 3 wins. Nothing really changed, so we need to start going into this game like we do in any other. Preparation stays the same, everything stays the same. We just don't have any more lives left. That's it.
Yeah, there's a little bit less room for error.
And if I'm Cloud9's coach, Trace, I'm telling everyone, guys, can we help Shiro out, please? Someone do something.
Do something, and that's what we're going to do.
He's the best player of this tournament, highest rated, 1.7 rating. These are tournament stats for both players. Not the last game, tournament stats. The next player is Serato with 1.46 rating. That's how big the gap is between Shiro and anyone else. He's doing everything in his power. 21 multi-kills in 2 maps.
He's having a good time.
Right? The rest of the team just isn't delivering. And on the other side, you have Fur, right? For me, he's the focal player for Imperial. He's the aggressive one. He's the X factor. He's the one who doesn't give a damn and just goes for his moves no matter what. And he's opening kills. That's what Imperial needs. They're going to need Fur if they're going to make another upset here.
Well, definitely they're going to have that on their back, and we're going to get back to that. I think vetoes are going to be important. I do think they might even replicate themselves.
Yeah, the vetoes, probably is going to be the same thing. Imperial going for the overpass pick, like we said, was a 99% kind of thing. Vertigo, which I absolutely like from Cloud9. That's the map that they need to go, simply because it's a good map for them. It's a bad map for Imperial, and Mirage is decided same maps like the last matchup, absolutely expected. And let's see if you can have a triple map again.
Yeah, there's a real world where that happens. You got to wonder about how the crossover works right there. You got to wonder if there are tendencies that we're going to see that have changed or perhaps even morphed over time, which is exactly what we brought Anders in to do.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Axile from Cloud9, and they're about to play Imperial. It is going to be a crazy game. It's a rematch of the Antwerp game that was absolutely lights out. And I just want to go through this a little bit. This is a round where you guys are down in a 4-on-5, and you play this really cool. So you have Nafany out here on long, and then you have the rest of the team basically moving towards the B bomb site. Now, at some point, Nafany's going to throw like a really deep smoke, and I'm going to show you just a little bit here. I think this is a really interesting round. So Nafany's out here doing his work basically on his own, right? And it obviously keeps Fallen all the way in the bomb site for a while. He doesn't really know what's happening. But at the same time, you guys are setting up for this B execute down below. So Fallen a little bit confused. Nafany actually almost gets the timing, which is super crazy. And then down at the other bomb site at the same time, you've got Shiro setting up some really great flashbangs because you guys don't even have to turn around. They land behind the pillar, and then you just go into the bomb site. And the path here is super great, right? Like running down like this, and you don't have any smokes, so you can't smoke any of this off. So this is an incredible round. Do you think you'll be able to do something similar if you're going to be playing Overpass against Imperial? Can you do something like this again?
Yeah, I think yes, because this round doing every team, this flashbangs throw in every team because they are really good. They can flash the toxic, and pillar, small water, short, every flash, flashing everywhere. So yeah, and you have advantage when you're going from monster because it's easy. You can kill the short guy because he can be blind a little bit or something like that, and it is a fast way to kill the guy who is hiding in the small water. And it's not hard to kill him because he doesn't know where you are. You can be behind pillar, you can be on the toxic already, or maybe breach. And it's hard to play in small water.
So it is hard to play in water. He's got a point there. It is sink or swim time, though. And I'm looking at you, Kassad. You know why?
Why?
Because it's about damn time to start the game. Like, that's what they're all here for. That's what you're here for if you're home watching this one. And Kassad's going to tell you who he thinks is going to win.
I have to go this time simply for Cloud9. I know the Brazilians are going to be backed up by their fans. It's going to be fired up, but I think I have to go for the side that has more quality players. Shiro and Exile are top 5 players in the world right now. It's a 0-2 game. They have to deliver today.
It would take a monumental collapse from Cloud9 to lose this game and go out 0-3. I mean, people have been talking about them as a contender for the whole damn tournament, right? To go out in the challenger stage without getting a win is unfathomable. I agree with Kassad. I think the crowd is amazing. I mean, just listen to this for a second.
It's nuts.
It's nuts, right? But, you know, they can't be on the server. They're not going to give you an extra couple of smokes and an extra flashbang and a couple of opening kills per map, right? The game has to be close for the crowd to have effect. You need to get some momentum for the crowd to have an effect. I'm afraid that the gap is so huge between the teams that that's not going to happen. But Trace, if anything, Imperial only got 2 rounds in each of their T side. They started coming back on CT side. They can get more rounds on T. They can make it competitive.
Yeah, if they give themselves something to work with, that's exactly what it is. Thank you very much, Yanko, Kassad. We're ready to jump right into it. Cloud9 taking on Imperial in an elimination game.
Yeah, that's right. An elimination game. It is do or die for the last dance and Cloud9. We go back into Overpass. I mean, how perfect is this, Launders? Literally the same veto, the same situation that we got on Antwerp, but now we are very much in the depths of Rio.
Absolutely. Watching this last time in the green room was a surreal experience, an out-of-body experience, honestly. It didn't seem like it was possible, but now Imperial are a known quantity, and they've come here with the crowd behind them, and we've seen the pressure do 2 things: make teams play better and play worse all at the same time. And I think, as was mentioned in the interview with Furia, it's about channeling that energy into a positive way because it's coming no matter what.
Cloud9 looking to walk up. It's that first contact versus Cello. And we saw some amazing things from Cello already on this map, and he is the new addition, right? That's the difference between this Imperial and the one we had in Antwerp. He replaces FNX. At the RMR, to get them here, he was an absolute god on this map. Shiro to be tested. He finds those first 2 kills nice and easy with the Berettas. Fur finds an answer, but this B site is not going to go down easy whatsoever. And Cloud9, with 3 members up, just have to finish the little that's left of Cello. So the pistol goes swimmingly. C9 strike first.
Yeah, they strike first, and they do it quickly, and that's got to feel good because for C9, it's sort of about trying to figure out, are you better than you were yesterday versus Greyhound? And they've already laid that foundation with a very solid pistol round. On top of the fact that Shiro puts together another multi-frag, right? A guy who, over the last 2 maps, has put together over 20. Really being let down by his teammates in a big way, but having a great stage nonetheless. Imperial instantly go into the force-up. Lots of utility here. Not a single big gun.
Confident forward pressing Cloud9. Tons of bodies already throwing themselves up connector though. Fur's gonna find that quick entry. Love this from Shiro, just sits back. It's an easy pickup for him. He'll disengage away from what is this streamline of Imperial working their way into the A site quick. Cello really wants to hit him hard, and he finds Shiro down long. So suddenly, despite those pistols, we have Imperial not only with a bomb plant, but with a gun still in the hands of Cello as he goes hunting. Nafany cuts him off. This deep position on Bank finds him, and all of a sudden, they can just play that clock. C9, they've got this long flank eventually coming through from Hobbit. So respect to Imperial. They come swinging in round 2, and they'll take a little something for it, but ultimately C9 stabilize in the post plant. And Fur, well, maybe if he could have kept that M4 that Cello once had, things would look good.
God.
Maybe if Lady Luck would have allowed that Tech-9 to strike, but instead it's C9 2-0.
He actually played that as best as you possibly could. Flash out the left, peek out the right side, and Fur is such an interesting story, of course, has been talked about already with him. May have not even participated in the RMR to begin with just a few weeks ago, and was convinced by his teammates to stay to complete this last dance. And here they are, qualified through the RMR into the Challenger stage, and fighting against elimination one more time. You know, it's that pressure that makes diamonds, but sometimes you're past the stress. You've already had so many great wins in your career. You may feel like, why do it one more time? Why go through all the effort and practice? Look at a story like Colt's, for example, the guy who said to me just yesterday, I've been playing 13 hours a day. When I asked him about his quote, 13 hours a day, let my relationships fall apart in order to make CS a priority. And still, of course, a tragic result here in front of the home crowd. But he put together a show, and while the game was going on, I can't help but feel like there must have been incredible emotions.
Get this little creep out through top mid. Shiro, Axile, chop it all down. So yet again, in fact, even better than the last round. This one, Cloud9 just rock him on the forefront of the party. That solo AK for Cello. I think it's nice to see signs already of Cello trying to be set up as that kingpin in this map. But unfortunately for him and Imperial and everybody in attendance, it's a 3-0 start to Cloud9.
It's an incredibly fair analysis for Fallen to state that this is a better team than we played against last time, and it's a rematch where Cloud9 know they can lose, so you better believe there's going to be an equal amount of effort going into making sure this isn't the one that happens twice. I mean, sure. Fallen also said, you know, we understand how good this felt for us and also how bad it felt for C9. Just having any level of empathy would let you understand that. Getting eliminated from a major before making the playoffs is just not a result that's acceptable for C9, but it is for Imperial.
Sure. Again, you know, proving doubters wrong with that RMR run. Their road to Rio was the longest. The final spot at this major was grasped by Imperial in a third map versus Complexity, overtimes on overtimes, and it just felt like that classic magic. But here we are. This is what they earned, this chance.
Fallen said he let his team down with these last few matches. Honestly, in the 9Z game, yeah, they lost, but he actually played quite well on an individual level. Maybe as a caller, he didn't feel like he was that lucid, but there's always time for that to change. And I'm really curious about the CT side when we swap over to talk more about how Imperial staged the victory last time, because I think that's where the magic happened.
And that is kind of where their little bits of comebacks have also occurred so far yesterday, right? It's these questionable T-sides that Kassad and Yanko brought up prior to this one going live, and then, yeah, the defense gives them a little something more to be proud of, but we need to see some early success, and we don't get any in this round. It's burnt down to 25 seconds, and Cloud9 with the appropriate read have 3 players already inside this site. Smoke goes forward onto the front side of it. That could create some cover for Short, but Inter's peaks first. Hobbit up next, cut down by Fur. Nice shot from Shiro onto Short though, and we're gonna stay at the even keel with 8 seconds left. A jump up gets denied. Fallen has to plant. Oh damn, that comes close, but he gets it down and Shiro finds Vinny. It falls on Fallen. He finds a little damage, but neither frag, and it's C9 for the 4-0 start.
Shiro has a magnet, and it is a strong one. How fast these flicks are, it's so precise. He hit every single kind of shot in the last 2 games that they played here at the Challenger stage, and it looks like today he's not missing as well. That beautiful adjustment to the top of the box on top of this opening defense on the Short player, and it just feels like Shiro is a bit too much. Now, Fur's entries as well have to be lauded. That was a nice couple of kills to get them into the site, and it shows Imperial getting the bomb down twice now that they can stand to the individual skill of Cloud9.
It's good to see Fur with early success, because when we go back to Antwerp and that series that Imperial win, Fur finishes it at the top. And I think it's safe to say that since then we've seen this departure of Fur's performance. What a time to come alive this would be.
And that is a consistent theme as well. When you talked about Fallen and how the magic happened on the CT side comeback, well, it was like he had something like 8 kills going into half number 2, and then he got an ace in the 4th quarter. He put together so many op highlights, and it seemed to come out of thin air.
Pack mentality here from Imperial. CT spotted and Axile exits. For a moment, he's alone, but Shiro's going to use that as an immediate call to reinforce this A site, and he also rotates up alongside Nafany. So from the 4-man B stack to the 3A setup, and Axile presses in closer.
I like to call this a pendulum attack on the A site, where you just keep one straggler watching the stairs rotation up, and then you put a ton of pressure on long, and if you can get that op off the angle and you can scale, you have a very good A attack. The Bathrooms players, as long as we have Vinny play it slow enough, is going to put his team in a very powerful position. Let's see if Shiro's going to be aware.
Ooh, playing around with nades, but not pressured within that moment. Volley on his feet though, down to half health. But Shiro doesn't give a damn. He's going to keep it ice cold. Cello finds the kill off Fire. Nafany still pressed forward. And all of a sudden, Hobbit looks to slide in. He's got both. Inside that front sight, destroys the hopes of at least Fallen and Cello. But here comes Bolts into the 1v2. Only 12 seconds left to work with. He needs to catch both these kills. He will not be given a chance to plant. Bolts finds the up-close one first, and now he does have a moment to himself. Inter's opts not to rush. He waits, and that bomb goes down. Bolts on half health. Dead as he jumps. Inter's snips him from the sky, and Cloud9 won't stop winning.
He went through the protocols in that 1v1, just jumped up and waited for that exact peep. That is so smart. And Bolts tried to make that happen. Of course, going up top yourself on the back of dice allows you to get full vision, bank, CT spawn, anybody crossing Optimus, and sometimes you can display someone's aim, but we can see Inter's sharp as a pair of knives, and here he is watching this, no problem. It's good that it comes close. Another bomb plant once again for Imperial, and on this attack, you can see the preparation coming through. The molly comes down on Dicebox on the far side where Shiro's sitting. We know that when Imperial played Cloud9 last time on this map, they played against Cloud9. They didn't just play their best overpass. They are on something like an 8-series map win streak on the map. This would be the best team that they beat in recent memory, but the last time you could see, clear as day, that Fallen was making callouts specifically.
Ooh, missed shots from Inters, gives Cello, a second chance! He slams Nafany back down into the water, but Short's still occupied by Shiro. Hobbit picks up the kill as well. And so, all of a sudden, Imperial have to double back. It's 2 entries to Cello's name, but no follow-through from the Brazilians. We've got Fur occupying this deep corner. Hobbit's walking in, and if he doesn't check that, he's a dead man walking. Sure enough, Fur misses the first shots, but recovers. And now we're talking double man advantage of 4 versus 2. What seems like the best chance for Imperial's first round win.
No, there's 2 players on islands right now. That's middle of the map control, conceded from the CT side with a player. And this allows for the walkout to take place, and Fur can let him know no one's coming short.
Ooh, Axile slides down, not spotted from heaven. Shiro holds his angles, loses his support, and now has everything to do. A little bit of chip damage. He's out in the open, floating. And being given a chance to leave. Short peek, stopped. Fallen in bolts. And Shiro, oh, that nade's hefty. So with that, yeah, he's gone. We've got Imperial on the scoreboard. Cello, shout out those 2 kills. It's what got the ball rolling. And then, of course, there's that turning point that could have been Hobbit versus Fur.
Yeah, Shiro is a demon right now, 12-3 with the kills that he's picking up. But it's all about Fur's patience. They read the rotation that Hobbit wants to pull off in the mid-round. Again, preparation, preparation, preparation. You can see he's playing with very little vision, right? He's not peeking into the bottom of the door, covering angles, holding, being very greedy. Instead, he's holding for one specific option, and it pays off. And with wins like that, that's how you get into the head of an IGL. We know that Nafany's had some trouble in some of these games calling lucidly himself, so, well, good entry work, good prep, and Imperial put up a first round. Shiro is fragging for 2 people right now, though, and this is a problem that's only going to bubble up further and further. He'll be happy to find out he's having a great day.
Axile sees a little bit of space here. Imperial kind of stalled out on putting out that Molotov, so they're going to play it patient. They anticipate Axile walking in. Check this angle from Fur. He sees it. He's got the damage in, but the spray gets a little wild. And Fur ends up taking more damage in that engagement. We've got this deep spot from Cello, though, and Axile is very much stuck inside playground. He's been completely abandoned. Hobbit doubles back all the way from long. And Cello, he's just been waiting. He'll continue to wait. Oh, that flash. Perfect. Hobbit gets back in, at least into a spot to enable Axile's exit, and even though he dies 1 for 1, at least Hobbit's nowhere there, can't be traded back, and it's a 4 versus 4 with health advantage, Cloud9.
Yeah, it was like some kind of pseudo-containment there, like Cloud9 left him, but they allowed for a flash assist to get on the board. Give him a chance, Shiro, ooh, bottom left corner of the scope, it's a bit too far away.
Bolt's just sliding through with that one. Inter's interesting position. Nafany with the FAMAS. 2 lesser rifles here versus the majority of Imperial, but remember, early damage could be big. Inter's unknown. He's got a chance. Strikes down the plant, but Vinny's got the double. And Hobbit, yet again, working through connector, falls to Fur.
Fur is finding him. He's doing a great job of it, of course. One of the core components of Imperial's overpass, of Luminosity's overpass, SK overpass, this was just a core map for them from the beginning of the game. And that's something special. The 2 in a row means economy is back on its feet. As we can see, Shiro won't have access to the op on this round. On to pistols, and Cloud9 will take a gulp. You can't let these CT rounds go. One of the most CT-sided maps in the pool right now.
Nicely done by Vinny there to catch the kill inside Heaven first as well.
I don't need to tell you, but the energy is unreal in this arena. I don't know if we'll ever see anything like it again, honestly. But the Brazilians are praying that 0-0 Nation and Imperial don't go out on the same day.
Right. I thought when we saw 0-0 Nation get eliminated, you know, there was just kind of a momentary stillness in this arena. That was very much broken the moment Imperial even walked on stage.
Oh.
What do we have here?
Interesting, because anti-ecos end up leaning towards long, so this is prep going the other way. Same principle applies to dust too long, keeping long angles, lessening the choke points and crossfires available to the CT side, and this can be a counter to it. So if Imperial try to feel out the map a little bit too long, we know how big overpass can feel. The irony is if you just show no presence, then the T's can go slower and kill themselves on the clock. We know that's actually a problem for Imperial on some rounds. And we'll see if this idea comes to fruition. Now, the counter to this, of course, is a scout. But with the guns that they have, knowing that it's a full eco from Cloud9, is that something that they want to participate in? We'll soon find out. But it looks like they're going to avoid danger entirely and hit a wide open B site.
Zero presence here to stop them. As wild as it does look, of course, Fnatic pulling off some wild antics just like this yesterday. 4-player beast stack on Inferno.
Yeah, that was...
You know, it is a dime, you know, it's not often, but you can get lucky.
No, there was a lot of ingenuity in that. I hadn't seen anybody do a stack like that with so many players in the B side of Inferno if you missed it.
And Inferno's going to clean it up.
No deaths here for Imperial. 3 rounds in a row, 2 solid rifle rounds, and they're officially in the server.
What a good look it is for Fer to be at the top of that list so far, alongside Cello. Again, the standout performer for Imperial on this map specifically.
Man, the juxtaposition of this crowd with Imperial there and the storylines of the pressure that is on Fallen's shoulders, on this team's shoulders. But then to think Cloud9 quietly have their own demons, their own storylines that they're thinking about, their own expectations at this major, and they actually are greater. They actually are.
Shiro blinded, nice flash. That's going to give Vinny a real chance. He just skates through bathrooms, catches Exile, but Shiro is still in a playmaker's position. And he hunts. But they've gone long instead. Support inside the bomb site in the form of Nafany.
The novelty of that position where he was getting a lot of information might wear out, and he's actually got to recede into a more regular one.
Ooh, Nafany just slammed by Vinny. Nice entries from Vinny, but Shiro, oh, that second shot could have been, but isn't. And we're already starting to get this repeat performance where Shiro's offering kills and nobody around him can put up those frags, so Imperial capitalize and take a 4th to the scoreboard.
Oh, man. Yeah. 2 maps in a row, and if it's going to be 3, I don't know what to tell the kid to make him feel better. That's a lot to stomach. It's a team game, but when you look at 35 kills, 37 kills on a map in a game like Counter-Strike where the individual does get opportunities to shine, and that isn't always the case in other FPS titles, it is something that has to be considered. You can't blame Shiro for what's happened to Cloud9 so far.
You know, we go back to that story of Cloud9 as Inters tries to save, you know, this demon that does kind of exist over top of them. Well, Dallas, they picked up a victory. The first time they've ever had a crowd that was rooting for them because Cloud9 gets locked in when it comes to the USA chance. And yet, all of a sudden, that doesn't kind of delete their problems. We thought maybe transitioning forward, they'd be able to roll with that momentum, that it was kind of, you know, lifted off their shoulders, but all of a sudden back in front of a crowd, and this one, not quite on their side.
There's a strong amount of opening kills here. A number of these rifle rounds, they're making it happen, and they're actually converting off these kills. We're back to bargain basics on the buy here for Cloud9. Shiro relegated to a very sad-looking MP9, but Inters with the big gun will come through with a triple boost. Try to make the most of the situation. But Imperial picking the right side on the anti-eco once again, rocking it around towards long control. Now they see a jump spot from Exile. It's kind of a false flag. Cloud9 have nothing behind this, and it really comes down to if Imperial feel insecure based on how many players showed on their screen. And it's something that we have to talk about. When we see a reaction like that, if he doesn't jump spot, he doesn't see them, then they actually move forward into the correct decision. But instead, Cloud9, having now given up that boost, have decided to overstack the A site. And Imperial, are they going to overthink the situation?
Group of them working down connector, Hobbit.
Wow, they're keeping it very pragmatic here, just simply avoiding after showing so much.
Cello's close. He clears out Hobbit first. That's one problem down, but more reside inside the site.
They're just making him stick around. I think this bomb sitting middle of the map as the B entries come out onside of Monster.
Let Cello go hero mode. They find Nafany behind the wood. That's going to allow for Cello to just peel back, and so he doesn't even have to offer up a death, but he can float around to make sure maybe they clear this MP9, drop the A1S. There it goes. Hits the dirt. So this is 5. Imperial. They lose some rounds at the start of it, but then they answer right back to tie this game early.
Yeah, looking back at Antwerp on the overpass map, that was just, you know, with the exact same veto and the exact same order, it's sort of like, you looked at it and you thought, this is so much more than just who's the better team. And it was the most real reminder that it actually matters how much of experience you have in situations like this. that you can cut through all the interference and play the exact game you know wins and not think about what's on the line. That's really the only way you can win a major, and that's why Fallen has 2. That's why Fur has 2.
Fallen getting animated as Cello continues to cheer round after round. Wild scenes where we have Fallen still yet to get a kill, but not a problem. Fur 11, Cello 10. Right now, those are the 2 succeeding pieces of Imperial. And with Cloud9 back on guns, let's see if they get stunned or if this T side continues to rip away round wins.
1 Molotov here for C9 as they kick off round 11. Much more default positions, and we've already got Cello excavating A control, not to find an op at the moment. Imperial playing mind games to try to draw out some utility over on the B site while they set up their attack. There comes in a early smoke, and we saw the tempo in the very beginning of the game be fast.
Yes.
And that's in order to threaten C9 to make sure they use grenades early, because they're one of the best teams in the world at holding and calling calling out a bluff.
Smoke fades and Fallen hunts, but it will be completely blocked again. They're all gonna have to wait. Still some time to spare, and absolutely nothing from Cloud9 on the forefront of that A site. As long as Cello decides to wait. You know, we've seen him and Fur catch Hobbit on those lurks and connector mid-round, but look at this. Cloud9 getting adventurous. They press right into Volts and they find the 5v4, but look at, again, an immediate rotation. They're going to try to sprint this into the A site, and Shiro's position is going to mean that he can only start shooting once they start to come up those stairs. There's a smoke in front of it, 20 on the clock. First one stopped, Cello dead, no trade. Shiro misses, but luckily Axile's right there with him, and all of a sudden Cloud9 swarm. Fallen's on the board, but Cloud9 bounce back. 6 is found.
Oh man, that's just so tasteful. There's no overreaction, and Imperial slightly got more and more nervous as that round went on. They were doing a good job of drawing out utility, and they even attracted that double push, but that final double push is what scared them. One player in the short tunnel can't get either kill. All he can do is corroborate the information that there are multiple bodies here. There's a third one in the site, and Cloud9 follow them back to B. This key smoke comes down in the front of the site to kind of extend the deep angle that Axile has to work with the op behind him, and because it's 28 seconds, there's no full exec on the A site. We don't have that Optimus Molly come down.
We talk about the struggles of Cloud9 and the fact that Shiro's had to try and do the heavy lifting on the 2 maps yesterday. Well, that's one of those plays where I think it's beautiful to see Axile right there with him, right? If Shiro is this star opper, well, Axile is the best rifle on Cloud9. And we've seen it recently, but not yet at the major. Inters misses a chance to clip a couple players on the side of that tunnel.
Oh, this is enormous. If they don't, they got to resmoke B again to threaten the fact that they could have crossed. Playing passive in the site, trying to make it a bit of a honeypot. 3 people here waiting, and that smoke finally comes down, but so does the exec.
Cello comes around, gets caught out by Nafany. He's got support inside of water and another towards Monster. So Nafany just kind of leaning on both sides, waiting for that follow through from Imperial, and Inter's point blank. A double kill as they exit Monster. And now Cloud9's defense starts to hold strong again. It's at least 2. At least 2 between them and Imperial for now.
Yeah, that was a scary position. It looked like once Inters used his one way and didn't find anything and fell off into the rotation back into the site, there was an opportunity there for Imperial. But once again, Cloud9 were overstacked a little bit. They wanted the attack to come towards B, and Inters found himself on the wood ball, does a beautiful job straight up on a mechanical level of just knocking down 2 players. And we have seen both rounds. We have seen where Imperial can outgun Cloud9, but Cloud9 not playing kind of as poorly as it were yesterday versus Greyhound. I think the individual level being a problem there was the biggest surprise.
Ooh, for a tough spot. Pre-fired by Inters, so they clear out all that's left. And a little awkward there as well, right? Fallen, he's watching T-spawn, assuming Fur's got the angle down Monster, but Fallen just gets shot in the back for absolutely free. So no save for Imperial. And a nice stuff from Inters. Check this out, how the short player comes around. And that's actually Inters' first frag. It could have served as a distraction for the Monster player to trade, but ice cold from Inters. He gets both. And again, it is that 7-5 lead now.
Yeah, obviously very reliable. Kind of an interesting guy to watch in 1vx situations as well. I feel like Inter shows his prowess off in those clutch moments, but okay, 7-5 here to start the game off. I think we have the makings of a very strong match based on what we've seen. I think, kind of, if you want to be honest, before walking onto stage, sitting down here at the casting area, the thought is this going to simply be a blowout, a huge revenge match performance from Cloud9? Or is the other option, is it going to be a choke and Imperial crush them and do what they did before with the amount of confidence that we wouldn't expect to see twice, but really nothing in between, right? It didn't feel like there's going to be makings of a long, close match, and it seems like we might have gotten that more elusive third option.
That'll be the tail of the first 15, so it seems. And what's wild about that last matchup in Antwerp was just the nature of map 3. Right, we get the...
What was that?
It made no sense, you know, overpasses. Oh, close as that shot could have been.
It's Groundhog Day.
Shiro holding an angle, but Fallen absolutely rocks him. Hobbit, he's got 2 backs turned and an excellent distraction serve. There we go. Fallen's got an answer yet again. Swap into the AK as Axile looks to fall back. Fire at his feet, he can't linger. And he's got a teammate with him, another in bolts all the way down towards B, so suddenly we could be watching Inters have to perform, and so far he has. 10-6 in the first 12. And Nafany peeled away for the moment, up in heaven. Inters eats the flash, can't dodge that. Bolts gets the entry, and Imperial look to keep this game as close as possible. Nafany with a smoke to work closer towards sight. One of the T's already over towards short. Another pressed in close on water. Fallen versus Nafany's yet to happen yet. And Axile 40 health. Nafany finds the blind side, but Bolts gets that trade. And Axile still just waiting for a chance to come through. And that waiting turns to a waning moment. He leaves, and Imperial will find a 6th.
Gotta say, this one is all about Fallen and his play into mid, getting his 2 kills, putting pressure on Axel to fall back, and then there's this gap in connector where they know they have control of it, and there's an opportunity for that 6-second rotation downstairs, and they can punish the fact that Cloud9 have no time to react in a 3-player setup with 1 spotted out long. All they did was call out Inter's position. If the guy on A fell back to B, then he would be up in heaven playing a rotator spot as Nafany often does, and they planned that flash in the perfect position, totally isolating Inters and taking him out, and Hobbit's the key kill here. And this is actually a little bit faster, which is nice and welcome for Imperial, who often tried to really milk the rounds to the point that if one mistake came through, they would end up losing. There we have an exec at the 45-second mark, and again, not letting Cloud9 react.
Ooh, through Monster. Cello presses in. Flash finds its mark, but Inter slides out and will deny Cello any opening kill. Hobbit saved by his teammate. And Imperial on a back foot yet again. Talk about the faster nature of that last round. That's, again, as you alluded to, where Imperial started this map, right? Testing C9, getting the reaction quick, getting those utilities burnt. But look at the grenades C9 sit on here, round 14, and it's nades in abundance.
Yeah, Imperial seem happy to see if they can make it a 4v4 as soon as possible.
Nice smoke comes down from the A site, so supportive utility. One of the strengths of Overpass, whether you like the map or not, is that wide open skybox.
Listen, I don't like the map, I respect it. Okay.
Final few pieces being exchanged here from Imperial. It is going to be the follow through on the B site. They Molotov what has been an often occupied spot. Bolt's worried about the flank, but it's just a clean stack from Cloud9.
4/5 of the team here waiting once again for the T's to come in.
It's going to be guns a-blazing from both ends. Flash buying just a little shy, in fact. Oh, and Vinny taps it in, but Nafany on short's got another double, and Inter's right into the mix with Shiro on support. It's C9 to take an 8.
Yeah, there weren't that many clues for Imperial, and they wanted to go forward with this B exec, but we've got Cloud9 doing such a good job of overstressing the importance of holding on to monster control. And we see here, when they decide to leave it, it's because they've actually called over some more support. And there were too many angles, even with first nice kill, you can't expect that there's a guy in this close left position because now it's not the site you wanted to take in the first place. You would have assumed maybe one more back pit, one in CT, upper heaven, something like that. And the 2 off angles pay off big time here for Cloud9, and we're already into round 15.
Look at Ferd go. Just storming through the bathrooms, wasting not a second, and they could very well get rewarded for this. It's a late rotate from Nafany. 2 members of C9 all the way down long, so round 15, and it's a bit of a Hail Mary. He will lose Ferd as he tries to engage towards long. So a retake needed here from C9, but massive weapon advantage. Utilities again on their belt and ready to be used. There's a chance that this bathroom duel goes down the way of Imperial, and that would suddenly take a ton of pressure off of the flank, but it doesn't work out for Bolts. Fallen's in the pocket, the only kill so far, and he hits another dink, setting up Vinny for what would be an unbelievable, near impossible 1 versus 4. The defuse being stuck, and with that, C9 take their 9th to end this first half. Imperial have a foundation, but Cloud9 have the lead.
He may be able to get the bomb planted. Not too bad, all things considered. Oh, and he lands the fast shot onto JW as well. That opens up the chance now. It's come from the same side, and he is correct in that assumption. He's going to get a second. Surely not! Fallen! Oh my god!
It was actually crazy. If you watch this in low speed, because I watched some clips later.
I mean, they peak at exactly the same time.
A little bit earlier.
No, oh yeah, so Abs comes first, but you don't swing. How the...
Yeah, I mean, like, when I was playing, I didn't see this lane guy, the second one. So all I could think is, okay, the opportunity for the first kill is actually up there.
Yeah.
But by the time I was shooting this guy, then I saw the lane guy, so I already knew what to do next. And then this shot is super hard. I was actually so happy that I hit it. Yeah, that's so hard. To hit the guy. It wasn't even a headshot. That was so hard.
I mean, what are you? It wasn't even a ball bang either. So you just hit that perfect body, like this much of him showing.
Yeah, yeah, that's the top 3 for now.
That's for sure. That's so strong. Hard. That is a strong candidate. Oh, I do miss Trey. I never thought I'd say that.
It's better than Virgo, let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's much more important than
third map, 1v2 to force overtime.
Well, I think you gotta replace the...
What was it? The Cobble 1v2 against
Mars? The Cobble 1v2. I think this one is better.
Okay.
Oh, against Astralis, this one is cool too.
This is like this. I don't know why this. I feel like this clip in particular is kind of like your personality evolving as well. Like it's very Fallen-esque, you know.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike isn't played like this anymore.
Well,
not all the time.
Yeah, to be honest, those things don't happen much because it has to be in a very specific way for you to have all those chances, right? And it's possible to happen again, to be honest, the way it has been played. I don't think there's anything particularly different here from what people have been doing. It's just that the timings of all the picks, like if you play this round a lot of times, it's not gonna happen all this time like that, you know? So that's why it makes it very special too.
It's 9 in the name, 9 in the game. Shiro and his squad with a 3-round lead at the end of that CT side. But there was life here from Imperial. They had their opportunities, they had their chances, and they had some damn clean round wins. But now they're going to take to that CT side and tell me, Launders, why is this going to be special?
Yeah, this is where we talked about some of the prep and we saw some of the call-outs. For example, the back dice molly from Fallen in that first half. Some of the specific entry work that they did, they called them out. On the CT side the last time around, this is where they really showed the depth to that preparation. So we'll call it as we see it. But for Cloud9, 9 rounds is a blessing. It came very close to being an 8-7 split, but they made it happen. They keep a meter stick between them and their opponents, but now they're looking for a pistol.
Oh, poor Hobbit, blind, but so is Bolts. That flash finding both fronts of the fight. Axile pressing into the pillar. It's nice to see that the members of Cloud9 are fragging around Shiro. It's not that one-man army. Cello, 3 kills as he finally comes around the side of wood, enters, struggles, and Fallen with Vinny gonna find second pistol to the Brazilian side.
I guess that's why we could call him instrumental. Really nicely done there from Cello on the hold. And this makes things very, very interesting. So, Cloud9, when it comes to playing against them, the single biggest and most important thing you can do is call out their empty utility. You know, they get criticized a lot for having a low amount of flash assists. In my opinion, is because they do such a good job at selling you a bridge every single time they flash a spot open. There's actually nobody there. But Imperial and Fallen, remember that there are only 5 players on the map. And if they call it in the right spots, they win rounds.
Oh, another team flash. For a moment makes things weird, but Bolts regains vision, and that nade, oh baby, just gets dunked on Axile, Nafany, and Shiro. Bolts MP9 looking hungry, and he'll get 2, so some money made, and the A1S of Vinny's not far off. It's easy pickings for Imperial from short. Shiro hands on the SMG. What more could he truly offer? Not much in this one. And Imperial cut down that lead early.
Listen, I want to hype up the Imperial potential to win Overpass, because even if they do, it doesn't mean that they're going to win this series. We just heard that little content piece from Fallen where he talked about how Train is at least better than Vertigo, a slight to a map that they have to play next, the one that was left open last time, the one that they could not figure out. Okay, now there is a piece that has come in place of FNX that could potentially be better this time on a map like Vertigo, which wasn't played during his time in the SK Luminosity days. So that's something that we'll talk about then. But for now, just Overpass would be a big deal.
Oh, Fur. He's got Fallen right behind him. And when you see Fur get kind of gunned down by that rapid playground push, that's one thing. Fallen, whoa, lucky to be alive. Cello's down inside connector. I can't believe he escapes that spray. Shiro gets the damage, but not the trade. And Cello, this could be a huge position. The playground player actually falls back from C9, so it's going to be numbers towards that B site. But guess what? That's where Vinny's comfortable. That's where Bolts will hold. And they lay down that smoke at the near minute mark. Create a little ambiguity. Axile, he's going to test this. He's already ahead of it. And the MP9 goes down. It's little bits of health left. Bolts gets the better of it. Hobbit finds the trade, and Cello's right there too. It's back and forth, and it's Shiro left up.
He's good for a clutch.
He's moving because of nades. He dodges the bombardment. And Imperial now have question marks above their heads. How and where has Shiro gotten off to?
With 35 seconds, you know he's taking this incredibly seriously. He has the health to do it. He knows where the last 2 players are. But can he put together enough pieces to make this puzzle fit?
He's keeping himself low, down at the ground. He gets away from Fallen's eyes. Cello spotted on short side. Shiro, does he re-engage or go elsewhere? He waits, he waits, he waits, he peeks, and he dies as Cello finds 9 for Imperial.
Outgaming him in that situation was life or death, right? Cello knows that, number 1, he has to take that duel because either he does or Shiro will eventually come for him, and it's all about that 1v1 psychology. Cello ends up winning out versus Shiro. Shiro plays it very well in the sense that he waits, he goes for that Yakinder-style wide swing, and nearly makes it happen. But once again, it all starts out with Fallen in the early round. 2 kills and his life, getting away. Think about this round if it's just that 1v1 and Shiro can play away from short because Fallen's not alive up in heaven.
We talked about what happens on the CT side and where the magic manages to slot through. Fallen finishes that last half 5-11. Comes already into the CT side, his first round with an op, and a powerful 2K at the front of that A site in order to rob back around.
Yeah. So
expect him to power up as CT side goes on.
what made SK Luminosity the team that they were and how they defined the meta and made it so that they were so much farther ahead than other teams at the same time was when they did re-aggressions. Okay, on CT side, when they thought that you weren't in a certain place, they would be the first team to call you out and go for a push. People called it aggressive. They don't view it like that. They just call it correct. And I think that is the playstyle that has grown into every single team these days, but it's the one that they sort of invented, the thing that Fallen was the best at as an IGL. And it's also what I would say is the biggest counter to the style of play that Cloud9 bring. Again, it's all about this series of bluffs, layers on layers, and Fallen isn't scared of it. Of course, that's only half the battle. The other half is the individual level, winning your engagements. One problem for Cloud9 right now, Axile is not in good form. He, in this first half of the year, was vying for a spot as potentially #1 rifler. And now, in the last few months, it has not been the same guy. That's been a huge problem. When we talk about Shiro, we talk about Axile.
Sure.
When we talk about bathrooms on Overpass, we talk about that combo. The simple electronic-esque duo. And right now, there's only simple.
What's wild as well is that despite those, ups and downs in form, the RMR was a decent showing from Axile. We got more of what we wanted, what we'd come to expect. So it felt like despite there being some misses here and there, Axile's right back on it, right when they need them to be, as they come into the Rio Major looking for revenge from Antwerp. But alas, here we are, day 2, and they are on the brink of elimination as he sits at the very bottom of this scoreboard.
Yeah, that'll be too much to deal with for sure. So, 7-map win streak here for Imperial on Overpass. But listen, none of the teams that Imperial have beaten hold a candle to Cloud9, right? Pain, Isserus, Complexity, Pain again. Now, these are all mid-tier NA teams, not on world stages, not in front of big crowds. All that we can say is that they're comfortable, and they beat these teams by a significant margin sometimes, so we know that they feel like they can do better and they can achieve more, and they also have this long-standing win that we'll probably repeat a few more times versus the team that they're playing against right now at the last major. This time, of course, the ante's a little higher. The crowd's a little louder, and the pressure is there. But it absolutely goes both ways. This round decides who gets double digits first.
Off an attack pause as well. It's the half buy from C9. No time wasted by Hobbit. Skirts right through that fire and finds himself in the pocket of Shortwater.
On T side, the map can feel miles across, and that is the single biggest obstacle of figuring out Overpass in 2022. And I think before, in older metas, grouping up and hitting monster full, that was a very common and viable strategy. These days, defaults are as hard as ever. Right now, Cloud9, they tried to draw some attention towards A, and they've successfully done so. In fact, only 2 remain now from Imperial to hold the site down. Resmoke will come in late. No T's ahead of it. Preparing the short exec.
Couple flashbangs pop.
Bolted
Vinny
Vinny to hold.
Front. Bolt's blind. Nafany tries to hone in, but it's Vinny to fight first. Sees that right side peek. There's a player climbing barrels, and Bolt deals with that one swiftly, but then gets wrecked by Axile. That Tech-9 dry. Vinny continues to kill, and this half-buy goes down smooth. Imperial just surviving that test, and it's not like it's a total blowout, but some nice repositions, a valiant effort from Cloud9 nonetheless, but Imperial's defense holds.
Yeah, their goal was just to get that bomb down, make it scary, if they're lucky, win, and Imperial do a good job of holding off. Again, they got the rotations back. They had 2 players there. If they fell because of those Tech-9s, the round could be in jeopardy if those guns are recovered, but that's not the case. So Imperial survive kind of an early test here in the second half after scoring the pistol round conversions. And we go into a full-fledged default. Everybody has everything that they want.
Game back on.
Shiro T-side up. It doesn't matter how good you are. This is one of the most difficult maps to have that impact. Any map T-side opping is tough. There's a guy who can do it, is of course Shiro.
We'd seen that forward-facing setup from Imperial in the first gun round with Fur behind Party and Fallen slotting in right next to him. So Cloud9 with an element of timidness, just kind of walking through this first fight. Where is it, they ask? Right here. Fur retreating quietly, silently, slipping closer to the site. He'll still hold the bathrooms angle. But sure enough, at the 55-second mark, C9 have established quite a bit of control. They have no hooks over on long. Hobbit gets hit by a nade, no problem. He's waiting for somebody to overface. And the longer he waits...
They've created an outpost here for Hobbit, though he could cause problems later on if they want to swing back. The round is shaping up here for Cloud9.
Oh, but look, Cello, he's through bathrooms. You know, we saw that nice fake from Cello when he was on the T side in a similar situation, but he's actually going to find his way between enemy lines. C9 shot in the back, and down goes a bomb. A fire in between him. That's actually going to delay Cello, so he can't help but Fallen damn well holds that line. Short side falls, and the bomb's still unrecovered. Inters has to try and climb over top. The bathrooms player is nowhere to be found. Hobbit has yet to deal with Cello. Tech9's out. Bomb's down again, and Imperial just won't stop winning.
Yeah.
It's a 2-round lead on the CT side because Cello slices through them.
That's right, like a knife through butter. Cello makes the move. He searches out the bathroom, sees that there's absolutely no one there. Hobbit's in a position where he can come through the fast lurk. If things go sour when they throw their first grenade, too much counter utility comes out, Hobbit can attack the site, allow for that B site hit to be a little bit easier. Instead, what we see is Cello moving fast. Again, it's always about calling out space, and this is what wins the round. Wow.
That's Fallen from B.
My God. And look how easy the frags come outside of that, right? It's just them waiting for the attack they know is coming. Nothing feels worse in CS than going forward with an execute versus a team that you realize has figured out you're coming. 2-round gap now. Imperial looking very good. It's impressive every time.
You know, I don't speak Portuguese. I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, okay. What does that mean in English? Man, this one is destitute. I mean, no op. If Galils are bad, they're worse on overpass. The amount of ranged fights that you have to take. But full kits on basically everybody right now means C9 have a plan.
As do Cloud9. Gonna go hunting for the boost. Nafany setting up nades, and Cello actually gets tagged early on. Not quite sure what found him, but he's on the front of this B site.
Oh, these mollies are so interesting.
Sitting low.
They've actually cleared out a couple of key spots without seeing anybody. Axal's low, though.
Vinny gets softened up as well, so we got damage going both ways, but no casualties just yet at the 50-second mark.
They pulled off the late smoke. Those mollies, Woodwall, molly, outside monster molly. Again, it's about displacing those two people to attack B. Oh my God, the counter boost.
Perfectly timed to catch Shiro. Preoccupied with trying to move that bomb by the looks of it up connector. But if they decide to try and throw something at this A site, you better hope to God it sticks. We've got Fallen in the pocket, Fur on long. He'll chop down the first one. And now Fallen runs less of a risk, sits behind the boxes. Nafany catches the rotate, and Fallen back to the top rope, misses the close shot, sees Inters, he gets that frag, and Bolts comes in with a double, but he loses the long player. 3 for Bolts, and the A site holds strong.
Yeah, the hold is good. Cello absorbing the energy. Well, they make it happen. And the Fur Fallen duo on the A side, that's eternal. That's something that hasn't changed. The way they play this site has. But the impact hasn't, and it's this counter boost as they're leaving, once again letting them know, sending them a telegram, hey, we know what you're about to do. Even if you didn't think of it first, we're in your head.
Back into the half buy as this T side continues to struggle to find its first round. It's fast, and Vinny, he's an early casualty. Last time we saw that damage exchanged, and last time, Imperial, they weathered the storm inside the B site on this similar buy. But now it's about getting that AK out of the hands of Hobbit, and Bolt steps up yet again from A to B. and successful both times. Nearly a third kill as Inters gets dropped to 40, but Hobbit's nade finds its intended target, and maybe it's Hobbit who's going to go big in round number 22.
Hey, they're keeping this interesting, man. They're low, right? But it's still a 3v3. They are on to 2 Tech-9s. Minute on the clock here for Cloud9, but they've got Imperial a little bit scared. The way that first kill went down, I'm sure Vinny didn't have nice things to say about losing that bit of map control, handing over an AK. So we'll see. Fallen is going to go through with a jump spot. Listen, in CS, jump spotting is the safest way to get the most amount of information, but it doesn't mean you can't die.
Such little HP. And Fallen's going to play it safe. Fire on the site. That shouldn't stop Plant. It's the third player in who will be preoccupied with bomb. Hobbit continues on closer towards the bank. And even though it's low health, you know, Fallen's still playing this safe. He's just got the USP, so he's a little bit timid. A Tech-9 that keeps coming at him. It's that killer instinct from Hobbit finally shut down. Fur finds the kill, and now that retake can get rolling. AK's exchanged hands. It's found its way into the palms of Shiro, and he's got to read this situation. Oh, it's fast! Cello so clean! The little bit that was left of Inters goes down easy. Imperial's CT side success continues on.
Yeah, we go into emergency protocols for Fallen there, dropping his Molotov on the left side of site, and the reason is so he can open up the right side and make sure that he can stand in that angle. It's still somewhat passive, and Hobbit encroaches on it, but the amount of invisible pressure there coming on from C9 to get as close to that final touchdown zone, I should say, was impressive. Cloud9 avoided all of his jump spots, got through into bathrooms, and encroached on towards long all at the same time, and made that little bit of an investment go as far as it possibly could. But that wasn't the round that they were aiming to win. This might be one of their final stands, however. Still not touching 10, getting the op on Shiro. This might be a luxury we don't see happen in the future if they don't at least put together one.
And you know, we saw a T-side struggle versus Greyhound yesterday on Dust 2, but at least that had like majority bomb plants. There's only been one. But as Hobbit has gone from the last round's Tech-9 success into the AK buy here, we have a 5v4 for Cloud9. This could be the chance to crack through that defense finally. But Cello, man of the hour, 21 and 14, riding the high after every single round. He's hungry, he's hunting, and he gets caught off by Inters point blank. So it seems as though Cloud9 have finally found the solution, and it comes by way of early kills versus Fur and Cello.
Yeah, Fallen's lost his 2 linemen here, and he is back into his most passive position, looking for what could be a free frag. Shiro shoots one through Inters, knocks him out, and that's bank gone, and already we've got the last 2 remaining Imperial players thinking about their save positions. 3
individual kills from C9 as they work their way towards the A site. Each one nearly given to them.
That was
separate fights, separate engagements, and it all leads to C9 success.
The perfect amount of awareness, of course, with Hobbit doing that crouch walk cross as Fur is looking for a timing at the top of the stairs. And again, I talked about earlier how, you know, Fallen and Fur, they are one of the most eternal duos when it comes to playing overpass on the A site. But the way they play it is a far cry from the way that they used to when they were at their best. And part of that is because we have a much more reserved Fur. Back in the day, he was the guy who unfettered, had the aggression, pushing into Fountain almost every other round and taking control of the entirety of the A site. And now he might make a cameo in stairs every once in a while. He might make an aggressive push from the bathrooms or pull off a full flank, but it's more like once every 5 rounds or so. And here's one where he gets the slightest bit aggressive and gets punished for it. So an opportunity presents itself for Cloud9, and they capitalize. They get their 10th round and their first T round in the second half.
I think the curious part of that whole story you tell about, you know, Fur and Fallen's forward positioning, right? It's like, yeah, timidness from Fur is kind of fettered, but we've got Cello now. Cello could be this crazy X factor as he was last time on Overpass. The one piece, the one newest piece added to the Imperial formula. know, we see this 0-0 Nation project, as Maui Snake put it on the desk earlier today, right? This isn't a last dance when it comes to 0-0 Nation. They take the best stars from different parts of South America and try to make it work. They're meant to be the best in the region. Imperial, they're riding the wave. And they all know, they recognize it's towards the end. But Fallen, he's up first.
Yeah.
He's at the front, and he snaps it down on Nafany. So a slight difference here with that boost on Long. They allow for Cloud9 to slide into the presence. Hobbit nearly catching a kill, but in fact, he gets shot down to 39. And Hobbit, he will catch Fur in the end, but Fallen's got a second. And Fallen on this A site does wonderful things, but he's died alongside Fur. Again, it falls to Cello. 7 points of health. That fire's got his name all over it, and it's a great recovery from Cloud9. They burn him out of the corner, and they burn their 11th straight to the scoreboard.
Wow, they actually make that happen. The 2 players dead on the site. Rotators are only left, and it's beautiful from Cloud9 the way they worked that out. Exile, man, the nerve of him to run through that gob smoke outside of Divider and just try to get this kill. Fallen was continuously causing problems with his first 2 frags, so they had to fight, and they earned that. And it's 2 kind of stylistically similar rounds for Cloud9 to make it a streak, and this saves the economy. It allows for Shiro to maybe be able to lose a round and still afford his op in the future. It's an enormous victory here in the final quarter of the game. Now we look at fine margins, but all of Cloud9's games, stressed or unstressed, have fine margins, and it's just something that they're very comfortable with, so expect to see that more. We had someone handing out these, I think, kind of translucent stickers to put over people's phones so you get the green light coming through to represent Brazil. And the crowd has been doing an excellent job of working together to create the perfect atmosphere here in Rio. 2-round discrepancy. And Cloud9, I think, if they had a frown, it might be turning more into a smile now. I think they're starting to feel like themselves. Yes, you have to work really hard on the T side, but they have the depth of the playbook. However, Fallen answers again early. Flash to escort himself out. Attack on B is coming. 2 left side monster here to hold. Vinny with the AK in the back line, eyes forward. No players on anti-flash at the moment. Bolts waiting with a nade out. Vinny with the first spray, it's good. He's looking for a second. Axel falls into the fire. He gets his frag. He gets some information on a second player here in Cello. He has been so aware on the rotation, but he gets tagged through the mid. Inside the connector, Shiro on the hunt, and he gets the kill as well.
That's an exit strat. That's a way away. They can leave. And for a second, it felt like maybe things get too hot, but they hold. Ooh, this one, folks, the 25th. Fallen.
Jesus.
He saw it.
Yeah, but it's information. Pass coming up to the 30-second mark. 1 player quietly walking down to the B site. It's not feeling like a fake. Everybody is here.
Bolts just fully exposed, and yet he holds, but Shiro, you know he's going to trade. We've got 20 seconds to the clock. It's him and Inters trying to press in, but Fallen locks down Pillar yet again. Shiro, Fur is staring at this position. It's an easy double headshot for the M4A1S, and Imperial continue winning ways.
Information is king once again, and that little jump spot was enough to imbue his team with the confidence to sit stalwart in their spots and wait for the attack they knew was coming. It looked very scary as con control was taken over by Cloud9, but outside of that, the numbers were still high here for Imperial, and they were in good spots, similar to how Cloud9 were on their CD side, calling out almost all of the rounds where Imperial wanted to attack that half of the map. You gotta love Cello showing off this energy, because you never know what to expect with a newer player coming into a team, into a LAN environment. Everybody responds differently. I remember the first time we saw Nafany kind of get in front of an audience, you're like, wow, I didn't know that was in you.
Yeah.
And for that reason, he's such a core part of the identity of Cloud9, where everybody else is calm, but he's the leader, he's fiery, and he brings some energy. And of course, again, they're looking at a LAN win this year. They're not to be thought of as an online team anymore. They performed the conversion, but they need to stop Imperial from finding theirs. 14 with match point on the horizon. The sun could be setting on the map here for Cloud9 if they don't do it right now. Again, being able to lose a round is huge for Shiro to still get an up. But this could be final seconds.
We've seen Fur here before. But it's not one, not two, an entire pack of Cloud9 players inching their way closer to that A site. And nobody shows him a sliver of skin. CT's in the A site, flash above, and they're looking for confirmation. Fallen's lucky. That's a headshot that only does 16 damage. And Nafany gets tagged down to a third. Fallen, quick scope onto Axile. The onslaught's incoming. They press up through bathrooms, and Shiro finds his impact. But Fur, who had gone unchecked, strikes them from the backside. 4v3. Fallen doubles back. Inter's gonna lay down smoke, trying to give himself space, trying to give C9 some sort of a chance. And that bomb going down does exactly that. 2 flashes left for Cloud9. Do they want to go into the bank push? Nafany's holding as all of a sudden this retake gets closer. Fallen, oh, the no-scope into the knees! And Vinny comes through with ease onto Hobbit. Inter's in the clutch. 3 players to take. They've got that bomb planted for Inters. This could be a wonderful moment, but he gets dropped to 11 HP. And all of a sudden, he shrinks, he shrivels, and still he finds Vinny's head. Point blank, all 3! Inters does it!
Wait. Did he get the defuse?
No!
He got the defuse!
No!
He got the defuse before he died!
You're kidding!
He got match point!
The Grand Imperial Guard where Counter-Strike's so sacred! He sticks that defuse? No way! No way!
That is a final tick stick right there. And he makes it happen. That is unreal. The mood if Imperial lost a round like that where they had babysat every single available choke point in the post plant. They had everything going for them, long control. They even had 2 players coming up bank, 1 in CT. And we're starting out this next round right away. Bolts with a push-through monster to take out Axel in his default position. Wow.
And as that pours gasoline onto the fire of Imperial's fans, imagine the sinking feeling in the guts of Cloud9. That close. That close. Inters did that with sub 15 HP. All 3 kills.
Yeah, could have been an unbelievable moment. Instead, it's stomach churning. And with Axel dead in the 4v5, we haven't seen too many of these conversions. Flash goes high over Monster. 2 players holding on to short control. 2 players searching out the con. Hobbit to hold, but if he loses teammates, he will turn around. First kill comes through, it's good.
And Cello holds, Cello waits. He's being allowed to until Fire finds his feet. It's Nafany at the helm, taking it into his own damn hands. Vinny finds one from above. 2v2 again.
Boost.
This would be big, and who other than Fallen and Fur, but they chase ghosts as Cloud9 slip by. They leave towards A. They're gone.
Yes, and now it's a long rotation. This was the perfect play. But Cloud9's is still better. They get out of there. Plant goes down. They'll be able to get into good positions. They know there's going to be some time before the CTs get here. But look who's not wasting any time.
So fast. Fires his way into this bomb site. The T's incredibly split. Nafany all the way down long. Shiro back by bank. Smoke on the play for Shiro. And Fur tries to find a little vision, goes for the run boost as they worry about close corners, but they worry about those wrong corners. It's long where Nafany waits. A tap onto the bomb, and Nafany's gonna try and strike them by surprise. Fallen, imagine. Woo. But Shiro, it's the numbers, and in the end, it's those split positions that just puts Fallen in too awkward of a spot to pick up both kills.
Oh man, that's well done. I mean, there was no way to know for sure if Fallen and Fur have both come down on the flank towards Con. I don't know if the info was there. A great call from Nafany, however, to save this game. You know, after that tragic loss, where 5 people did die, and that affects the economy here for Imperial. You know, Cloud9 are now officially thinking about overtime and their odds of getting there. We've got a tough situation now on the counter-terrorist. And Overpass does create for some of those very interesting mid-round situations where it is completely valid to leave an open site. They get in through CT spawn and walk up, and at a certain point they're short. there's no one in heaven putting pressure on them, that they can get out of there. Showing they aren't playing nervous CS themselves. Again, even though it's been nothing but green for Imperial in the last 7, this would be their biggest win by far on Overpass in recent memory. The force comes through. This might be 2 rounds given towards Cloud9.
Don't forget that when we were in Antwerp and these two teams dueled on Overpass, that one went to multiple overtimes. C9. That's all that they can hope for.
Yeah, C9 did a good job of reading the economy here. Again, every time you see this kind of pendulum attack, you know that they're playing it as an anti-eco. And that's where it might not all be in vain, the 3 kills that Inters gets, right? Even though it's the round 1 for Imperial, it comes at a massive cost. Makes it a Pyrrhic victory for Imperial. To some extent, of course, you'd still rather have the rounds.
At this point, maybe rinse and repeat. There's no way you're getting yourself back into that A site. You still have a ton of utility, armored pistols.
No, free kills at best, but you know, you stack the wrong site. Take a bow, hand it to your opponents. They've won the battle. Of course, this is about the war. For chilling in an interesting position here inside the bathrooms. And you know, there is one choke point long, which is totally unguarded, that can allow for a clean escape. Fur's going to hear one running by, and that's actually an AK picked up, which could mean something. This next round, there's not going to be a buy. They can hunt down Fur as well. We'll keep a close eye on that.
Yeah. The X factor of the following round. Of course, they knew that their fate was bleak.
Okay, listen, if you want to roll back the years, for now's the time to do it. We have seen a more tame version of him, but he's got the only AK of the round. One of the best things to do with an AK in this situation, not play passive and let your pistols die first. It's to try to get that first kill, allow for a teammate to pick up a gun, come through with some aggression. We see them inside of the stairs, and he comes through with the push, but Hobbit clears it.
Yeah, ready and waiting. And so that AK hits the dirt, immediately picked back up by Cello, and at least the silver lining is he's given a chance to just completely leave. There's nothing towards that A site, not that Imperial know it.
Yeah.
If he was fast enough, he could have worked his way to B, but unfortunately for Bolts and Vinny, it is going to be them and their pistols, and that alone. Between Cloud9, their 14th round win, and this B bomb site, Hobbit keeps it clean, and he's had some impactful moments as this T side has gone on. Starting it off with Tech 9 kills in short, and following through yet again. So, of course, the poetic moment. 30-round game.
Yeah, 30-round game, baby. Let's go. Yeah, this is the only way that this should have ended, and it absolutely could go to overtime. Cloud9 are awake. They've now won a significant amount of T rounds, and in a few different ways as well. But these slow crawl defaults that we know are paramount to their style of CS have shone through. They've been able to rock Imperial. Some of the mid-round reads have been good. They are absolutely going to make this as difficult as possible. I think if you asked Imperial, of course, they would rather be on the CT side at the moment. So there's that. But it's a question whether or not Fallen even has enough money for an op. And with buying armor in that previous rounds, he kind of made the decision to forego it. Shiro will be the only sniper here in round 30 on the T side. It looks like he's got some help this time around.
Fur, nice nade. Sure enough, take a chunk out of Shiro and set yourself up for later success. All of a sudden, that op gonna have to be just a little more cautious. It is his edge to wield in round 30.
Fallen already has done a good job of eating flashes and just not responding when it came to playing towards long. Similar thing here. Looks like he is jump spotting in this situation. Cloud9 work the map. And you know they're playing well, because even after watching all these rounds, I can't tell exactly where they would rather end. It certainly feels like some of their most successful hits have been towards the A site. And it looks like now the bomb is leaning in that direction as well, looking to take over long control. Shiro up to bat, and it's actually Fallen who was jump spotting. He doesn't have enough to respond. He was multi-fragging when his riflers were dying in this position.
Right. But again, doing it with that op. He's got a flash primed for Fur. No movement from that B site, man. Imperial, they could very well be finding themselves in a retake in round 30.
It's a matter of moments before this bear trap slams shut.
Hobbit met by a smoke. Now, of course, the trajectory tells them first press close, so his position very well known. Everybody from C9 is going to be coming around that corner and hunting for Fur. Down he goes. He brings Hobbit with him. It's a Fallen 1-for-1. And now the 3v3. 10 seconds. And Imperial comes sprinting up from that B site. 2 from spawn, 1 on connector, and Bolts can't find that wallbang damage. No, sir. Not yet. C9 sitting in the swamp of this site.
Oh, and they haven't gone back for bathroom control because they're worried about a fast flank. Vinny's trying to play this as slow as possible.
There is 1 flashbang left on Vinny.
It's not an ideal post plant.
Shiro's in the open, looking for the fight. He too on a rifle. Cello picks it up, and who's going to trade sufficiently enough? Axile's got it for now. Bolt slides in. Vinny's got his frag, but Axile's here with another. Now's his chance to shine. Now, right here. And as Vinny closes that gap, time is of the essence. He doesn't have it. No chance. Overtime from Cloud9. Well, well, well. A hell of a day to be a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan as 0-0 Nations games go 30 rounds or more, and here we are with Imperial in the server doing the exact same thing.
You know, if I had to guess, I would have thought that this was going to be a blowout for Cloud9. They were going to come back angry after their loss to Greyhound yesterday. They're going to play as a team that they know they can be. But I am so happy instead that we get just the closest match once again. Fitting for the rematch. Never believe Fallen when he's being humble.
Yeah, right. And Fur, what is this?
Oh my God, he's already. This is the fur I was talking about. This is the fur that is on your, just behind you.
There's more than one kill to be had here.
It's a minute 30. He's on the steps.
Oh, he gets one. But Nafany's there to trade. If Nafany's stuck inside Playground, then Fur has a chance to reset. But with both T's right there in the doorway, what could have been is not. And all the while, we didn't get to catch it, but Hobbit found Cello.
Yeah, just a standard spray through the smoke, somebody refreshing it. Sometimes with the deep monster smoke, of course, you actually have to have a really good view to watch it. It's really important that you smoke at the back end of the tunnel. The rushes are too strong, but oh my God, the spray comes through. It's actually a bait. There's a foot there. Poor Vinny. There's not really much he can do about that. Nafany's not planning it, but he does capitalize.
Bolts. Now he's going to have to go massive. There's already a player sliding out from Monster. Axile gets the better through the wall bang, and this is a nice clean round from Cloud9.
Yeah.
The real problematic situation, it's Fur deep on Playground. That could have been the 2, that could have been the flank compromise, but C9 follow through with that opening kill on Cello, and easy does it in OT.
Yeah, so once again, you know, if you smoke the side of Monster that's closest to you, then you allow for pop flashes and rushes to come through that are very powerful. But since teams have smoked deep, it both allows you to have more control as a CT, but also puts you at risk since you have to have vision to be able to watch it sometimes. Sometimes people float in front of it in case they still try to pop and flashes go overhead. There's lots of reasons that a team and players on their, while they're defaulting outside of Monster, will just spam relentlessly throughout the round because there is a high probability you get damage or a kill. So that is the Achilles heel of an otherwise kind of very powerful smoke that has become meta in the last few years. So, all right, and with that, it kind of, it compounds the pressure, right? Because Fur going for getting one kill and getting traded out, that actually could be okay. And in his position, he'll often find himself untradeable and only get one, and it could still be a decent round. But that, on top of the fact that Hobbit gets that beautiful spray through the smoke, well, that's just a bit too much.
And then poor Vinny, right? Sliding into short, trying to find what he can see. Catches somebody in connector. He's thinking it's a freebie through the wall bang.
Yeah.
And Nafany's actually just underneath him.
The demon from below.
Oh. An unfortunate layer there for Vinny, but an excellent way to start overtime if you are Cloud9. You get away from the Fur threat, you best Vinny, and you catch Cello before he even has a chance to find impact. Everything goes well for C9 in the first of OT.
There it is, that spray again. It goes back, though. The thing is, Hobbit, he's happy to participate, right? I mean, if he gets equal damage, this is only going to lean towards the T favor. He'll happily sacrifice himself for one kill. Make those rotations a little bit more difficult.
It would have been a shame had he died. He was one of the 2 full belts of utility, so with 11 health, he just empties his grenades into Axile instead.
Vanilla state of affairs here on the A site. Fallen pressing up to help Fur, and we haven't had that kind of setup outside of Divider with Fallen in the back and standard kills coming. It's always been Cloud9 finding a tricky way to maneuver into the site and put subversive pressure on these 2 players.
Op fight, something Fallen didn't have when it came to round 30, and Nafany slides through that bathroom smoke. A distraction served up to the Opera. Let's see what Fur can offer. As he's thinking about going into the long fight, Shiro and Axile just stutter stepping outside bathrooms. Inters is about to walk into that crosshair, but he gets the better of Fur. It's bolts from Truck instead. Shiro slides wide, and Hobbit strikes one down at the B site. Cello, he could have gotten the trade here and then gone for the retake, but now he is stuck, pulled in 2 directions with such a little chance at clutching the 1v3.
Yeah, we need to take a second to talk about how beautiful that play was from Nafany. Frontside bathroom smoke, so he calls out, just like Fallen has been calling him out as well. that he's going to be holding this angle outside of bathrooms. Fallen holds it in such a way that he dodges a flash. That might have been thrown too high on purpose. Nafany comes through. It was never supposed to be Shiro to peek Fallen first, and that's an easy frag for him, and the entire site compromised. So Cello, well, look where he's found himself, up onto A, trying to find a kill if he can, maybe scoop up an op potentially for Fallen to take back, but not going to be the case this time around. And that is 2 straight in OT and 2 T rounds, no less. Odds will tell you this game will be ended, on CT side. And so they have absolutely met their quota at this moment, put themselves in a very wonderful position. And they're also trying to beat their historical defeat on this map in the multi-overtime game last time at Antwerp. Good to see Cloud9 back in form, feeling like themselves.
Showing us.
Yeah, they press up fast.
Ooh, Fallen.
Oh my God.
Oh no, Fallen.
Oh, head first into that. And he sees so many bodies, but man, this is so hard to react to. It's so early in the round. It means that Cloud9, they could continue forward and be successful. They could go back, and if there's an overreaction, they're successful. And you see them taking this latter option. It's a bunch of mind games happening all at once. This calls for forward.
And enters. Oh, caught falling down a second. Fur from down beneath gets man advantage back in the hands of Imperial. What an awkward fight for Cloud9 to try and deal with. And he's going to try to sell this as if he's left. Not the case. He sticks around inside connector. Axile gets all the way up into the site though. Bolts gives him the real estate. Vinny's working with just an SMG up in heaven, and maybe Fur's best efforts will still all be in vain. Unless Cello comes down through Con, finishes the little that's left of Hobbit. Cello versus Hobbit, and it's Hobbit who's got it. Now Vinny, well, you're gonna need 3. The lesser weaponry, and caught as he looks to slide through a flawless OT half from Cloud9. And take into consideration, it was 7 CT rounds straight from Imperial at the start of that second half. We have seen Cloud9 winning every step of the way since.
Yeah, it's getting better and better. It's such a wonderful sign for them, of course. Fur tries to bring this back with his push, but honestly, Hobbit has been the king of the staircase, walking up and down, getting kills in the second half. Absolutely no problem. Been very calm about his approaches as well. Doing a good job of taking out Fur the few times that he's been there.
And getting revenge from the first half when it felt like Fur would have his number.
Yeah, this would take a complete collapse at this point for Cloud9 to lose this. They move on to their specialist side. They're in the driver's seat. They're 1 round away from locking this up. And they have Vertigo to look forward to.
Right. A map that Fallen's not comfortable on, and that we still have to wonder, can Cello be enough of a difference over FNX? C9 looking to rewrite what occurred in Antwerp. Multiple overtimes leading Imperial to the map 1 win.
Unbelievable that we're watching an 0-2 game here. Last time it was the 1-2 matchup. Elimination on the line. All the same.
Easy shadow. Missed shot though.
Great shoulder peek right there. Second shot's bad.
0 for 2, hits the third, but Cello still walks away.
They're playing with fire.
Man, you give Shiro too many chances and you will pay that price. There's a second CT on long, both of which fall back. Add Nafany to the situation, and he's going to chop down Vinny on the forefront of the bathrooms. Nobody there to trade it. And next up is that wounded Cello on 15 HP. But a long play. Fur, he gets past that initial scope of Shiro, and we have C9 getting dangerously close to the bathrooms. They want the fight, and they're trying to take it on their own damn terms. How does Shiro land that? Survives the engagement, and now it's just Fur, desperate on long. Cloud9 have managed to hang on. They've really done it. With Shiro standing tall yet again, with other players performing, it is no longer the one-man army, but all of Cloud9 that serve up a defeat to Imperial.
Okay, we're standing here with some astute CSGO players, and to find out if their aim can translate to the pitch, that's what we would say, right? The pitch. I've got Fallen and Fur here. Who's the better football player?
I think Fur for sure. I think it's him for sure.
Okay, all right. That's only going to make it more interesting because now we'll get to see the results speak for themselves. Talk is cheap, but.
Damn.
Easy. Okay, we weren't worried about that. But now it's time for the real challenge. We're gonna do something that I can't do. Okay. Gosh, that's about as good as that's my world record actually. So, how are your kickups?
Well, I'm actually okay, but with this shoes here, I don't think so.
Not the best shoes possible. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh no. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh, he's got a strategy. Small bounces only. I've stopped counting. I don't know if I can keep up with this. We lost. I think if you get in a good rhythm. Okay.
We don't have to count anymore. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get there, but I'm going to make you look fancy.
All right. All right. Okay, yeah. One more try? Okay, all right, one more try. We can try that. 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's already getting wild. Okay, but he's still good. He's still good. Is he just going to go forever now? What do you think about Fur trying so hard and doing the really low bounces first?
The guy knows what he's doing. He can't shoot, but he can dribble.
He plays to win, folks. That was Imperial.
Cloud9 and Imperial split pistols, go all the way into overtime, but ultimately it is Cloud9 that outlasts, outweather, and override that of Imperial. 1915 overpass going their way, and what is an elimination game here at the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Rio. We are way down south. And of course, right now, down bad would be Imperial. Again, elimination on the line right here. We just saw overpass. I'm looking at Kassad, I'm looking at Yanko, and I'm looking for some answers as to how we got the game so damn close, Kassad.
It is because Imperial started off very well. I think the game plan coming into the game was quite well. It's just coming into really fast and starting off really fast. It was something that you really need to do against Cloud9 if you wanna have a good game, because they're saving their nades all the time. You get these early engagements because you're starting off with a fast pace. That's what they did in most of the rounds, and you got them like 5 out of 6, which should be enough. And they had a good CT half as well, minus the couple of wrong buys in my opinion, and I think yours too, Yanko.
Yeah, I think also they changed their style a little bit compared to how they usually play Imperial. They only won 2 rounds each on the first 2 games on the T side. Here they managed to go for 6. You could tell Cloud9 was a little bit surprised, right, by the pace. They hit good timings. The first round they won was on B, sort of a B pop. Cloud9 had 4 players towards the B bomb side, but Imperial hit really good timing, managed to string a couple of rounds together and had a good first half. won the second half. Pistol got rolling, and it seems like everything was set into place for them. We even saw Fur have more impact and some good rounds for him.
We saw Shiro with some impact too, but obviously Fur up on the discussion cards right now. Kassad, what did you take away from Fur's performance here, and better yet, Imperial within the first map of the series?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the game plan was very good, and I think they executed it for the first part very well, but at the end they missed a couple of buys and they got themselves in a position where they allowed Cloud9 to come back into the game. Cloud9 is a decent team, and it's very hard to, beat them. So if you give them an opportunity to come back, they will use it against you, and exactly what they did. Fur, like we saw him on the screen, he played a solid game. Nothing too crazy, but he had a solid game for himself. Sadly, it wasn't enough. I think this was their chance to actually make this series interesting, but...
And Trace, Cloud9 won 6 rounds in the second half of T-side. Those 6 came in the last 8. And I think round 27 really was the turning point. We saw from Anders with Exile, talking about a 4v5 situation for them, how they were able to finish B. Look here, 4v5 situation, same play. Flash comes in, they're pushing, they know there's players on short. Fur is good on the flank, but still Cloud9, this is where they excel, really kind of slowing it all down, still being methodical, even in these trades, coming into the bomb site, and it was a close round in the end, but they still managed to win it. And the problem was, after that, this really crippled the money for Imperial, They push all the way towards CT, they go into the A bomb site, and they still win out this clutch. But the problem here is you're Imperial, You're 15-12 up. They spend all their money. Look at the buy here. Pay attention. They spend all their money on a pistol force on overpass without even full nades. Guys, you need 1 round. 1 round out of the last 3. I understand you don't need to go double eco USPs. Buy a deagle, buy a smoke, maybe small armor. The goal in this situation is to have 1 round with everything. Have the op on Fallen, have the M4s, have all the utility, because on overpass out of all maps, you need utility to be able to make plays, to be able to do stuff in the mid round. And now look what their buy is in the 30th round.
Yeah, lack of grenades, and I just want to add to the circle back to your point from that round that we saw where the same call was happening. Every time I was a coach and we have a CT advantage, I'm just telling my players always do not give up the ground when you have the CT advantage in any kind of map. Just don't give up the ground unless you absolutely have to. They played super defensively, allowed them to sneak in and make the same play like Anders explained.
And you can see they don't have all the nades here, They don't have the AWP, and this round is going to end in a 3v3 where they have nothing, only 1 kit, Cloud9 closes it out, it goes into overtime, and that's where they really kicked it into high gear and just took care of business.
So does it really come down to what you could say not as maybe a fiscal irresponsibility?
I think it's just oversight, Maybe it was even the case, we can't know. Maybe someone already full bot. And at that point, Fallen is just listen, let's all go for it, We used to have a rule in phase. When we get reset to 1400, we don't buy until 0 left in the back. We buy until 500 because it's not that round that kills you. It's the gun round later on. So instead of, that's how 1 round costs you 4 in advance, So you want to avoid that. You want to be able to have, because their city side was so good. The city sides have been good throughout the tournament. I think they've sort of crippled themselves in that round in a sense of not having all the tools to work with.
And Kassad, they were doing a pretty good job of kind of containing Cloud9, making them stay in the bomb sites after the bomb plants. There was nowhere to go for them. They weren't really putting themselves forward like that.
The thing with Cloud9's offense, it's so one-dimensional for a long time. It's super easy to read them, and if you keep your grenades long enough, you should be able to stop them. And if you have other grenades in the retake because you didn't use them early on, you're going to be able to flush them out of that site and just win the round on the CT side. Economical error which they made towards the end really cost them too much.
So now you look at an Imperial with a back against the proverbial wall, We go into what is Vertigo, and this is going to be something with Cloud9 maybe feels a little bit less pressure, Yanko?
Talk about a David versus Goliath.
Oh boy, here we go. Let's run it back.
On Vertigo out of all maps, I feel like Overpass was a must-win for Imperial to have a chance in this series. Not even this match, a particular Cloud9, just historically this lineup, amazing on Vertigo. On the other side, Imperial never was really their map. Even if you go just to, Fallen and Fur historically as the veterans, Vertigo never was a map that they really played all that much. So I feel like this is where Cloud9, also hopefully this is a kick in the butt for them mentally. They managed to avoid the same sort of a defeat on Overpass in overtime. It was triple overtime in Antwerp, So they avoid that. They sort of maybe have vanquished their demons, so to speak.
Tactically speaking, on a Vertigo, it's going to be difficult for them to save grenades on their city side because Nefani will just run up on ramp. So they have to use it, which puts them in additional problem. It's not the same like map like Overpass because they need to brawl early on. So they need to avoid brawling early on. So they need to use that nades. It's going to be very difficult for them. This side of Cloud9 on Vertigo is very versatile.
Kassad, in your professional and somewhat personal opinion, are we going to Mirage to close the day out?
I would say there is a 99% chance that Cloud9 takes this duo.
And just ends it right here. You buying into that, Yanko?
Yeah, I think even if Imperial won Overpass, I would have had this going to Mirage. I think just on Vertigo, the gap is too big, and for Imperial, it would have to be one of those win it on Mirage. While for Cloud9 now, this is the easy part of the best of 3 for them, so I think they will close it out.
Yeah, in theory it should be, but ultimately that gap does take us into a break. So we're going to go ahead and head over to that we can jump back into the game. The crowd, still electric, still been at it all day long. The chants have been going strong, and we're going to go to that break. Coming back with Vertigo, with Cloud9 and Imperial.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
If I see while two teams playing and one team doing fake, like 4 guys go A, I go B with the bomb, I'm gonna say that the Cloud9 tactic. Old but gold. I'm always saying that, and we love to do it. think online era and online meta, I'm gonna say, improved us a lot as a players. Valve just fixed Ox and SGs. It's also boosted us a lot, to be honest, a lot. And it was like fair play style for everyone. I mean, when we don't have SG, we don't have Ox or aim for silencer nowadays. So it was good and very enjoyable to play.
And so it seems that history won't quite repeat itself in Rio. The last time these two teams matched up, of course, Overpass went the way of Imperial, but if things aren't going to repeat, then maybe that's the best case for the Brazilians. They now need to pick up a victory on Vertigo, and they have a new formula. We have Cello instead of FNX, and last time around, FNX on that B site was particularly problematic.
Yeah, he had issues. It's literally just not a map that he's ever played. I mean, that's what it came down to, and it's a map that they could avoid in most other vetoes, so there were some issues with his B-site holds, and now that we've got in Cello, he's a fantastic Vertigo player, playing it as a main map on MIBR countless times, 1.18 rating versus all the teams that he's played against, so this will be a big boon to Imperial in this particular series.
We'll see if he can take that success from Overpass and just paste it straight into map number 2. This is Imperial's life at the Major on the line, and now map down. A little bit of contest going down on the A ramp, a little bit of fighting towards the B site as well, and that actually draws Imperial over towards B. Vinny snaps it down onto Nafany. He thought maybe he could just get away with holding on the corner, punishing a solo lurk, but that is not the case. It's Imperial to pick up the first one, and it's Bolts inside of this B site. He's going to find that kill on Axile. Shiro's got the answer, and Hobby gets lost inside the smoke. So Imperial, well.
Hold on.
4 players alive at the end of CT Pistol.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, that actually does make it interesting. Last time they played, this map was a gimme. This was the free map for Cloud9 in the series. They won it, you know, they probably could have won it blindfolded, honestly. It was so clear that Imperial were not happy to go there. They didn't want to. They didn't have high hopes for it. Players like FNX, again, were exposed for their weaknesses. But this time around, again, with Cello in it, and also the knowledge that, for sure, this was going to come through in the veto, that can play towards Imperial's benefit. So, hey, it's still very much in favor of Cloud9, but if that means that this game is going to be closer, well, then you know that Cloud9 are going to have to try that much more. And if there's any weakness, Imperial, we've seen what they can do on Mirage. Oh my god.
Nafany, back-to-back rounds, just gets deleted in the very same corner, this time by way of utility. You know, at the road to Rio, on their way to qualify for this major, we had Vertigo in one of those series pop up in one of the 3 maps, but we never had to play it, you know? Heku asked about it with Fallen. He wouldn't give her any details. He said, I'd tell you, but I'd have to kill you.
Oh my god, you know he wouldn't do that, though.
Nah, of course not, especially not Heku.
Yeah.
But secrecy is kind of a part of the formula here for Imperial on this map with, again, this new addition. Would love to see maybe Cello just kind of revamp them, and suddenly we get surprised, as we did in Antwerp when they last won a map versus Cloud9. It's Fallen in with the USP to end it, so a beauty of a conversion here for Imperial. A quick 2-0 start.
So the difference already with the last map is Shiro top fragged and the team won. Wow. Usually when he top frags, the team can win consistently, but this is their first win so far in the Challenger stage, and that's gotta feel good. But this time, because their back's against the wall in this elimination game, it has to be a full series. And over the course of the best of 3, it gives you lots of time to warm up, which is great. And they already have a hard start. So Imperial, we have a lot to learn about what they're going to bust out. I mean, they were absolutely preparing overnight for this specific map, thinking about what happened last time, how they're going to get ahead of things. And we already see some good protocols when it comes to deep ramp control, although it is versus just the measly pistols. So nothing to get too excited about if you're Fallen or Co just yet. And even if you don't like the map, you got to learn to love it. because you know that this is going to be a consistent problem for them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be going anywhere just yet.
Literally haven't even finished it yet.
How many years on?
How new is it? 2019 or?
It's actually, I asked the question, but I'm not sure.
I can't remember. Everything is years and years ago.
Yeah, longer than ancient, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, Moses had hair when there wasn't a bench on Mirage.
Okay, that's a low blow. Uncalled for. But also true.
The predominant jerseys out there are absolutely Imperial. The guy on the drums, Imperial fan.
Really?
The guy on the horn, Imperial.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
Little jump.
So this is what Shiro is probably in his time and during 2020 and everything, the best in the world at searching a ramp. It's a very dynamic position. It's slow. It's composed with the way that he goes between angles, but it's all about timings and it's all about hitting very small flicks, right? The guy jumping on sandbags, the guy between yellow, that sliver of an angle between the yellow tarp, it has Shiro written all over it. But Fallen, he's not scared, and he actually wins one over Shiro.
All right.
Dead on as Shiro waits.
And that's not going to be an easy fight any day of the week.
Ooh.
But you know Fallen's still got it in him.
He does. He does. Especially when it matters.
Hobbit. Oh, this could get weird. Cello, he's found that perfect moment of timing.
Oh my God.
And he catches Hobbit with a nade in hand, so it goes down smooth.
And now their plans are obvious, right? Hobbit's throwing a fallback flashbang, which makes it very difficult for C9 to organize in good conscience towards the other side of the map, knowing that it's understood. So 35 seconds and they're actually coming back. I actually feel like they're going into a save, yeah. This is a completely lost position from the perspective of Cloud9, a team that will, save for the smallest reasons. But even a team that is a little bit more brave than them, I think they would fall into this spot as well. It's uncomfortable at 35 seconds.
Right.
But what's more uncomfortable is, again, trying to move forward into mid-control, walking around when you know that the only guy who is holding on to A and throwing a flash on his way out is dead. So this is a very confident victory from Imperial, and they search the ramp. And again, it just keeps going back to this one narrative.
He's trying to blow the gun over to him.
I see.
But Vinny will find an additional kill. So while the nades are serving up distractions, Axile is one of the 3 players trying to save to go down.
Yeah, but it keeps going back to this one kind of important tactical detail, is that they know when to re-aggress, right? This is what Fallen will imbue his team with, his teammates with confidence, knowing is that, oh, wow, what a bounce. Down the shaft. If he tells them that they can push, then I think they're going to believe it, because he's very good at reading the game in that sense.
It feels like that ferocity we got out of Cello in map 1. You tell him he can push, he's not going to say otherwise. Ready for the aggression. We got Vinny at bat. Mac 10 first up, and it's the AK of Nafany that actually slides wider. So a forefront of Imperial's B setup just gets wrecked and Fallen. Oh my God, back turn. Gets dinked in the back of the head by the Glock. If that was anything else, we've got Fur on a very uncomfortable amount of health, but even just the damage keeps a second player there.
Man.
And C9 shows skin towards the opposite side of the map. So I like that Fur's not just trying to shy away from this.
Yeah, this is C9.
Tucked into sandbags.
Really working the body here from all angles, going for different kinds of prodding techniques and trying to expose themselves as little as possible. So they always have people to pick up the guns that get dropped off. And now the slow call up the ramp as they need to die on this round. Shiro and Hobbit have AKs. Still potentially odds to win it, and Fur on low HP. We'll see if it costs him. He's got a smoke for himself, but he actually has to pull that out pretty quickly.
Shiro, he pulled his Molotov.
The Molly's not coming. The Molly's not coming.
He's going to put it on the bomb site instead. Fur's going to have a chance, and Cello able to hold off on short, but there are still Ds watching those sandbags. Oh! Cello with the headshot. Fur's got the double, and Imperial a 4-0 start.
Yeah, on your feet. On your feet, Cello. That spray was pretty brutal. Again, they're just cleaning up some of these pistols, and if they had all of the utility that they wanted, they absolutely would have mollied sandbags in that spot. But that's what makes sandbags a great position to play on anti-eco rounds, on anti-force buys. I think Fur was probably a little nervous to hear that volley coming out in the first place, but there was a full investment coming on. Wow.
Tech9's back into the game for C9. Fur's got support. It's him and Cello.
The setup is so good. He's going to see one right in the back.
Easy first pickup, but these Tech9s will tear you apart if you're not cautious. Shiro now hands on an M4. Cello not able to help because of that smoke.
I wonder if they moved into that in the way that they had planned, because Cello's sitting behind the smoke. Fur committed out in the heady position. That's normal, but Cello cannot support with the art smoke down and didn't really have a second layer to that plan. Now the T's encroach.
Good damage off the nade. Cello ready. Oh!
What?
In what world? Axile with the jumping Tech9 headshot. Did his feet leave the ground before he hits that? Fallen's going to at least get Axile back, but that's a second M4 put into the hands. Look at them. They could get skewered. Fallen setting up the collateral, misses his first, comes back at a second shot, also off the mark. Bolt traded, and Inters goes down at the hands of Vinny. Hobbit falls back. It's not a stick, just the tap. And the Tech9 rearing its head, ready to rock, but Vinny's got another, and it's a solid retake from Imperial, although costly.
Yeah, very expensive, but a quick one from Vinny. A couple of shots missed there by Fallen, but he had that lock off, which was really important. He knew that he would spot them escaping if they tried. If they wanted to hug the wall, he would send in 2 rifles to make sure they get those trades. I think he felt somewhat comfortable despite not hitting here, and he also got his first kill as well. Pretty decent retake overall. Starts off with Fur going 1 for 1, which again, that's going to happen with your A-ramp player. We'll see how comfortable he is going down the ramp.
Bolt's going deep. Vinny, nade. Ooh, he's going to find an easy shot to the back. Vinny killed Inters in the meanwhile, and they know Axile's stuck on that corner. Vinny, 1 bullet will get the job done, and then Hobbit rounds the corner. So it's a 2v4 attempt. They get the first kill fast with no additional damage dealt to C9, but those flashbangs stun them for a second, and a second's all Fallen needs to put that off right up close and personal.
Hey, this time Fallen's front line has done what they need to do. I mean, look at the trades on the board. This is 5-0, 3 players dead on round 6 on a full buy here for Cloud9, and they haven't even gotten to the 20-yard line. No chance for a plant for the time being. A desperate boost at the minute mark, and they'll look to see if Imperial makes some kind of grave mistake, but they are nowhere to be seen. Fallen is just locking this off, trained on the angle, nice and passive, but still effective. It'll be hard to break in. Hobbit will make an attempt.
Fur along the wall.
Oh, he can feel it.
Off scoped. Hobbit waiting, looking for the strike. Good Molotov. Excellent flash. That flash could have been the solution, but now it needs to be Shiro. He takes some damage while he drops Fur, and he's got the bomb. He's gone. He falls away.
I don't even think he can walk back.
He can run.
Yeah, he can run. I mean, there's a chance that he can get here. 15 seconds. He can die for the plant. Actually, he can make this happen. Yeah, they're so far back. They're going to play this together. Now, this is smart fundamentals, yes, but at the same time, Shiro is one of the best clutch players alive in the game today. He has an op as well. He's in a good spot. The CTs are going to be a little bit frazzled. They thought that this was going to end on the site that they were standing on.
No, as he made a name for himself, Shiro had that clutch.
1 smoke here for Fallen makes this a whole lot more difficult for Shiro. He needs an early kill.
Looking for the frag, but unscopes. It's going to give them a little room to work out. He's going to allow for them to get on site. He saw the shoulder. He hits the first one. And now, again, like you said, that smoke is on the bomb. Fallen taps it, elicits the peek from Shiro, and Fallen wins the duel.
Oh, he put so much invisible pressure there for that peek to come through. Stands in front of the smoke. He could have stuck it. And the reason that Shiro peeks is because he has an op. Fallen knows he has an op, and he says, listen, if I stick this bomb, I have like a 50% chance of winning anyways. So I know you're going to try to win this round and swing. And he calls Shiro out. A little bit more patience would have been enough. Has to hit that drop the hammer flick as well on Shiro. And that is 6 rounds in this first half for Imperial.
It's going to force the first timeout out of Cloud9. Nothing like a little Fallen versus Shiro 1v1 to get the hearts pounding.
Yeah.
And of course the crowd cheering.
Yeah, the crowd cheering, of course, kind of no matter what. I think that's been my favorite part of this crowd. I think all too often we'll have an audience so fickle that they only cheer when their team is winning.
Right.
The Brazilians here tonight, they're going to cheer win or lose, round win or lose, map win or lose. And they've even shown a lot of grace clapping for a lot of the Brazilian teams after they've lost.
Well, right now, the Brazilian team's not losing. Not even one round so far.
Yeah. Man, we look at Overpass, and that was one that, of course, could have gone the way of Imperial. And it was close last time as well, so not totally surprised they split the difference. What's the utility kit here? Fur does have enough nades. Cello, ooh, brave move, standing in front of the volley. He has to fight, and he'll pay the price. Fur comes to help him out and dies too.
Now all of a sudden, Hobbit just going to play it patient for a second, but that A site looking real compromised. And even then, Cloud9 don't follow through. They would have been met by Fallen Top, the support of Bolts. Instead, they'll head elsewhere, and even that B site now understaffed. Vinny peels away. This could very easily be C9's first round win.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing it so well to press this advantage, because what happens if you kill the 2A ramp players, the very natural protocol is to just take over ramp control with your CTs. Do that first, and in that window of time, C9 are attacking the other site. It would take Imperial gambling to be in the correct site at the right time, and they don't feel like they're going to try it. Now, of course, the added benefit of grouping up and going for that protocol to clear out the A ramp is that you get to save as a trio as well and get some very solid save positions to do so. There's some economy, of course, to work with here for Imperial, but you can never have too much money when it's 6-1 on the map. You can easily chew through 10 to 15 grand in just 3 or 4 rounds. You know, inflation.
It's a real problem. So Imperial cut the losses, keep 3 up, and Cloud9 will slip onto that score.
I think oftentimes we see teams that are underprepared for Vertigo will put their best foot forward with taking deep control of the ramp, but they're not willing to do it late into a half. I mean, if they do it a few times successful, then they'll immediately try to peel back to their comfort zone. And even though Fur is a player who he will go aggressive in ways that you've never seen on a consistent level from players in the past, he's not that player anymore. He simply is not. He plays the game in a much more vanilla way. He finds his favorite angle. He sits on it. His impact was pretty high on that first map, but it's a play style change. And on Vertigo, it welcomes the old Fur if he wants to be that.
Well, it looks like we'll get a little bit of it. Out of the gate, he finds Nafany. Bottom of mid held on to. Frag will do nothing, but it's still a 5v4 for Imperial, so if they can just immediately win right back, get the better of C9. It's just the fact that C9 built bank off that last round too, right? So this T side's not about to fall flat.
Yeah. It's still going to be a compromised position. I mean, C9 want this streak for sure. I mean, they also want a quota on T side. This is, and was for a long time, their best map. They were the best team in the world on this map. This is how they flipped from Gambit youngsters to Gambit, and of course now to C9. They love Vertigo. Okay, Fallen Haze Vertigo, Cloud9 love it. Shiro loves this map.
Smoke soon to fade up on short. Fur and Cello just sitting back and waiting this one out.
They've cheated the timing here, throwing nades late, execing, and oh, that's a beautiful play.
More kills to be had, but they hold on. A flank from Hobbit, and that's just enough. It gets the better of Fur. Hobbit's able to find that one. Turn Bolts. Oh my. He's able to stop that bomb plant. Hobbit hands busy. 2 CTs ahead. Vinny and Bolts looking to come in big, and that nade does massive damage. But they do lose track of Hobbit in the smoke, and he's looking. Oh, what a tap! And a near damn clutch, but not enough from Hobbit.
Woo! Jesus, that was real close. What a shot, man. That was heard around the world. A nice try as he takes out the one player in heaven, but 2 ready to go is the last. Imperial survived that, deny the streak, most importantly. Oh. My goodness.
Oh, that's filthy.
Wow. Then he was just trying to land on the ground.
He's like the nicest guy as well.
How could he do that to him? I mean, it's the 2 of the nicest guys going head to head.
Someone's going to have to get dirty.
Yeah.
And Hobbit filthy little one tap.
I remember this scoreline.
Yeah, once or twice. Imperial back to the winning ways, but like we said, right, that one round from C9, so successful, the buy's right back in. Shiro's scope already starting to scan this ramp, and my God, was that close. No indication, just intuition. We've got a player again, yet it's Fur.
Oh, he saw him.
Yes, he did. Multiple bodies. Whoa, dangerous game to stop and throw the nade, but he'll find a bit of chip damage and escape with all his health.
Yeah, and Nafny tried to press the attack. That would have been the freest kill that you could grab. We saw last round they did a really interesting exec where they actually walked the entire way up the area, no nades, and then exec so that the player in the back of the site died, throwing a nade in response. Looks like they tried to come through with a similar tactic here, but it gets called out. And again, Fur updating info on the ramp is a really key piece of this puzzle. It looks like he might actually find the timing to go deep enough. Late into the sandbags, he sneaks in just in time. And they don't molly it, but they trade him. Fur peaks early. Shiro up. Oh, look at that no-scope. Doesn't work.
Good damage from Cello to find Hobbit in the background. Half of Inter's also taken out. Bolts, whoa, looked away for a second, but the Molotov just kind of draws him right back in, and Bolts is offering up some impact. Shiro's going to find another kill. A clutch attempt from Shiro yet again, but this time outnumbered.
Oh my God, he has the ability to leave once again.
He did this.
He's doing the exact same play. They're going to think, no way he does this twice, but it could be an open site over on B, a second chance. Let's see Shiro work. They're a little bit slow to the rotation, but look, they've already cleared out the ramp, so they're going to meet him halfway there. I don't think they can rush him down on this plant in case he gets off it, but crossing into the 7-second mark, he plants in a weird spot.
Smoke helps.
He might be able to put this down.
Vinny sprints, a no-scope miss, and that's the one that could have been. But Vinny got the shoes on, jumps high, thin eyes.
The KZ boots on.
Man's climbing over boxes as, of course, Imperial climbed the scoreboard.
Yeah, so that one they locked down, and again, it's just about being fast there. That allows Vinny to get there in time, not allow Shiro a chance to make it close. Last time he almost won, and these shots from Bolts, just way too clean.
That's so sick from Vinny.
Yeah, just puts on his moon boots and gets up there. Breathes some more life into the crowd if they even needed it. I don't think they do, but...
Man, Cello's just riding this vibe.
I know, you gotta love to see that.
So unfortunately for C9, that is...
The one thing was, okay, C9, they built their brand online period, Vertigo, huge streak, every team, they were just a Grim Reaper, knocking them out, no one could stand to them. But a huge part of that conversation was Vertigo, one of the most important maps for Footsteps, being layered directly above each other, and online, from the comfort of your own home, of course, you can hear everything and use those things to your advantage. We don't have those games in a loud LAN environment, which is where all the most important matches in CS will take place. So finding out whether or not that would translate was always a big question. I don't have any doubts about C9 as a LAN team at this point. Not any more than I have about any team, who most are pretty inconsistent overall. But on this map in particular, there is something to be said about how little you can hear, especially right now.
Fallen's got the gap to work with. Man, Fur's been putting up numbers with these ramp plays.
Man, he's been kind of just aggressive enough. Hanging out of the sandbags, updating info, getting damage off, fighting them back. Not dying without at least getting a kill, I think, almost every single time.
Three players to just walk up these B steps. Vinny's locked into the corner. Bolts is looking elsewhere. Bolts gets wind of it. Axile distracted. Vinny, that's too easy, and he gets around the corner. He's going to drop a smoke, but they're right on his heels, and at this point, damn, he's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
Shiro loses track of him as he gets behind the green, and the CTs rotate in, blinded as Fallen finds his teammate. Shiro and Nafany into the 2v4, and that op finds just the one. 40 seconds, and Vinny, fighting tooth and nail, loses his head. Nafany doubles back, and Fur's on the flank. It's another for Imperial.
Damn, that is a very interesting round, and the smoke that Vinny uses, it looks a little bit greedy when you see Shiro just kind of frantically scaling towards the site, almost catching him off guard, but he doesn't believe he'd be out in the open that position. But it creates a way for rotations to be a little bit better for the CT side, right? He connects Generator to the back of default and creates this wide angle with potential one-ways around it. It makes it very scary to try to attack, and then Fallen up top with the assist of a flash, gives himself a safe peek, takes out the other player, blinds the Opera simultaneously, and puts Imperial on 9.
Ooh, but Fallen goes down out of the gate of round 11. Those kills going back and forth. It's nice to see C9 pick up a man advantage. Nafany looks to make it a second. We do still have Fur on short side. Cello, center of the bomb site. Cello finds Inters first. A lot of bodies coming, and Cello manages to shave off Nafany. Listen, Fur's starting to activate. He's about to slip up Yellow, and Cello goes down, but no need, because Fur comes through with a follow-up, and it's Hobbit in the 1v3, turn 2. Swap to the off, a minute on the clock. Bomb nowhere in his possession. He's working with the health disadvantage, but if Vinny goes over top, he could get struck down by Hobbit. And both those CTs on the right side of this site. Hobbit trying to piece it together. Counter-terrorists starting to peek and pry and look around that smoke.
Oh, he's hoping the play comes to them. We saw Shiro in this position take it towards B. The short re-aggression came through last time. Hobbit is thinking maybe they try to do that. That's how they beat Shiro to the other side. Very surreal moment here for Hobbit, but the bomb down in view, and it looks like Imperial are aware of it. Hobbit has no clue so far.
They split. Vinny makes contact, looks for the second player. Now he's known, but bolts. That's all he needs, a little bit of an angle. And Imperial will not stop winning.
If you look just at map stats, this wouldn't make sense, but this is more than just how good you are, and it is kind of mirroring the sentiment from Antwerp as well in that regard. Vertigo, though, is the last map you thought could be converted to the favor of Imperial.
But again, to be fair, right, we alluded to it. We didn't quite know. There was this question mark. B site was hit so consistently by Cloud9 and Antwerp because FNX had individual struggles. You go back, you look at the stats, it's a clear outlier. He just couldn't keep up. That's not a problem with Vinny and Bolts.
Yeah, and Vinny playing B, that's where he played on Furia. So this is a very comfortable place for him. Usually in the small sites by himself. Of course, B sometimes takes 2. As the crowd really starts to rumble.
And back on Overpass, sure, we had Shiro hitting shots, but we also had everybody else from C9 essentially offering help. Finally, a map where they could look like a team from top to bottom. Now we just take a quick glance. It's Shiro doing his things, but maybe it's Nafany's turn to come through this round. It's Tech9's up for C9. It's 9 rounds up for Imperial.
I thought Imperial were going to slow it down when it came to the ramp aggressions, but they have not. Full credit, they're playing it exactly as they should, and it's a volatile thing to do. And if you're not well prepared, you don't dry run it, you haven't tried this enough times, you will pay, especially versus a team like Cloud9. Nafany has taken the smallest lead, whether it's a kill or spotting someone, and tried to turn that into a full A hit anytime he can. It helps you think less as an IGL, and he knows what to do if he exec versus 4. But Imperial have done such a good job of just making sure to narrow the trades as much as possible. And Fur, again, honestly, not many people are playing the ramp like he's doing in this match so far, but it's working out splendidly. Just aggressive enough.
Fur looking for a chance to strike him down. Remember, majority Tech9's here, so if he peeks the right player, it could have gone his way, but instead, the other M4 finds its target.
Oh, that's a big find.
Man advantage here for Cloud9, a second M4 for Shiro.
The problem is they don't have any more utility, so they have to attack dry, and Fallen is ready for that.
Strikes down one M4. The second, though, in the hands of Shiro, comes up from short side. Bolts and Vinny back at the retake yet again. They're both playing well, but it's labored. And it's C9 to kind of sneak one onto the board. Their second comes by way of Tech9.
Well, Fur got uncomfortable. They lost one player. 4v4, not much utility, not many great guns right there. That is a gift to Cloud9. They'll take that every day, though. Yeah, they were really not prepared to go for a full site exact. That's a moment where if Fallen stays alive, if Fur is actually patient, maybe they thought the attack was a bit stronger than it actually was and decided to overreact. But that mistake actually allows Cloud9 back into this game. Not much money now for Imperial to buy back. Oh, that could be a haunting mistake. Wow.
He finds it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The op shot was a warning. Vinny didn't move.
Where would a baby shark be?
Caught in the net. Soup's on the menu.
Man, yeah, towards the end of this half, it obviously was looking grim there for a second, but now...
Ooh, Bolts. You going to get away with something here? Oh, no. Hobbit sees it on the way over top. And, of course, Vanilla Pistols. It's easy does it for C9's third.
Yeah, man, it's pretty crazy that we have 10 this quickly for Imperial, so... I guess I'm happy to see Cloud9 actually make something of this half. I think we switch over. It doesn't really matter how many rounds they get. They can close this map out. They can perform a comeback CT side. If it ended on T side and they got the nerves off in the first half, I think they could have done it on T side. On a better day, they would have a much better half than what we see right now. So it's not like this lead means everything. It doesn't mean that this map is over by any means. But it's nice to see that Fallen's disdain for Vertigo hasn't stopped them from preparing adequately. There are two types of people, those who hate Vertigo and those who pretend they don't.
Ooh, all guns held. So, the door pushed ajar by Cloud9 towards the tail end of this. We go back to overpass. Same thing happened on that T side. Cloud9 starting to rack up round wins after Imperial's hot start. Not the cones. Careful. That will kill pedestrians.
You think so?
Yeah, take a cone to the head at Mach 5.
I die. Yeah, that's true. Well, Shiro. Back to the hard scope on the ramp. Found one clean kill versus Fallen. I don't even know who the kill matrix leans towards. I think Fallen has outdone him a couple of times here.
Love this layered setup.
Yeah, this boost could displace the boost that they're coming into. Ooh, they'll fall off. It'll rock the CTs, who now could be subject to mollies, which is big. And a couple of those nades are coming through. This is a huge utility dump from the T side.
For sure.
But at the same time, it is... Well, actually, to make things worse, it's still early. So I think Imperial will be quite happy to take a little bit of damage, draw out some of those impact bits.
For finally mollied out.
Yeah, and he does have a smoke for himself. This is like the first time he's had to use this. Nate could have done a bit more. And he is already in the sky.
Ooh!
And now he's on the ground.
Down he goes. Sent soaring by Hobbit. No contact until that peak comes through. Wow, Fallen. He gets away with such little health, but still more than what Cello's got. You think that prime's an easy pickup for somebody else. Bolts wants to go high over top. And Hobbit
covering.
Oh,
well
another
done.
one. Clean as can be. As Bomb is down on A site. So C9's winning ways continue at the tail end of this T half.
Yeah, and now money is the primary concern here for Imperial as we get to the 15th. Cloud9 recovering late into the first half, but it can absolutely be considered a good enough recovery. Again, we look at this map and we think, okay, Cloud9 are very good here. Maybe this is not as much of a performance as they would have expected, but they're up a map. They have CT side to look forward to. I feel like they're not going to be too shaken just yet. Very low amount of kills here across the board for the C9 players.
Honestly, that round could have been even more of a blowout. Remember, Fallen and Cello get away with, what, 9 and 1 health each? So... C9 looking pretty damn strong, but going to be talking this one out. Imperial take their first time out of the map.
Yeah, this one I think is to do a little bit of math because they don't have much money to go around. Looks like sharing is caring as some guns change hands. Decent grenades here. And I think this is what gives Cloud9 every excuse to play it slow. If you have full utility, of course, I mean, you can rush anytime you want, but if you have full utility and you know you have a gun advantage, it only strengthens it to really play that clock out, force the CTs out of the little bits of utility they have. put pressure on the guns that need to be up close in aggressive positions and force them to either turn corners and be overly aggressive. So it looks like this round is going to be a game of scarcity. Shiro nearly missing a few very big timings on the ramp just to show off how scary you can be. Oh, and this is that Nico walk up here.
Ooh. Nades fall on Nafany. A little bit of aggression, though, into that B site. Vinny can't see a damn thing, but he's alive. For now, those nades chunk him down to 3. Axile actually gets hit by the bombardment from Bolt.
Oh no, Vinny walks into the molly.
That makes things a little awkward, especially with Hobbit in from middle. Catching a clean headshot on Cello, an unusual spot that finds his rotate off guard. But Fur, that's a bomb delivered on the doorstep. They've lost track of Inters at B. Man, there's way too many layers on this.
How did Fur even get here? Nafany's above him on the A site. Fur, he must know that someone is camping this out, but his eyes are forward right now. Nafany coming in from the back. I don't know if he's ever going to clue into this. It looks like his teammates coming in from behind to try to kill him, but this is a freebie for Nafany. He's about to turn this corner.
Got it.
Fur sitting duck, 35 seconds. They can take it back now. Everybody else on the CT side has died and fallen, realizes they're going to run away.
Wow, Nafany and Fur somehow just changing positions inside of that A site. Cloud9, a hell of a recovery. That was 10-1 to 10-5.
Mais um rampa, 51, 51. Segura. Tá tudo pro beco, né? Tô jogando na smoke, tá? Tô jogando na smoke. Faz smoke beco agora. Beco clear, entrei no beco, tá? Eu tenho plant do ar. Tá bom. Nice! Vamos! Vamos, porra! Vamos, boa, Bolt. Nice! Vamos, Fê, jogando muito!
Hey Future Pros! Retaking the B site on Inferno can be pretty tough. However, the Molly or Incendiary I'll show you all today will help clear out one of the little hidey holes a T could be in. To throw this Molly, secure runes first. Then get into the corner next to the sandbags. Aim up and place your crosshair in the midsection of the ruined roof between these 2 points. Get your crosshair in line with this kink in the scaffolding, then simply running jump throw the Molly. As you can see here, this T did smoke the Molly, but from this angle you can see that the Molly does in fact completely coat the area in flames. Good luck and happy retaking.
And so what started with nothing but momentum for the side of Imperial on map 2, a massive question mark, not knowing with new players whether they could improve from the last showing in Antwerp. Here we are, 15 rounds deep, and Cloud9 managed to squeak through with the last 4 rounds of that T side. You wouldn't have known that prior to that Road to Rio event in Stockholm, Fur was looking to leave this team. Didn't want to play. Wanted to step back and say, somebody else take my place in this attempt to play in Rio. But Imperial did what they had to make him comfortable, to make him feel as though he was the part of this family, a very extended family that we have here in Rio tonight. Shirts off, guns out, as Imperial have managed to establish a 10-5 lead. And all they have to do is kick off this T side with a pistol round and maybe follow through with again some momentum to extend us to Mirage, a map that last time these teams met, they blew them out of the water.
I wouldn't turn down a suitcase full of money either.
Hell, make it 2.
And I bet I get it 2.
Inters gonna be making the contact towards top mid. We got a lot of nades on Fallen, 2 Molotovs, a smoke, and some flashbangs. But Hobbit, well, he's the man in mid. He's gonna actually skirt back around the side of CT. Cello, ooh, hello, finds Hobbit with his head turn. He'll be caught out by Shiro point blank. It's Bolts up next. The frag meant to deter the peak, and the T's could turn to B. Fur finds one in the depths of this bomb site. He continues with that first half success. An easy plant for Imperial.
They read the reaction. They even caught the first player off guard. That was really nice, man. Listen, I'm biting my tongue here. I just think Cloud9, until they lose, you got to give them odds on Vertigo, but it's looking like a very well-prepared Imperial that are executing just as well. So, Nafany in this retake, well, they've got the first kill. Ooh,
that's 2.
This is, a real clutch taking place. However, there's one up in heaven. He nearly hits that last one, but Fur takes him down. And I gotta say, Fur, he's not aggressive running around eco hunting Fur anymore. But has he been holding all the right angles, or am I crazy?
No, you're dead on.
Every single place that he's been in, it's been the easiest shots for him, whether it was killing Hobbit in that first half on overpass, here in this pistol round where he's used somewhat as a lurker. Super composed play out of him. Perfect crosshair placement, of course, but most importantly, positionally and timing-wise, he has just been ahead of Cloud9 more times than not.
You're dead on. The ramp peaks, the sandbag plays, and now just that patience to stay tucked down in B in case those B players did flood forward in response to losing mid.
I swear, the most beautiful part about Fur's story is before he joined this team, he was convinced by Fallen, who convinced him to stay on for this major, to join him because Fur joined a team just to beat him as many times as he could. And here on this anti-eco, we'll see if something crazy takes place. But Cello has alleviated some pressure with his first frag, and Fur looks to cheat a smoke. It's actually not great, and he gets on the other side of it.
He's got weapon advantage over Shiro as well. Excellent grenade, though, comes out from the rotate. That'll chop off a chunk of Cello. Ooh, and the MP9 prevails.
Yeah, they use that suppressing fire to bait so Fur could run up, and Shiro, he doesn't bite on that.
T's drop a Molotov to enforce the fallback, but Cloud9 aren't shying away from this. We still have Shiro pressed in.
This crane smoke is all they have left, though. So after this comes up, they cannot sit dead. Whoa! Inters with the long-range 5-7.
Oh, man. Things going south.
Cello's health is so low.
They're ahead of the flash, so it seemed, but Vinny gonna take off the pressure of the moment. Hobbit. Oh, if he catches them not watching, if he finds them bomb planting, another smoke goes down, Hobbit goes through. Vinny's got the trade, but at least still time. Axile in close proximity.
His cover is low.
Vinny, he just lost his support, and Axile shines. The ump in with 2.
One magazine, and they're on the front cover. Would you look at that from Axile, the guy that we didn't see enough from on map 1, comes through with a clutch on Vertigo.
The guy we haven't seen enough from so far this major.
Yeah.
And here on map 2, 6 and 13 prior to that 2K. Near non-existent impact compared to what we've come to expect, and he walks away with a critical clutch.
with a UMP no less. They'll take that. Oh my God. I was gonna say, man, that's crane smoke, enters position, becomes useless the longer he stands there. And they crossed just as that smoke came up, gave him one shot with a 5-7. He nailed it.
Dude.
And then Vinny nearly saves the day with his 2K on the Galil. And it looks good. And again, this is because of 1v2 in the end to end it. Well, we'll see if Imperial can sustain the losses. You know, not everybody who's watching is going to understand that Cloud9 can get back into this game, but they absolutely can. No one knows that better than Fallen.
Man has played a lot of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably sees a crosshair when he goes to sleep.
What's in the box?
Let's see. Got some fixing to do. And yeah, the second half isn't over. But I think what's the most fun about this is now seeing what Imperial are going to try on their T side. Because it's going to be stuff that nobody's seen. I'm sure of it based on what we've seen already on Overpass and in the first half of Vertigo as well. They have saved up in a very short amount of time a lot of new things. They've clearly talked about a lot of stuff, and that is the beauty of majors. People really do save things for majors. Your identity, your game philosophy, that doesn't change. But the tactics that come in, the new setups, the boosts that we've seen, these are all gifts for the viewers at the celebration of the game that happens twice a year. Now, luckily, we're back to it. It doesn't get any better than this for that reason. Better believe we wouldn't have a crowd like this for any other circumstance as well.
Need I remind y'all, it's day 2 of the Challenger
It's day
stage.
2 of the Challenger. What is this?
I walked in here yesterday, it felt like we were already on like a Saturday semifinals type vibe.
Seriously, and that was, honestly, that was the case. I mean, if you compare crowd sizes to what they were in 2019, 2018, this would be comparable, bigger than even some majors in history, and this is only the small stadium. This is the beginning. I mean, absolutely wild. But for teams like Imperial, a team like 0-0 Nation, this could be the end. They're fighting for their ability to play one more day, let alone a chance to get it to the Legend stage. This is not to qualify. This is to not lose an embarrassing defeat.
Just to have a chance to keep going. It's wild to think as well, right? Imperial finding themselves down in the 0-2 group. Their brethren in 0-0 Nation also eliminated. But we're talking about players who have essentially just built all of this passion from the ground up. Everybody in this arena here for the likes of Fallen, because of the likes of Fallen.
Yeah, I mean, there's no single player who has had more impact on the game, in my opinion, than Fallen in Brazil. So, fact of the matter is he's laid the foundation. He was there, boots on the ground as well, not simply a guy who talks about things and makes them happen. He continues to play. Yeah, he has a lot to be proud of, and we have a lot to be thankful for, honestly, to have a region so opened up in Counter-Strike to give us the variety. It's my dream for Counter-Strike to be played in every country. So it's part of my dream for Counter-Strike to be loved here in Brazil. And yeah, people like Fallen. We have to be thankful for them for that reason. Of course, it's not a one-man effort, but if there was going to be a face of it, it would be this man on your screen. So you could see him kind of taking in the scenes. And I did an interview with him a couple of days ago, and he just said that, you know, the RMR was the hard part. He would, of course, still have come to the major, but just for the opportunity to get to play at the major in what could be Fur's last major and what could be Imperial's last major, who knows, knock on wood, that's where the pressure came off, and now he's here to just enjoy things. And for a guy who has nothing to prove at this point, I think it should absolutely just be about enjoying the moment. And when he looks out into the crowd, I don't see a guy who's trying to take stress off himself and pretend that he's here to absorb the moment. I see a guy who can genuinely do it and then play at the same time.
Well, they will continue to play with that 5-round lead. We get back into the action. And Imperial still dazed after losing to what was a 5-7 and an ump. Stunning shot from Inters. Glorious clutch. Axile closed it on them. I love this though, Imperial. They're gonna get it in and around through the CT spawn. We see those desperate shots from C9 out of Elevator.
They ran pistol again. Oh, the flash is perfect for this position.
Nothing for Inters, but the AK of Axile. The fruits of his labor from the last round get taken right back. Hobbit looks to run down bomb. Vinny's got it in. Cello slides out. Shiro tapped that. Cello on for the clutch. As Nafany just minimizes behind those boxes. He continues to shoot, but the gun goes dry. Into the cover. Back to the fight. Cello's got it. And that right there is Imperial's bounce back.
What was that? A kick flip before the one tap? My God, that puts everyone on their feet. Ridiculous the amount of nerves that came in from both sides. We got the winner's POV, but it was labored.
Man, that is chaos. That is carnage. Those trades so efficiently from both sides. And when Cello gets caught jumping, it feels like he knows, I can't flee. I have to fight. And goddamn does he ever.
A 1.18 rating for Cello, playing on MIBR on Vertigo. An absolutely welcome addition to a team whose kryptonite is the map itself. Supplanting FNX's position, who's now coach of the team. And clearly off to a flying start. Top fragging right now with a clutch, maybe 2 to his name. Getting a little older, memory's not exactly there. Inters here, sitting on the back of default with a 5-7 and a Dream. Not much utility to work with here behind him. Puts down one with the help of Hobbit. But it looks like this might be a calm close for Imperial. Some of the CTs are starting to scurry over.
Ooh, Vinny wants a fight. 5-7's in that lethal range. Ump just as viable, but Vinny just slides into the side of this. And he's looking for a little bit more. Another smoke down on the floor. Fires into Nafany, but his gun goes empty. And that scout. Oh, what a quick scope in from Nafany. Imagine had Bolts taken that to the head, but instead he stands tall and Imperial will convert.
Jesus, that was close. I thought, no way that this round ends any other way than Imperial taking that. But the smoke down in CT spawn, the transposition from Vinny, from Generator to get that kill on Hobbit, and it felt like it was certainly over. But the push through the smoke worked out pretty damn well, and at least Cloud9 can know they did a ton of damage. But even though they did that damage, they come into this next round with pistols. They have to do damage again just to meet their quota. Unlikely they'll knock down 3. Imperial, what is going on? They're just...
will to survive.
Crazy, yeah.
Good flash. It's enough to prime those USPs. But Bolts brings it back with the MAC-10 in mid and Furs off short side. So, Imperial clamped down on that ramp push. There's still Shiro in the mix. Things could get weird. But he's been found out and the AK chews right through him. Cello onto 20. Imperial onto 14.
You really can't explain it, man. They're playing well in this second half. They didn't slow down from the first. They even had like a kind of undignified loss already in the second and have come back, just bounced back instantly. This somehow looking like a map they love. I mean, if you missed it, man, like Mirage was a complete collapse, excuse me, of Cloud9 at Antwerp. 16-3 was the result on that map, and Imperial knocked Cloud9 out of Antwerp in the 1-2 decider matchup.
Made no sense.
Made no sense. It made absolutely no sense. That was something more than CS, for sure.
Axile swings out, but won't even catch Vinny. Sure as hell took him low, but what do you know?
Wow.
Inter's also empty-handed. Shiro finally doing something here for C9. They're just grasping at trying to hold on to this B site. A well-placed nade could just blow them away, but that utility's non-existent. All they have is smokes for this retake. And Hobbit's hunting towards middle. He'll find the better of Bolts. That's enough to get the ball rolling. The only player with full health on Imperial is Fur on the other end of the map, but he sees backs turned. He's going to catch them. He shoots Shiro inside of the spawn. Cello dies on the bomb site.
They're watching the flank.
They need to deal with Fur because he got that first kill. They know that they're compromised. They know they have to deal with this, but Fur's not going to go down. It needs to be Nafany hunting. He'll find it, but there's still no time.
Wow, him being in that position, getting his kills. That's it. Fur on the flank, getting used as an aggressive lurker. Cello closing his eyes, looking up, breathing in, feeling the victory coming their way. Imperial have locked in match points. There is a cavernous death between them and Cloud9 in just pure rounds, but not just rounds. They've shown so much quality already in the second half, you gotta wonder not only if Cloud9 can dig deep enough, but if they can dig deep fast enough. They might have a shovel, but they need a drill. And there is no evidence to support that they've got that kind of machinery right now. The buy is rickety. On top of that, 3 MP9s.
And the final timeout called, so a stern and concerned Groove will have his final chance to rally the troops in the face of adversity, in the face of 9 map points. Triple MP9, as you said, but at least, if there's any silver lining or saving grace, it's Shiro's on his off.
Yeah.
The most consistent piece of impact from Cloud9.
Yeah, very salient points, and Shiro gets shoved out of his aggressive option early on. And honestly, for Imperial, that's what they just need to focus all their efforts on in this early round. How do we get map control without getting off? Because after that, what can Cloud9 do? It only gets harder for him to find openings as the clock bleeds down. Nafany will look to support in this position, trying to peek above the crane, find anything that he can.
Fur pops up.
Oh my god, he sees Shiro.
We've got the util for it. Shiro has to sprint away. He will escape, no problem. That calls in Hobbit. He nearly gets blindsided, but instead given a chance to sprint back into cover.
Now it's about reading the rotation. Shiro goes up top.
He wants the duel and will find it. Catches Fur, big scalp to take. And Nafany still posted. Nice clean headshot onto Cello, so it's a 5v3 for C9. It is never too late. Half health on Nafany.
Oh, look at that far molly.
Hobbit re-engages, and this is just so much forward presence from Cloud9 that Imperial, they can't even get their hooks in onto this bomb site. Not a chance in hell. Not in round 22.
That was so well handled. It looked like a round, if it went on too long, then it would only lead to Shiro getting pushed back farther and farther. But instead, look at the impact, these 3 frags. It's the movement to get up to the top boxes to look deep into the ramp. That's a huge risk.
Ballsy.
If he goes over towards short, that's the one natural rotation that Imperial are going to wait for. They're going to molly him out slowly, push him back with a flash, make sure that he's useless, and that's why Shiro finds impact. He's not going to be afraid. If he peeks up there and misses a shot, they lose the map. There's not enough behind it. But he plays it just aggressively enough. He hits a shot as well. Buys another chance for Cloud9 to make this comeback.
They'll have a good chance in this one. AK for Bolts, that's it. Fur's down out of this one already. We saw something similar occur on that first map, and you know, Yanko tweeted about it as it came to an end, right? We saw this kind of aggressive buy, these half-buy styles that ended up giving Fallen no op in round 30. Now, luckily for Imperial, way more room to work, 8 rounds. There is no way that they won't have that full-fledged purchase. But let's keep our eyes on the decisions. See if anything ends up haunting them. But this one, they can just let go for free and not even think about it.
Oh yeah, he's right. That was a weird buying decision, and it was one where his 4 teammates could have forced, and he just saved. But instead, he decided to get armor with a pistol as well.
Nice and smooth from C9. They'll follow suit.
Yeah, that's an easier round, of course. Well earned after the hard-fought op round from Shiro in the previous. We'll have to see again what's going to happen. Cello has been a firecracker as an entry fragger already on this T side. He was doing really great on opening kills on CT as well. So I think that's what's most scary for Cloud9. Axile as the guy over there. Normally, he doesn't need a friend. He can lock it down by himself. But today has not really been his day.
Ooh. Little Molotov to make Shiro uncomfortable. But first they're going to go for the boost up mid. And
yeah, with the bomb in this position, 3 out mid. They're going for something interesting here. Shiro, really get back into this.
Yeah.
Smoked out of the elevator. They have zoned him correctly. This is what they were trying to corral, this rotation. They lock it down. It's very awkward for Shiro to get back with low utility. They've got the CTs watching their flank and elevator, and they're regrouping at the bottom of the ramp. This could be the call.
The last time CTs, they were allowed to continue fighting down. And, well, even with everybody distracted towards mid, Hobbit takes it into his own hands to kill Fur. Multiple rounds now in a row that Fur goes down. So his impact from that first half.
They created some tension, but it's been released with that kill.
Good to cut him off.
Yeah, but Shiro's kind of guessing, right? There's still...
Bolts could find timing.
Oh my god, there's so many timings here.
Could he ever? And the CTs, they're only now starting to press into that site. Oh, but Nafany, he'll find that swift headshot. Clamp down on middle, Bolts denied. And with 15 seconds, Imperial, this is going to be a desperate push straight into the fiery Opper. And just when Shiro's expecting his shot, it's Hobbit to hit him from the back. And then Shiro gets into the mix as the waning few seconds will, of course, cast Fallen's future.
What?
He actually gets away with the plant. But imagine if he gets out of that smoke.
Jesus.
It's not enough. It's a little bit of money. Something that could be the silver lining.
It's not just that. It's also not dying after time.
Cloud9's 9th.
Holy, that is close. I guess there's no way for that to happen. Either he dies planting or... yeah, I guess if he mistimed it would be the only situation. Overall, Cloud9 handle this quite convoluted situation. I actually thought at first there was a succinct game plan from beginning to end here from Imperial because they zoned Shiro so damn well. They got him out of middle, over towards the B site. It looked like they were grouping up towards A, but Fur was the only point of contact. There was nothing behind it, no refrag, and once Hobbit denied him, it seemed like they were left guessing, weren't exactly sure what to do. Wow, that is not a small amount of damage. Listen, every round could be the last, so with Tech9s and armor, you've got to think. There's always a chance if you make one small mistake, you could get overrun.
It's literally what happened in the third round of this T-side. Cloud9 win their force buy, and then off the tech pause, Imperial just bash him back. Can't let it happen. Vinny, he sees some skin on quad. He's fully tunnel visioned, and he almost
saved.
Just almost gets around the corner. The only thing that goes well for Imperial is Bolt's Tech9 kill in mid. Everybody else just falling empty-handed. Fur finally given a chance where he doesn't die first. He's the last man up instead, and still, it's unsuccessful.
I think this is where the saliva starts to flow again in your mouth. You're starting to get your wits about you, right? You were dry mouth before this, like, man, this is pretty much over. How are we not winning Vertigo? But I think things are starting to flow again, and for Cloud9, of course, that's a great sign. We've seen amazing comebacks all tournament long. All tournament long, it's been 2 days. I mean, dude, with the amount of energy every single match, every single day, it just feels like it's been a millennium already. But
brother, with the amount of rounds played,
I know, seriously,
it feels like it's been at least a week.
There have literally been more rounds played than you could possibly fit in 2 days. So, but yes, this is just one in a litany of comebacks that we've already seen today, yesterday. Cloud9 have not been on the better end of those, but are overdue for one.
Or, all of a sudden, this one goes to map 3. And Cloud9's future is still a giant question mark. They'll have to do what Imperial have done, improve on the map they previously lost. And it's not just a little improvement. Like you said, 16-3 in Antwerp.
They have a bone to pick with that for sure. Okay. Maybe a similar take on the exact same strategy, and we'll see if they can get what they want out of it. This time, Shiro's not inside of middle, but they can still displace one of the players and keep this a 3-2 in their favor, depending on how they want to approach. and we'll see. They had a faulty go about it last time. Let's see if it works this time around, and we'll see what the idea was to begin with.
Hobbit's on the CT side, so there should be a smoke destined for this. And if they don't do it before Nafany comes around the corner...
They get Hobbit back. There's no op here to stop them.
They've got mollies going over construction. They've smoked elevator. Hobbit's burning. He ran through that fire. He's now... Oh, no! Bolts! His nade finds the target. Fur gets the headshot bottom ramp. Does his own thing on his own terms. And all of a sudden, this is an A-Rap. Shiro, he's going to have to do it all, as he seemingly does. 2 kills already. Bolt's just going to go straight for that plant. Shiro! The hero with a chance at that 4th. It's Cello and it's Fur, it's Inters and it's Axile, and that bomb has to get planted. C9 coming at this from 2 opposite ends. Axile, his chance to shine. He bests Cello, and it falls on Fur. We talk about Fallen's years of experience, but Fur is a legend in his own damn right, and he is playing out of his mind and out of Cloud9's sight. Where has he got off to? No utility. Fur is going to go back up short side. Bombs planted on the front end of site. And as they get on that defuse, Fur, you have to peek. It's being covered. Oh, he doesn't go, and they stick it for 11. What could have been is not. And Cloud9 hang on.
Oh, he tried. Oh my God, there's so many things there to talk about. Fur in that 1v2 looks for an easy frag, hopes that they don't tap it, make a mistake, maybe back up, and tries to do the atypical thing. Play from a place that it's not planted for and just hope that they make some kind of error, expose themselves to the ramp on the opposite side of the box first. But this is all about Shiro saving the day after Imperial executed so well on their initial game plan. They got Hobbit over towards B. He was confused about how to respond. They wrapped into spawn themselves. They got a kill, and then they could have taken it to B. But there were still even strength sites. I think there were still 2 on each. It wasn't wrong to go for the A site. The only thing that was maybe the worst idea is going for someone like Shiro in the form that he's in right now versus someone like Axel, who only has an AK and isn't having the best game of his life. But that's not really how you want to think about the game at all times. And Shiro getting split on from elevator and A ramp with 1 op. You're not supposed to be able to make a round of that.
3 kills.
Yeah.
3v5, and Shiro offers that.
Yeah.
You know, Bolts thinks bomb plant, but while he's busy, that 5-7 just cracks. And C9 very much bouncing back. Remember, the majority of these T rounds, right, it all happens because of that round 3 force buy and Imperial follow through for 14 and 15 right after. But now, 5 straight from Cloud9 and an opening kill to Nafany's Avail.
Yeah. A little mistake there from Cello. It's a very safe sandbags peek from Nafany. He will take that every day of the week. And they look to keep that pressure on.
Oof. There's a trade back from Fallen, but a missed shot from Shiro. The T's press in and the bomb goes down. Gets picked right back up. Shiro's under pressure, but it doesn't stop him from finding the mark. Vinny's in the corner, tries to spray up, but it's another round to Cloud9. And if I have to remind you, there was 9 rounds that, of course, Imperial could have closed with. They have lost the majority of those 9. And now, just a few left over.
Yeah, just a few, and we have to remember in this kind of game with the economy, it's a buy every other round here for Imperial, so we'll have to see. They're going to be stretched quite thin to put more than 2 together at this point. Half buy immediately, Tech 9s and a fast strat up the A ramp. Shot missed, but info gains.
Fur's going to get dropped to 66 right away. Hobbit not allowing for Fur to back up onto Henny. That nade should and does catch a player, but hands busy on Hobbit. Oh, and Shiro's fully blind. The AK upgrade, but the gun goes dry. He presses in, and Shiro holds it. It's a 3v3 with lesser weapons. Shiro doesn't stop. Again and again, he catches these kills with absolute domination, and point blank he misses that one, but Bolts with a chance at least gets the first and dies to the fire of Inter.
Oh, clutch shot after clutch shot. It's just Kodak snapshots every single time with Shiro. It looks so damn easy, so quick. Front pressure on both sides, it's no problem. He doesn't need any friends. 32 kills, 33 kills, and he is just averaging above 30 now so far in the Challenger stage, win or lose.
But a half buy that never should have won. Into the guns, Imperial goes. And while Shiro loses his right-hand man, Hobbit is filling that gap.
And look at the details here. That slight crane peak, you get a little bit less when you look down, but you also can't be seen some of the most important angles holding the ramp.
Sick detail.
What happens now? This is a more calm default. There's actually no pressure now on the ramp, and Imperial want to come forward. Ball is now in C9's court. Sometimes you're throwing late grenades to the sandbag position, trying to molly it as well, and just soften up the tees, get some unconfirmed damage before the exec comes in. We see this molly to displace, and also listen for any audibles. It's a full passive setup, a new look. You can throw these in sometimes. And it looks like Imperial can't compete on the resource front.
Right.
They are down to just these 3 smokes, not a single flash left over.
Grenades being bled. Hobbit's going to press in against the crane. There was a moment there where C9 are playing a little further back. Now Shiro's on that up top. He's low HP. It could be problematic.
He's trying to draw them forward with Hobbit, abusing this crane smoke.
And Nafany over on the short side. Shiro keeping himself here, but down go those last few smokes. They've got 1 to spare, 20 seconds. Nafany's gonna cut off Finny. Hobbit pressured away to the wall. 2 kills in from Imperial, but Nafany looks to lock it in. It's 2v2 again, and Fallen, the bomb plant, oh, he comes off it.
8 seconds.
There's no time to spare. If Inter stops this, he has a chance. He kills Bolts first. Fallen's right beneath, and all of a sudden that CT falls. Fallen goes above. Oh, the no-scope's his, but Inter's trades another critical clutch.
Oh, the perfect spacing and a clutch that goes the way of Cloud9. It gets tense, but it's well handled. The man advantage is there the whole time. My God, to do that with 3 smokes and Shiro just trying to lure them forward with the honeypot, constantly shooting with the yaw from different angles. And that's got to be alarming for Imperial, but they don't have a choice. They can't go back to B. They can't think about anything else. They're playing blind, but they have to come in for brute force, and they try, and it comes down to round 30 again.
9 attempts to close map 2. 8 of them have failed, and 1 of them remains. Shiro right back to his antics, sends a warning shot over the bow, and look at this from Cello. He tries to press up, but Nafany's got his number yet again. 5v4 over and over, and Imperial's hopes drain.
Oh man, that might not be a player you can afford to lose. Again, a key component to this team on Vertigo these days. And Cello has been axed out in these last few rounds. Early flash tactics on the ramp have stopped the aggression. The greed from Imperial gets punished.
Oh.
And Axile now on the up.
2 snipers and 3 players left for Imperial. Good flashbangs at least. Axile waiting for his next chance. He's got support on the side in the form of Inters, not to mention Hobbit's here already. Fallen yet again, up and above, damage in, but it needs to be Bolts over from Quad. He finds it in the smoke, but Shiro yet again, and overtime. Oh, it's all day long.
Upptäck Oral-B IO10 med IO-Sense. En personlig börsningsupplevelse som aldrig förr. Just nu får du en Google Nest Hub när du köper en Oral-B IO10.
But it's up against Simple. Walking the smoke, great predictive play. Oh! And good God as well! Junior keeps Furia in it.
Now Shushin side of the site, still a follows a teammate towards the back. It's Refresh with an ult to do now. Oh, Refresh, that's huge! A 4K out of nowhere, and that is exactly what they needed. It's 15 rounds for Heroic, and Refresh just unleashes.
It's a gut-wrenching feeling for the last dance. 9 attempts to close map 2, Vertigo, where they had to show improvements, and God did they ever. Fur at the top of the scoreboard, Cello 1 step behind him, Bolts only a few kills away. The pieces were there, but the round wins weren't. Clutches over and over out of the side of Cloud9, and they hang on for dear life as their life here in Rio literally hangs on to this one.
Yeah.
Imperial.
It was, I think, 4 rounds straight in that first overtime for Cloud9.
Yes, it was.
To just close it out. A team that's going to get better and better on this map. And Imperial, they worked hard, clearly showed a lot of prep, tried to come through with some rough execution. We saw that very kind of detailed and interesting strategy towards mid-control, displacing the Opera, trying it again when their execution wasn't that good. The second time, the execution still wasn't that good, so they're a little bit too rough, but they came very close to making some of their ideas come to fruition in a big way. But right now, you got to think Cloud9, CT side, they just got on a streak, they look good, and they get that relief break of overtime, and that's where you always give it to the team who's supposed to win in the beginning. Imperial, can they stand to this? Overpass could have been theirs, and now officially you could say the same thing about Vertigo. It would be a rough way to go. It wouldn't take away from all the amazing minutes that they've had playing in front of this crowd who have been cheering for them. But it would leave you clenching your fist thinking about what could have been.
Molly to dismantle this. Shiro, finds Fur. The bottom stack threw a smoke down and just gave Shiro that extra second to catch a 5v4. And something that's been really difficult for Imperial is getting up to this A site with numbers.
Yes, and that is all CT protocols, not even needing to see people that often, but Cello stays alive, he gets an entry. Oh, and Fallen takes a dink, a little more damage.
Bolts also dropped to 9, so
it's 4v4, but it doesn't feel like it.
Sprays find their marks, not to mention Shiro. He's just going to hang on to the pocket, finds more damage into Vinny. A chance for Cello to bring it back, but everybody for Imperial so low. There's 6 seconds. Bolts, it is nothing but desperation. He has to whimper away and let C9 open in OT yet again.
Yeah, that was an unreal defense. I mean, it's so clinical. It starts with a good tactic, a boost that they haven't seen for a minute, a late grenade, a dink off a peak. Never once getting that ramp re-aggression, the short re-aggression, not overcommitting, having to double swing. Very chilled here from Cloud9. In overtime once again, all these easy frags, melting away the hopes of Imperial. But right back into things. Job is not finished. Shiro, man, 37 kills again in overtime. Unbelievable consistency out of him.
Absolute animal. Fur, he'll find a clean headshot. Finally, Imperial can get themselves a break. A 5 versus 4 and a chance to go further. Hobbit sliding. Oh, the timing! It's awful for Fur. Oh my. Shiro connects to Cello. Another big player down, but Fallen at least escapes with a life in his hands. At a 3v3 is where this stands. Hobbit still near that A site, decides to get aggressive. Bolden fades, but he finds it! And then Axile strikes down bullets. The bomb down at the bottom of the B site. Vinny's up close. Axile knows, and still Imperial hold on.
But the rotation, it's committed. Inters coming in fast, looking for this frag. Just needs one more bullet, but the nade wins the round.
The utility finds its home deep quad. And unlike Overpass, Imperial with at least a sliver of success in OT.
Yeah, that is something. The round they were looking for all half long comes through. Fallen.
Incredible.
That's how he saw him. Through that sliver. Kind of perfect scaling backwards, actually, but keeping vision of this one potential option. Thinking maybe they'll come look for me. The professor is correct.
And that's just a little wiggle room for Imperial. They're going to go pack mentality through mid. Hobbit, he's got that lineup. Tons of damage. Comes out from his cubby. And even Fallen dropped to 11. The USP fades away with the hopes of Imperial's 17th. It ends to the favor of Cloud9.
Oh, they got posterized from the sandbags. Hobbit with the easiest spray of his life after eating that flash. Had no other option but to crouch, but they didn't expect the high-low stack from sandbags and this mid-B player, and they all let their guard down, turning to look at Elevator, forgetting about Hobbit in his hidey hole. Just from the crevice. And now it's Cloud9, 2 away from closing out the series, ending the hopes of Imperial, and surviving an 0-3 defeat here in the Challenger stage of Rio.
These are the doldrums that Imperial and Cloud9 were never hoping to be in, and Cloud9 never should be. Never should be.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just Imperial in there with them.
Duking it out. Shiro misses the shot, but knows that there's a little pressure to be applied.
This one goes under the scope, actually. Cello doing a little lap here at the bottom of the ramp, and it's Fallen up top. Where is Fur in all of this? For once trying to chill. They're going to throw down the Kinder one way on the ramp. Look over top of it.
Just missed it. Boost, though. Boost could be big.
Yeah, they've assembled quite smoothly. Maybe it'll be unexpected.
Cello dishing out shots. Oh, Fur. He's going to slide right back. That almost works out perfectly. Then a dink comes into Nafany. And C9, much like Imperial, struggling to extend up this ramp. The flash is not good. Fallen gets his mark. Shiro takes the trade. And it's man advantage Imperial with a flash at the side of the crane. But Shiro
keeps coming.
An absolute monster. And Cello looks to do the same, but Inters trades it. And Shiro continues to get closer and closer as Cloud9 claw their way to what could be 18. In the smoke is Bolts, and Inters, oh, he gets traded by Vinny. Over the top, Shiro presses in, all the way around, Vinny's able to succeed. There was 5 seconds, all that he had.
Yeah, he absolutely had to get the kill, and finally a clutch goes the way of Imperial. After so much time on the wrong end of it, and on the A ramp no less. As soon as we swap over here into OT, once again, you can't pin this on Shiro, man. The kills that he's getting, the consistent output, op shot after op shot on sliver peaks. Not missing a punish. Push to wit's end, having to switch out to a rifle, left alone, and forced to clutch. There's only so much you can ask of one kid.
Whoa, not far off.
41 kills, man.
So many players here from Imperial just trying to press down. No doubt Nafany's going to find one. Utility pressure peels him back ever so slightly. Fur, he's going to stick around. You could call this a risk, but if it pays off...
Yeah, well, they have to do something a little extra in this position, and no one knows that better than Fur. Really cute on the timing right there. As soon as Hobbit thinks, okay, now it's time to approach, Fur agrees. Congregation of the T's inside of middle, looking for the walkout, fallen on the op. Not yet scoped, ready to dodge a flash. Leaves his post, I think gives this responsibility up to another CT, but there's a gap in the defense. One will get spotted. Bolts doesn't know if they've crossed up over.
Oh,
now
God.
the B-side's under attack. Vinny goes down.
Vinny just gets left on his own. Bolt's now gonna try to bring it back. Inter's in the corner. That's his headshot. At a 4v2, an incredible chance for Cloud9 to get that 18.
They went through the revolving door and let them outside and then locked it.
It's all timing.
That is so unfortunate. Honestly, there was a window right there where Fallen left his position. I'm not sure if he was gamed into it. That's one thing. Maybe Hobbit did something on the ramp to draw his attention, and that allowed for the walk-up to take place. But that window was so small. It's not as if the CTs made an enormous mistake there. It's just that there was about 1 second where Bolts comes through, and they made that cross, that very dangerous but short cross up into heaven to get into the site, and that's all they needed. Hey, full credit if there was something that they did specifically to pull Fallen's attention, but it's also the thing that won them the round. That's a big round, one from Cloud9. That was hard. They worked for it. But you know, Vinny dying in the spot. He cannot be aware of this because Bolts is supposed to be covering it. But Bolts gets there when he's told. Fallen leaves just a moment ago. You're splitting hairs if you want to really pull that apart. And Cloud9 in pole position. 18 rounds, 1 to win the series. On the flip side, Imperial 1 to score another overtime. Of course, both options are entirely possible. We've seen great rounds from both teams in both halves.
Rio de Janeiro on its feet.
And honestly, and ironically, at some of the most tense moments is when it can get the most quiet.
That tension's thick. And the pressure even heavier. Whoa.
Jesus.
Shiro
looking for
not to pull the trigger. What a world-class performance from Shiro. Of course, it's not over. 5 kills either way. Cloud9 looking to start that return arc from 0-2 to potential legends.
This painful amount of patience right now, but it looks like the aggression could come from the T side actually first. And look at the sneaky spot that Bolts is in.
He's gonna peek. Oh my God, that's held by Shiro. Fire on the feet, and Inters gets the kill. The utility's there to get him out. It's man advantage. Silver lining, tons of damage. But it's still a chance for Shiro and Inters to join their teammates and hit either of these bomb sites. There are still questions that Imperial will have no answers to. And last time this B site, it got hit around from mid, but a heavy emphasis instead on stairs. They're looking to go for boosts. They're looking to throw themselves right into Vinny, and he catches Nafany on the climb up. Now that earlier damage seems suddenly substantial. Fallen gives up the scope. Oh, his head on a silver platter, but Vinny saves him. And we've seen Vinny kind of underutilized. Hasn't been given many rounds on Vertigo. 15 seconds for C9 to get into this bomb site. And it's Hobbit at the forefront, trying to tap away. Won't find its mark. Burned out a quad. Vinny! 2 more. Inters leaves Shiro in yet another clutch. But ladies and gentlemen, there is simply no time.
We're going to another overtime. They're not done yet. way Vinny put up that hold. And again, we look back at the last Vertigo. There was no Vinny there. There was no B-site specialist. And it takes one with enough experience to be able to pull off a move like that. Perfect cover for Fallen in his position, trying to re-aggro onto the site. A full reset now. Cloud9 got so close to closing it out. But Imperial continue to live. Calm hits the server again, as you've got to go right back into figuring out your playbook. Think about the conditioning from a new perspective. Once again, Fur opens up this time on Nafany. Of course, happy to do it on the CT side. He's been incredibly consistent from this position. That's a likely target down early. This head-to-head is going to mean the world. And Fur, he wants some more Hobbit. Listen, he gets that kill, but at a price. Fur already got his on this round.
And also dropped to 9.
Utility is actually so incredibly low from the CT side already. They're running out of the ability to even go for retakes in this position. I don't know if C9 could have countered the grenades to know this, however.
Cello pressing ever closer.
Oh, the flash isn't good. It missed. The flash missed.
It hit the top railing, and with it, Cello given a chance. Shiro, oh my god, through smoke. Got a glimpse of the flames. And C9 instead, they've got Hobbit heading into that B site, but there's only 25 seconds. If he's meant to be a flank, he needs to get in here. And Fallen all the while, he's gonna lock down the kill to Inters. Shiro with a chance as he presses in. He saw that burn. Oh! Shiro with 3, and now Vinny's gonna have to get this 1v2 done. It's such little health on both the members of Cloud9. Vinny, he's hunting, he's circling, but he's also getting flanked. Cloud9, they rob it.
Oh my god, they stole that away. No way.
What more does Shiro need to do?
Yeah, he's got maximum efficacy this game. I mean, everything he's doing is correct. He's shooting hard. He's positionally dominant. And if he keeps going, I don't know how Imperial are going to survive this. One of the most dominant op days, cup pair of days that we've ever seen. It's just ridiculous to think that they've lost 2 of their starting maps with him in this form. But on 44 kills, this series is on the horizon. It's within reach.
I mean, we want to talk about ZywOo being maybe world's #1 in terms of current form. Shiro has showed up to Rio and wants to throw his name into the hat.
Absolutely. Yeah, there is time left in this season for Shiro to really jock for a position higher than people would have expected in the top 20.
Ooh, love this.
Oh, Cello with this aggression. Fallen. Ooh, that is a really tough flick.
On an island, his short player falls back. Damn, Fallen slides back into safety, but nothing feels safe when Shiro's alive. That nade'll certainly help. Take him down a peg or 2.
Well, Shiro's still alive, so I'm going to call this a 4v4. Because you know he's keen to get 2. Still, half HP for him. Nade's getting juggled. They're looking for some damage on the CTs, and they find some good damage.
Nearly cleaning out the short side on its own.
25 seconds.
Hobbit's going to start chucking out the Molotovs alongside his teammates. It's utility pressure. Oh no! Fallen blindsided. First still hangs on 5 health. And Inters, he's got a lot to do here. Bolt is about to climb over. First pressing through. What a play!
What? He comes forward through the smoke.
Just pressed into Crane.
And he knows he needs to make a move to the site, so Fur just goes and gets it done early. Wow. After eating that piece of utility as well. What a maneuver. A call out. And this might be the game that never ends. I literally can't tell who's better right now. For once, the scoreline accurately represents the skill of both teams. There have been a lot of clutches the way of Cloud9. So that's one thing. we know they also don't have to rely on them. When you zoom out a little bit and think about how good they are on vertigo. Energy still going in the room.
Yeah, that drum's gonna beat until Imperial's hearts stop or map 3 begins.
Is Vinny the guy you want to go to really come alive in this last overtime?
Ooh, big nade.
Oh, no. It goes a little bit too far into the corner. They haven't readied that yet. Last time he caught the boost. This time, Bolts clips one. That's Hobbit coming out of middle. I wonder what this means for Vinny. He's coming forward into this attack, and he takes down Nafany.
Survives it and goes forward. Last time we saw him sit back, but he looked like he wanted that multi-kill, and there's the damage. Finds its home. Inter's barely standing. Bolts in the open, blind as can be. If anybody had come to the top of those stairs, Bolts is a dead man. But he's still hanging on until Axile gets his hands on him. 3v3 with health advantage Imperial. 25 seconds and Fallen blind. Fur right next to him, shoulder to shoulder. Brothers in arms in Brazil. And Fallen gets tagged, bomb crosses. And all of a sudden, this becomes a retake. Fallen's on that close proximity. Inter's pinned in this position. Axile right up with them.
Oh my god, tough move here. What do they do? Inter's holding the right. Axile on full guard. Ready for the move around.
Oh man, he's so ready to strike. Neither is looking. There's no trade right back. Now they start to split. Shiro's got that off-cover cello. A little damage, but he looks for the offer instead. The drive-by on Axile to give Cloud9 another.
Oh my god, they've done it. I can't believe they made that happen. Getting that bomb plant down was the big move. As soon as you said it would become a post plant, that's when the odds shifted. That's when the confidence switched hands. And you can see it was a CTs now fighting back for space, even though they should have been more comfortable. They had better guns. This was their position all day. Axile goes running across his screen with a Tech 9 because the AK is out of ammo. This is how scrappy it gets at this point in the game. We're looking at first to 22, and Cloud9 get their 2T rounds. They're back on a CT.
Oh, damn, Axile. Looking to run a risk. He saw that. He saw that move back. He's ready for Vinny, and he's going to know there's another.
Oh, he's looking a little bit crispier now.
Hell of a time to come alive, but what about that from Fallen? Just leans around the corner.
Yeah, we're getting some really interesting mid-round engagements out of Fallen with that up. And some good calling behind it, but ultimately Cloud9, they're in the power position still, I would say. Taking out Axile is one thing. We'll see how this T attack forms at this moment. Want to think twice about using the little bit of utility that they have, and they throw a smoke on Crane because the amount of time on the clock means that it's going to make Imperial uncomfortable to think that they're not welcome here. But the thing is, there still is enough time, and I think Fallen knows that. They can go through with the full exec. C9 officially under pressure.
Oh, that flash! Nearly a second, but there's another. Hobbit comes in from the other end. Shiro, he's posted 20 health. Huge advantage, Cloud9, and with that bomb down, it's them to secure a third OT at least.
At least, and that's with a 2-round lead potential again to end it, this time on the CT side. Fallen whimpers back into spawn, holding this up on 5 HP. Bleeding out at the bottom of the ladder. And now I think it gets really scary. If it was on T side, I feel like there's a chance, of course, that the comeback can take place. And there definitely still is. It's just less so. This is an official go to your darkest place. Dig as deep as you possibly can. Bring out everything that you got and leave it on the table. Imperial could lose right here and now.
Full-fledged buys both sides, all the nades you could ask for. And it boils down to who hits harder in the 5th round of OT2. Nafany's got this spot locked in. Fallen's walking up. They're going to call this out. Excellently placed Molotov. He gets away. Fallen. Oh, he follows. And with that, Nafany goes down, but Hobbit still got this position, and there's no follow-through just yet. There's no overcommitment. Fallen looking. He saw that. But Hobbit slides it through the yellow tarp. Fur's up next. It's a second from Hobbit. He has been Axile's right-hand man.
Oh, and he's not even scared as he's walking back. No free frag available here for Imperial. Deep control. Axile, he's been good in the last few. Sharp angle now into the depths of B, and Vinny will actually abstain from this fight, meaning that he has really good information. Axile about to tell his teammates, corroborate that it's going to be an A attack. This could be the final seconds here for Imperial.
They know it. They're holding, and the further Axile goes, the more confident the men on site can stand. 30 seconds between Imperial and that A site and their hopes of keeping this last dance going. Flashbangs pop. They start to press in. Fire placed appropriately. Shiro, he's not needed yet because Axile comes in from the flank. Bolts, he just has to go for it, and it's Axile up next. Cloud9 end it. And it's here in Rio de Janeiro that the music and the cheers come to an end. Imperial have fallen 0-3.
Nafany, finally. You guys, we need to, I mean, first of all, congratulations. Obviously, this was a tough match. You managed to close it in 2 maps. But, you know, like you played against Fnatic, there was an OT. You played against Greyhound, there was an OT. Right now here, even though it's a 2-0, you keep on getting OTs. What is like stopping you from closing the maps in 30 rounds?
We just like OT, and that's it.
Do you get paid by rounds?
Maybe in the future we will talk about that with Cloud9, but for now we just really like it. And but if be honest, Imperial, it's a team with 3 legends, and it was an honor to play versus them. And obviously it was a tough match for us. It's always tough to play versus such big names. So yeah, that's it.
Well, you know, you had like that like online part, and like you started like playing on LANs, and there was like kind of like a question mark next to Shiro's name, because like he was doing so good online, but like online, like sometimes he had problems maybe like showing like consistency. But right now, even like in those games where you lost, his numbers were absolutely insane. What changed? Why does he feel like so comfortable all of a sudden playing on a big stage on a major?
I mean, that's all on him. If he feels game, he can kill like 50 bombs every game, but sometimes it's not happened. So for now I can see that he working on himself, and everyone can see a result of this work. But we need to understand that even if Shiro playing great, we should help him at least. So it did not happen versus Fnatic and did not happen versus Greyhound, but I believe that it will happen in future.
But when the life was on the line, you managed to get that series, you managed to win against Imperial. Now we actually know that your next opponent is going to be EG. Do you think that's also going to be a tough series?
We'll see. I mean, we played versus them once, and it was not so hard match for us. But now they more experienced it, and now they
they have some good tactics, I believe. And also, it will be funny to play versus Nilan, so that's it.
It's gonna definitely be fun to play against Nilan since like he's also from the CIS region. Thank you very much, Nafany. It was a long day, but I think all of us deserve some rest. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Joined by none other than the professor himself. Fallen has kindly taken time out of his busy schedule of signing everything he possibly can here in Cologne. The demands just were flowing in. We finally got separated him from his roaring and adoring fans to watch some Euro Counter-Strike, which I assume you do every night, right?
Well,
you watch your highlights and...
Sometimes I do watch the old highlights from CS 1.6 just to get the vibe
Get the juices?
Yeah, I actually did that a couple weeks ago.
I'm not surprised. yeah, I bet that feels good. Well, we're going CSGO for this, so we're not rolling it all the way back, but let's run the clip and see what you think.
Get close enough, Rain. Considering upper has Alu go look low. Hits the diffuser, Fallen gets back. That is incredible.
Is this just that super quick jump shot? I remember this one. Oh.
I knew exactly what I had to do there, and I knew exactly what they had to do too for me to win it. I knew that they had to miss a shot. So I just went for this movement because, again, it was not only about hitting my shot, but also making them miss their shot. And when it happened, I was like, all right, baby, I'm taking it. You know, like when he missed the shot close to me, I was like, okay, I have it. Top 2 for now.
Top 2 for now, yeah.
Yeah.
We can move it.
Top 2 for now. Oh, that one is special. Starts killing
Start by killing your teammate, miss a shot.
Then I knew Guardian was waiting for me there, and he hit my arm.
He did. So what? So you're 10 HP, 1v3.
The 17 seconds up, and then all this magic happened, and you casted it insanely well.
Why didn't you cast around?
Okay, tags up. 1. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's gone and taken flame. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind!
That's where the stop blowing my mind came from.
Yeah, that's right.
Following me through the years.
Well, I didn't think I was joking, right? I was making like, and then you hit that one. I was just like, oh, he might do something. Oh my god, he's done something.
Yeah, that shot was pretty special. And at this moment, I thought I lost.
I thought you lost.
Yeah, me too at first, but then right after I heard his steps, and I was like, okay, maybe I won. And that last shot when I had to flick, I knew that if I commit for a full pick and gave the guy like milliseconds to shoot me back, then I would lose. So I instantly just gamble.
Yeah,
this sounds so hard.
From the no scope to the wrist breaker. Yeah. I mean, that's a play.
I think that's the best one, honestly.
Honestly, man.
Yeah, this is top 1 for now. Let's see if someone can beat up the stop blowing my mind, but this is top 1.
Well, what do you know? Imperial get their foot in the door on the CT side, take us all the way into a knockdown drag out a pair here on that Vertigo. And then ultimately Cloud9 closed that door and end the run for Imperial here at the Major. And that does it. No, I'm just kidding. We got a whole lot to unpack and a whole lot to unfold right here as Cloud9 stay alive, had been given that life raft. They found it, and now they need to navigate their way through the rest of this event. And by event, I'm talking about the Intel Extreme Masters Rio. We are at the Major, and this was a do-or-die situation for both teams. Yanko and Kasad joining me here on the desk. We're ready to break it down just a little bit. 22-19, the final scoreline on Vertigo. Yanko.
Dmitry Shiro Sokolov trades. That's all you need to hear so far in this tournament, right? Like, he's the difference maker. He saved Cloud9's butts again and again. The first map, the second map, and of course there's a lot to dig into. I mean, you can see here there's 45 kills. Yes, it went into double OT, but still, it's just an insane performance from him. So much impact, put the whole team on his back in the absence of Exile, the second star of that team.
I mean, we're talking about a Shiro that went 35 and 21 just in regulation, and a lot of those frags were pretty much what got them into overtime in the first place, Kasad.
Until Simple lands, Shiro is the best player on the tournament right now. Definitely, like Yanko said, he was carrying it single-handedly. Obviously, Hobbit helped a little bit with his own frags, but overall, you have to say it's
helped significantly.
Yeah, you have to say that it's a pretty heartbreaking loss for Imperial right now, especially because like they had both maps in the bag and they couldn't close it out. I noticed some tactical errors and mistakes on the T side of Vertigo, and it's really sad that we didn't get to play that third map.
Yeah, we almost did. I mean, we got pretty close until we didn't. We can start running back some of the rounds, taking a look at what we had in front of us, and a lot of this is going to come down to some of the stuff that we saw Imperial doing right out of the gate there.
Yeah, I mean, this is another round like from Shiro, really. Like, this is where they had a 4v2 advantage, even like, no, 5v3 advantage for Imperial. You can see they're coming. They had a sort of a mid to A split. After Fer gets that kill, they got a kill on mid. They want to collapse on Shiro, but just the timing, the spacing is a little bit off, right? You can see the smoke blooms. The player dies before the smoke blooms. They're uncoordinated. They're a bit too hectic. They want to finish the round too early. For Imperial, a team that we praise for their patience, they were impatient in some of those rounds, and Shiro, you can see he just kept punishing them.
Those are the tactical issues that I've noticed, and not just with Imperial here. I think most teams that played on the stage in front of this huge crowd had this like really basic mistakes and played like too timid in some situations, but too hasty in some other. So you can see the mistakes in spacing and patting there, and not being able to trade Shiro. Shiro had no business to win in that 15-10 round, like that triple kill. It's just a mistake by Imperial.
And I mean, we see Imperial kind of abuse the idea of, you know, splitting the defense. They go towards A and the bomb site. But
they're 5v1 essentially on him, right? The problem is they're a bit too split. Like, Fer is coming from ramp, the most of them are coming from mid, if I recall correctly, right? And he just is able to, you know, take care of Fer and get 2 more kills by time and make the round winnable for his teammates. It ended up being a close round in the end, but there was a couple of those for Cloud9 down the stretch that they were able to close out.
Yeah, especially when we got to the end of the end of the half, I should say, rather. Round 29 kind of speaks some volumes.
Yes, round 29 is like, we can see that maybe at around 40 seconds mark, where they actually, if you can see the utility right now, they're trying to get into the site, and they usually probably have around 3 smokes, as I remember, and they had no flashes. Now, map like Vertigo, if you're T side, you can get in up the ramp and into the site by surprise early on, but if you go late on the late round, you need flashes and multiple mollies to actually do something. But in this situation, Imperial had only 3 smokes. They couldn't really enter the site, and the round went, you know, into Cloud9's way, and then we saw how it ended.
This was the weird 2v2. It's like, why didn't they plant the bomb? Like, they took yeah, this is where Fallen faked planting the bomb to add that extra smoke. This was really strange watching from the arena, right? Like, it felt weird, and now, because of the delayed plant, the Cloud9 players are able to group up, get the trade in the 2v1 against an op, right, while he's recalling from the first shot. And, you know, these are just really difficult, just missed opportunities for Imperial. First map too, I mean, we talked about that decision to buy and spend maybe too much of their money and whatnot, right? Like, it's really devastating the way in which they lost. You have to remember, they won the pistol, then lost the second round, still won the third, but that's one round, right? It's the difference between 16-14 and 15-15.
And, you know, we saw the CT sides, or rather lack thereof, from the Imperial side, and I think that kind of gave them a little bit of an edge for Imperial. However, the edge did wear off. Ultimately, Cloud9 come out on top. You look at this, you attribute it to Hobbit in a lot of different ways, Kasad.
The thing is, like, this, okay, they won this, right? Yeah. They're 1 and 2, but this is not going to be enough against better teams, because how they play, it's pretty much one-dimensional, you know, and it's kind of really easy to read at some situations, and I think Imperial did a really good job. They just couldn't close it out.
And I think also, right, we were talking about, like, Axel has had a poor tournament so far. Hobbit, in his stead, has really stepped it up in that department and helped with the fragging. But listen, like, it's great, like, for Cloud9 not to be out 0-3, but this win better be something more. It better be the catalyst for this team, right? To turn it around, to start playing better CS for Exile to wake up. It's similar, it reminds me a little bit of Vitality a year ago at the Stockholm Major, where it's like, you know, Apex goes to Zygon and says, if you don't wake up, we're not going to make it into the next stage, right? So Shiro is doing everything he can in the absence of and Hobbit. Without him, they don't win this map. God knows what happens on the third, right? So he's stepping up. But Nafani said himself, they need 3 guys always. In their system, they need 3 guys. 2 is not enough. It only is because Shiro is playing for 2 at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the numbers statistically, you see Inter's getting pushed around a little bit. You kind of see that struggle unfold in real time.
The thing is, like, you cannot write off Cloud9. Yes, they are not playing to their best, you know, performance so far. They're 1-2. The elimination game tomorrow and the day after that if they win. So, but other teams did it. Ants did it in Katowice. We did it in Berlin as the 0-2, and obviously Cloud9 did it in 2018. It's very, very possible. So I wouldn't write them off.
Yeah,
don't write them off.
Yeah, we wouldn't write them off. Hey, check this out. We are going to get the opportunity to hear from the Imperial side. Gabriel, or better known as Fallen, has shared some words with us as an exit interview.
During the Americas RMR, I was really afraid that I will have this situation when I would have to have an elimination interview with Fallen. And I managed to avoid it during the RMR, but unfortunately, I didn't manage to avoid it here. Fallen, unfortunately, Imperial is out of the run for the major title. Still, obviously, it was absolutely amazing to see you here play on the big stage in front of your home crowd. The series against Cloud9 went to double OTs, which means that this could easily be like a 2-0 in your favor. What were you lacking?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, the series was very intense. We had both maps in your hands, so when you lose like that, it's very tough because you kind of feel you deserve it too. But at the same time, every match is up to the details. There was a couple of details that went their way. I think Shiro played amazingly. He overcame some situations that was very difficult, so props to their talent as well. I'm a big fan from their team. And that's it. The game was very intense. I'm proud of the way the team played today. We played much better than the other days. And I think if we had showed this face, at least on the T sides, on the other match, we wouldn't be in the situation. So.
Well, you were saying a lot of different things, like when it comes to social media. What does this mean, for the last dance, or for you, here, this performance?
To be honest, it feels like I didn't even realize yet what's going on. Because when you were a player, you were under stress, preparation, and all those things. I was watching the 0-0 game against IEM just now, and that's the first time I actually could see the crowd and appreciate them for 30 minutes. I was just watching the expressions, I was watching the people praying, people chanting, all those guys with the drums, so you could see that even though we lost today, it's a big win for us. Everything we accomplished in CS, it's materialized here on this stadium. To be able to see so many CS lovers in Brazil, it's part and a little bit of the result from our job in the last year. So we're just proud because of that. And even though we lost today, it's a big win for us, a big win for Brazil. I'm so happy that the Brazilian fans are delivering such a show. It's amazing.
The most important thing that I want to know, this is not yet the end for Fallen, right?
That's a question that I don't even know, honestly. I'm planning to play one more year because when I wanted to create this team, a lot of pieces were moved. And when I make commitments, I really want to live up to that. So a lot of people rely on me playing one more year, but personal-wise, I feel like I have to do other stuff in my life too. I'm getting too drained, and within time, it start costing you more than its value. If CS for me has valued more than everything in my life for 18 years, but it's getting to a point where I want to leave other stuff. I want to live with my wife. I want to see my family more. I want to stay at home. So it's very difficult for me, but at the same time, I want to make sure I'm fair to all the people that believe me to live this moment here, and I'll see how it goes.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Fallen. I'm really looking forward to still see you here, somewhere around maybe with the fans, or maybe supporting some Brazilians, or just enjoying the environment. You'll do that, right?
Definitely. There's so many people that want to see me here, and I'm very happy for that, and I'm going to try to deliver a little bit of this love for sure.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Some heavy words to take in there and some reality, some gravity into what he's saying, something that we don't often get the opportunity to hear players come out right and say. And given the stature of Fallen, what did you take from it, Kassad?
I think he was spot on, and when he said that T-Side betrayed them on this event, and you can see the results. It was 2 rounds in the first round, 3 in the second, and they had 15-7, 15-6 right here, couldn't really close it out. And it's the thing that kind of didn't go their way, and luckily for us, he's staying for another year, and everything he said after that about the family, about the some priorities in life for him, I think that's very on point and spot on.
I mean, he's been playing this game for a real long time.
A really long time, and he's given everything he's got to the game. I mean, people really don't understand this. I feel on the right level. The Brazilians, they didn't live in their home country while they competed. It's a long time ago that they essentially moved to North America, right? Even the tournaments, either in NA, in Europe, whatnot. So you spend a lot of time for years away from your friends, your family, your culture. You have to sacrifice a lot to be on the top. And I think Fallen is definitely a guy who deserves and has earned the right to retire and stop playing whenever the hell he wants, regardless of the commitments he has made.
And I'm not sure that we can get footage of this, but just over our shoulder here, he's actually addressing the crowd, and they've been attentive for a good 5-10 minutes. So yeah, he's got their attention for sure. He's had it.
So yeah, I think whatever people say, he's one of the nicest human beings I've ever been around. Model pro, great mind for the game, obviously, right? And I think it's unfortunate, right, the way his career has kind of gone towards the very end. Sometimes things don't really pan out the way you want them to, right? The liquid thing, the MIBR thing. I say this because of the part he said about moving pieces. Some of those projects didn't look how he envisioned them. Some of the moves couldn't be made, and that might have been a whole different story for Fallen in the later part of his career. But regardless of that, I think his accomplishments speak for themselves.
They do.
And the fact that he's still able to capture all these people who've been here for 14 hours or whatnot, screaming their lungs out, jumping, cheering, and everything, and they're all tuning into what he's saying, I think speaks of the gravitas that he carries as a member of this community.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of projects, Kassad, the Mouse Sports project, or Mouse, the artist formerly known there as 3-0. Tell me a little bit about them as we move forward in the IEM Rio.
I think that was a little bit unexpected from everyone, and it's a really good to see that youth program from Mouse kind of managed to deliver a result like this in the arena like this, and on an event of the highest level, right, the most prestigious event. And then you can see that if the youth program, the academy teams are being run in a proper way, they can deliver and they can grow into the main team and just deliver results like this. Even if they don't qualify for the top 8 or anything besides that, I think they did enough to keep this lineup and keep working as a unit.
Yeah, they most certainly did. So when I bring up Mouse Sports, I bring that up because they have locked in a slot rather there right next to the Bad News Eagles. So out of the 2 teams we have at 3-0, well, there they go. I mean, what are you thinking, Yanko?
Yeah, I think it's a surprise for a lot of people, right? I think a lot of people would have put Vitality there, Cloud9 even as well, but both teams played really good CS, right? Got some good momentum going, their confidence built up. So yeah, absolutely deserved for these 2 teams. And I think also a sigh of relief to sort of make it this early on, gives you a little bit of extra time to just acclimatize, relax, add some new things, and work on some of the maybe mistakes that you'll be making and some of your weaknesses.
Yeah. Also, we keep looking around the board here. You start thinking about the Furias, the Bigs, the Gamer Legion, and obviously Outsiders just sitting right there, just on the cusp of grabbing it, Kassad.
Yeah, those teams that we kind of didn't really count on to be so close so early on to the qualifying for the next stage. I'm still looking at Cloud9 and Vitality. Most, if not everyone, got there in the 3-0 or at least, to go through very easily. There, and they're in an elimination game, tomorrow and the day after. So it's going to be super difficult, but not...
Kassad.
Yes.
Do you know who Cloud9 is playing next?
I would say one of my favorite teams, EG.
Oh, was that?
Are you looking forward to that?
Lucky guess?
I'm looking forward to talking to Moses tomorrow night. So yes.
I figured that was anyway. All right, yeah. I also look forward to talking to Moses. Just about any opportunity that I get. Now,
we have the games.
Yeah, this is not the time to talk to Moses. In fact, it's the time to talk about tomorrow's A-Stream schedule in the Swiss round of 4. We're looking at Big 9Z, Vitality Greyhound, and Gamer Legion Furia. Everyone had Furia up on the list, saying this was the Brazilian team that needs to come in here and needs to do the things to get the job done with Brazil on their back, Assad.
And they will do it tomorrow. I strongly believe that with the helping of the crowd as well. And I think they're going to deliver the 3-1 and get into the next stage. I think everyone expects that to happen. In the other games, big against 90 should be super.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Super interesting.
First of all, Furia home crowd advantage. I think it's more of a disadvantage for them.
Nah.
They choked on day one, right, with the big lead on Vertigo. I can't even remember who they play at this point. Then Big against Big. Then they almost choked against OG today as well. They had another lead on Overpass, where OG comes back, they win it in overtime, right? So I think for Furia, hopefully after 2 days of this crowd, like they kind of, when the third day comes in, that just becomes routine, quote unquote, for them, and they can just play like a bit more relaxed. Luckily, Xerato is the second player behind Shiro. Otherwise, if it weren't for that, they wouldn't be 2-1.
Yeah, it's like you are forgetting that best of ones and best of three is two different dimensions. I think Fury in a best of three will show a much better face than they did in a best of one.
I mean, I don't know.
100%.
Yes.
Vitality Greyhound.
Yes, Vitality Greyhound.
Greyhound ruined everyone's pick'ems, and now they're going to be out.
Well,
and 9Z, they have a good chance to make it, Trace. I have them in making. 9Z can save my pick'ems tomorrow.
They could, but who was your 0-3 again?
Greyhound.
Oh, yeah, okay, that makes
like everyone else.
Yeah, I had IHC, so obviously we're all in the same boat now.
IHC is sharp. Like,
they're pretty sharp,
you know, today, 0-0 Nation, it was like a grueling series. 2 maps went into overtime. Third map was 16-14. So, yeah, it's mental. It's chaotic, right? So
that first game
they remind me of Tyloo in that sense.
Yes, OG and IHC, it's going to be a brawl. None of the teams are tactically advanced of those two, and I think it's going to be a massive brawl. A lot of sharp kids in those both teams, so it should be quite an interesting game.
And Outsiders Fnatic, I'm looking forward to that one, right? Both teams that I personally rate pretty highly. I had them both making it into the next stage. Obviously, even if they lose in that matchup, they still have one more chance, but I think that could be a pretty interesting game. Fnatic lost today to Mouse in the 2-0 game, and Outsiders beat Vitality.
Yeah,
16-12 on Overpass. So interesting matchup.
Yeah. Different vibes coming into this into that match. One of the win, one of the loss. It should be interesting on paper at least.
Yeah, there will be some more sad faces. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, Trace.
It's been a long last best of 3 here of the day, but we did find a way to close it out. So ultimately, that's what we're going to do. We're going to head on out. Imperial say goodbye, but tomorrow we get to see a new day of matches here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2022. It's the major, y'all. We're just in the challenger stage, and things are too hot to handle as it is. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
He can get up to. I want to have a hot start to this major for him.
Yeah, it's going to be right down banana for Mouse. They're not waiting for a second. Zershin gets that first pick, and Fame is already knocked out of position. Outsiders, they completely up and leave the banana. Zershin's on a tear right now. New to the team and already picked up 2 headshots, and he's even going to give it up. 5 on 3. No pressure on Mouse to keep facing, keep fighting, and Outsiders are trying to open up this A site. Ugh.
JDC going to steal that one away, but it's all well and good. No hot start for the Doolies. Norbert and Jame left up in this one. Late through the apartments, Norbert's been spotted, not able to win this fight. And really, for outsiders, there's not a lot of hope left in this round, right? You're really hinging on getting something past Mouse that you shouldn't. If they're able to get into a post plant, maybe something opens up, right, with a molly and a smoke still in play. They just simply don't have the manpower. James all the way up long. Over at Arch, he's been spotted now. They know about him. This is looking like a very, very clean pistol to open up for Mouse. Unless James can do the impossible. That kill there might have opened up a route over towards B.
Yeah, but there's a reason they call it the impossible, Harry, and that's because it's just simply not happening. 30 seconds and Torshi comes in from behind, so Mao steal a pistol round away. And I gotta say, we do have the perfect map for this BO1. A good middle ground location. Outsiders have had a vast improvement on their T-sides on Inferno ever since adding in far more firepower. I say far more firepower, obviously that's with the reduction of losing Yakindo, one of the world's best riflers right now, who we'll see in Liquid later on in that Legend stage. But even so, we've already talked about the stylistic differences that outsiders have brought to recent matches, to even their qualification in the RMR and at Rotterdam. They've been switching it up, Harry. They've had some quick rounds. They've had some varied pace, and that's going to keep teams guessing on that CT side. Are you getting that typical slow burn from James, or is he going to run up top mid and take it right to your face?
Yeah, you know, I think when you used the word firepower a minute ago, it's that idea of you kind of have a lot more to go right in the start of the round. You have a lot of players here who are kind of more than comfortable being that first or second man in, and so it has very much changed the nature of the pooling.
Yeah.
In this one, little aggro down towards ramp, and they're just stripping the pistols out of it.
Yeah, they're just wiping an eco. It shouldn't be a problem for Mouse. Just to build on that point, though, I think the thing that's so exciting is when we got to a point where people would like recognize the outsiders' game plan on T side and how slow they would often play and go for really late round executes. A lot of teams.
It's like Mouse can totally do this.
Has to be outsiders.
Okay, we've got Mouse and we've got outsiders. Desk is split. Everybody at home, it's time for this first matchup on the B stream for the IEM Rio Major 2022. Mouse versus outsiders. Harry and Hugo, over to you.
Yes, Parla, thank you very much. Mouse versus outsiders here to open up IEM Rio. It's going to be a good one. Looking forward to this. We're getting into it. It's over on Inferno. Mouse with a CT side start. And outsiders bringing in this first investment. They've got everything, right? Nice little bit of utility there. But I want to see what these dualies on Torshi can get up to. I want to have a hot start to this major for him.
Yeah, it's going to be right down banana for Mouse. They're not waiting for a second. Zershin gets that first pick, and Fame is already knocked out of position. Outsiders, they completely up and leave the banana. Zershin's on a tear right now. New to the team and already picked up 2 headshots, and he's even going to give it up. 5 on 3. No pressure on Mouse to keep facing, keep fighting, and outsiders are trying to open up this A site. Ugh.
JDC going to steal that one away, but it's all well and good. No hot start for the dualies. Norbert and James left up in this one. Late through the apartments, Norbert's been spotted, not able to win this fight. And really, for outsiders, there's not a lot of hope left in this round, right? You're really hinging on getting something past Mouse that you shouldn't. If they're able to get into a post plant, maybe something opens up, right, with a molly and a smoke still in play. They just simply don't have the manpower. James all the way up long. Over at Arch, he's been spotted now. They know about him. This is looking like a very, very clean pistol to open up for Mouse. Unless James can do the impossible. That kill there might have opened up a route over towards B.
Yeah, but there's a reason they call it the impossible, Harry, and that's because it's just simply not happening. 30 seconds and Torshi comes in from behind, so Mao steal a pistol round away. And I gotta say, we do have the perfect map for this BO1. A good middle ground location. Outsiders have had a vast improvement on their T-sides on Inferno ever since adding in far more firepower. I say far more firepower, obviously that's with the reduction of losing Yakindo, one of the world's best riflers right now, who we'll see in Liquid later on in that Legend stage. But even so, we've already talked about the stylistic differences that outsiders have brought to recent matches, to even their qualification in the RMR and at Rotterdam. They've been switching it up, Harry. They've had some quick rounds. They've had some varied pace, and that's going to keep teams guessing on that CT side. Are you getting that typical slow burn from James, or is he going to run up top mid and take it right to your face?
Yeah, you know, I think when you used the word firepower a minute ago, it's that idea of you kind of have a lot more to go right in the start of the round. You have a lot of players here who are kind of more than comfortable being that first or second man in, and so it has very much changed the nature of the pooling.
Yeah.
In this one, little aggro down towards ramp, And they're just stripping the pistols out of it.
Yeah, they're just wiping it eco. It shouldn't be a problem for Mouse. Just to build on that point, though, I think the thing that's so exciting is when we got to a point where people would like recognize the Outsiders' game plan on T side and how slow they would often play and go for really late round executes. A lot of teams would do a really good job at holding onto utility. Inferno's such a good map to talk about this. They would never use their smokes, never use their mollies early. A lot of teams will burn 2-3 smokes in the opening 30-40 seconds of a round. Teams stop doing that against Outsiders just in anticipation of late round plays. But nowadays, because they like to keep it fast and keep it rugged, in certain rounds, you've got to go back to what you know, the more standard instant mollies, instant smokes, throw that G2 smoke down middle as well. So that's going to keep Mouse guessing. It's going to keep them on the edge. But now we get into the gun rounds, Harry. Full buy for Outsiders, some SMGs kept over for the Mouse side, and this game's about to get going.
Yeah, this is where things really get interesting, right? Not going to have those AWPs in play yet. It's the bonus round for Mouse, and Outsiders didn't have the money. So it is just rifles all across the board. Important thing to keep a little eye on there. Know that James normally wants to shuffle that money around such that he brings this AWP out fast as possible. It's going to be contested early on for the Outsiders. Torshi, he's bearing a lot of responsibility here. He's got the best gun in the round. And he's in the spot where it looks like Outsiders are interested in. Right? One of the 2 players left over towards this A stack. Mao's played triple B early just to keep an eye on any fast rushes coming their way in this first rifle round.
And this is what I mean, right? We're at 115, but there's 1 smoke left, right? Mouse have already used pretty much everything they've got, except these HGs and mollies, which can be so useful for stopping bomb plants. If you want to play a retake, for example, you can give up B, do what Fnatic used to do, lob those nades onto Coffin, really cause problems, especially against teams that are planting with 15, 20 seconds left. That can be a problem. Mouse have got this 1 smoke, and it goes down as Banana is conceded, and this will force some rotations now. Outsiders might not respect it, though. They want to go right through.
Yeah, Xerxion's blind, having to tuck out of there. Oh, hello, double Molotov kill. Xerxion hasn't even seen them yet. It's his util burning them alive. The Outsiders still trying to sift through this smoke, but plucked out. Xerxion's in with another 3 in the round before he's taken out of it. And now James left in this clutch. He's dealt with the first man in on the entry. However, waiting back at CT is frozen. Flash goes high, and James caught fighting out in the open. That's a lovely bonus round for Mouse as far as they go.
I love that one, that one from Xerxion, right? He realizes that Outsiders, late in the round are just going to run through that banana smoke. They know it's low utility, and they just pop through, but he already dropped the Molotov right in front of the smoke. Outsiders don't know until it's too late, and on top of that, they're blinded from the CT rotations as well, so they're going in blind, through gray screen, into fire. That was an absolute mop-up for Mouse. Great solo B for Xerxion, and keep in mind, this is, the latest addition to the Mouse team.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, this is maybe the addition I'm most excited for, right? Like, I was a big Xerxion fan back in that Mouse NXT squad. I think he brings so much to that team, and I don't know, man, it was a lot of just his decision making seems real flawless. He's got a great head on his shoulders, and he very much did from day one of that team. So I think it's a great pickup, and I mean, in this series already to open up, Xerxion has looked lights out. So great that we're getting this sort of mileage out of the guy. Outsiders, after losing Fame early, they're hoping to secure the equalizer over here towards Banana. Do keep your eye on Kicker trying to work this late Banana control. He's a big fan of it, and it has netted the opener here to find a 4-on-4, drop a gun over. You're arming yourselves now. Starting to set up for a bit of a B play.
Nades could end lives here, but JDC's a long way out. Blinded, takes a shot. Torshi, they've now figured out the location of the AWP, and they want to go nowhere near it, running right back to middle. They have to go soon before Torshi realizes this one. Outsiders are quiet as they set up in middle. 1 smoke goes over the top, and they've got 1 flash to pop. JDC, Anti, is not going to get blinded, looks away at the right time, and out they come. Quick kill. There's the trade from James, and they're going to have to give it up. Dexter falls all the way back to the site, but he doesn't make it in time. 3-on-2, they've broken through.
Well, she's going to have to do the heavy lifting. Oh, out on an island. And was scoped up over on the apartments. He was just blindsided. Really wasn't ready for the pace there out of the Outsiders. Oh, but it's got the plant in, and Frozen's left a long way away from ours. This one takes a bit of a left turn. And Mao's the ones having to admit defeat here. Frozen's just going to have to back out and save, hold on to this AK and armor. Outsiders, they're in with their first round here and now, and it all starts, you know, in that 5v4 to open. They found an equalizer over at Banana. They kind of used that to throw a bit of disarray into the Mao's ranks, and then have it culminate back in that A play at a pace that Mao's just simply were not ready for.
Yeah, Dexter didn't look convinced by that. Only 2 players got out through mid against JDC, so I think he was expecting the absolute. Right, he turned around. Ooh, yeah, he'll make it. He turned around to check apps, but that just left him completely open to short. And Outsiders had already given up the aim of the game, so they just swing him. And that was the kill that really won the round. Breaking through, finding their first on this T side, the mastermind of Jame. And Outsiders are at least on the board early. That AWP comes right back into play. And Outsiders are the ones to even take a tack timeout just to really refine things. Kick it and Banana, that's going to be fun to watch, right? We see Fame taking a lot of spawns there, right? He's often going to be a guy, getting up logs as well, but especially in the old Outsiders, Kick It was the guy who would so often just be that solo B worker, get up towards Car if he can. You know, if he's getting destroyed, if Kick It's getting naded out and getting pressured, if Mauser playing retaking Banana and using their utility wisely, they can really cut out this B attack from Outsiders and make it as obvious it was in that round where Zershan burned 2 at top B. So yeah, a lot of pressure on Kicker to keep getting these opening kills up Banana.
Yeah, and you touched upon the fact that Fame's there as well. I mean, I do think that duo of Fame and Kicker are going to be working Banana virtually every one of these rounds, and they're super proficient at it, right? I think you're going to see Maus, whenever they do want to try and challenge for this Banana control, they've really got to play 3 strong here, because you know what you're running into. Frozen, super low on HP after that molly, burns him down. Gets out of there at least, and now Zershan takes up position. 2 players in at the logs. They will decide to get out of there.
That was a flick. We didn't see it, but that was a flick.
Well, flit out of the round. A man down now for the Outsiders. Once again, they might be left looking towards this B site for some sort of equalizer in moments like this.
And I love how mobile Toshi is as well. Chev shows us straight away. He's already back over to that B bomb site. They just saw him at apps. We saw earlier how Outsiders try and avoid this orb, but they can't. They're going right into it, and Jamie's ready to receive. Gets that pick into the B site, but with the kill in the kill feed, Outsiders know there are 2 more here. It's a guarantee. They're going to hold off for a moment. Even if they still commit to a B execute, they want Norbert to go looking first.
And you can kind of feel the mind games. Dexter certainly is. It's another round where he's kind of hesitant, right? Not really sure what he wants to do here, but he's decided to double down on the idea that this B play is a bit of a ruse, and so he's going to hold out over towards this A side of the map. Now, maybe this util getting lobbed over by Norbert only sells them on that fact more, leaving a 2-man hold over towards this B site up against the 4 from Outsiders that are about to come their way.
It's inevitable. Can James sell something first? 20 seconds, and this is one hell of a fake. He just scopes in middle. He hopes someone
just
hears
for the
that,
noise cue.
I don't think that's even going to get calmed. I don't think anyone's shuffling this late in a round. 2-2 split. Frozen with the orb. Going to get flashed out. He's going to pre-dodge it, but a nice flick lands. Frozen moving in for more. His teammate's gone. Blind shot. Won't get the kill. Norbert just gets in for the plant in time.
Really leaving it down to the wire. This is vintage Outsiders here. Plant down now. And a 3v3. Grouped in CT as Mouse. Jame on that smoke fade. I want to get involved all over again. Holding for a coffin swing. It's Norbert to break the silence first.
JDC crept in.
Has made it all the way up into the pool, right? But they're not facing him. They're not peeking him. They're not giving him a chance here.
I love it.
DC does do a bit of damage. Needs even more than that with Kicker out of the round, out of the picture. James starting to feel the heat, feel the pressure, and he's going to hold the line. No scope lands, and Frozen's got to get out of there. Run for the hills with that AWP. It's a nice try in the 3v3 retake. James so comfortable playing that one down to the margins, playing it to the time at the back of the site. He's more than content in positions like that, Hugo.
And what a great tuck for Norbert as well. Like, really knew how to keep JDC on him, to bait him into wasting valuable seconds. And also poetic to see James no-scoping fools back at quad at a major, right? It was back at the RMR for Antwerp where he eliminated Saw from that exact position. An absolute heartbreak, Harry. And yeah, I love seeing James in the post plant with the orb. That's where he can really be unleashed. But he picked Torshi as well. Keep in mind, he's there for the opener and the closer. Torshi's back with the big green. And he's taken it right through apartments where he got his 5-on-4 last round as well. Just this time, a little bit more aggressive, perhaps. Flits. Does catch him, and that's the AWP gone. No man's land and no man to be found. They have to molly it. And there's no way Mal's picking back up. Up against pistols, they're just going to waltz in.
That's kind of rough. You know, that's
nice.
putting a lot of faith in Torshi's AWP. And as you pointed out correctly, it's in a position where, like, that's just irretrievable. You know, you've lost it as far as you're concerned.
The reason you're doing it is because you want to do exactly what he's been doing in previous rounds, right? Going for an early fight and then moving to a completely different location. And that's, you know, that's a sneaky place to go. That's not where you'd always expect the AWP. Flit's very ready for it, though. He's tried it before.
And
he gets his revenge.
Hang on, I'm just going to say this, by the way. This is James, like, knowing the game is now afoot, right? If anyone knows save games, it's James, right? James' game is the save game, right? And so now outsiders know that AWP is a very desirable item, and the odds are that MOUZ, they don't really think they can win this round in the 3v4. They're going to go looking for that AWP. James left his merry men there. They've thrown the AWP out, I'm pretty sure, anyway. So it is just irretrievable. They were grouped, caring for a push into alt mid, caring for them to go and retrieve that gun. Yeah. And now they know that this B side of the map is clear. Are
they going to find it? Are they going to find it? That's what I want to know.
I'm pretty sure I think they threw it out over the wall.
Yeah. Just wondering if there's a boost or anything you can do to grab it. We've seen players try, but outsiders, they know the money, Harry. They know the save game, like you said.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, good luck. You're going to need really long arms for that one. Of course, J-Raz on the cinematics, catching all the drop guns, all the drop nades. Nothing will be missed. Except this round for MOUZ. 3-3, outsiders, they break through. But we will have a bye coming up.
Yeah, I really want to see, you know, how this matchup kind of develops for Torshi. I really want to see how he's able to adapt to James, because I think in terms of locking AWPers out, you struggle to find a better AWPer than that than James. Really, I think he's going to force you to do a lot of unorthodox stuff. Whenever you try to peek these kind of standard lines, you can almost guarantee that James is going to be holding you, staring right back, and he's been there waiting longer than you have. So these moments do get pretty hairy.
Yeah, but if James is going to keep finding these opening picks, then MOUZ need to really tighten up the ship. No AWP here either. That's the risk you take, right? Bringing an AWP into an eco round, it's going to cost you in the later. So just rifles for now and a bit of utility. Tack timeout for MOUZ. Their first one on the board. Both teams have popped one. Ooh. Remix. And I gotta say, Harry, while we've got this downtime, it is absolutely sick to be in Rio right now. We're not in the stage. That's the A stream, of course, with Gamer Legion taking on 9Z right now. I'm sure it's going wild. They were screaming earlier, and I was thinking, damn, this thing's really packed out already. I went in, it was like 50 people. They were making so much noise. So
no, it is.
It's gonna get crazy.
It is wild. Oh, hello there. Right back into this one. James posted up on mid, and this is what I say, man. He's just very, very frustrating, kind of trying to shut down a lot of these early options.
Not bad.
Let's go over. Bit of chip damage, but
a few seconds later, it could have been huge.
Looking like outsiders want to try and get stuck in over in the apartments, and this has been a position that MOUZ have been pretty damn keen to fight for. Normally, whenever they've had that AWP, without it, I imagine we are going to see something a little more passive over towards that A side of the map. And that's exactly what we've got. Torshi playing back on the balcony isn't going to offer up an early pick here. Dexter certainly could, though, as they try to take top mid away. He's waiting on the other side of this smoke. Traceless A1S, he's having a good time with the spam right now. But as that smoke fades, he will have to get out of there.
Yeah, they still have to be careful about this cubby. James will drop that molly so Norbert can keep his gun out. Definitely the safer option. Don't want to get caught throwing nades, especially the T Molotov, right? It's going to make noise when you pull it, at least when you're holding the pin down. So that won't be a problem. 40 seconds. It looks like an early A execute, or sorry, a late A execute here for outsiders. Dexter floating in the Pacific right now, and he's gone all the way back to B to reinforce this triple setup. That's exactly what outsiders need. Kicker can cause real problems here if he can find an entry kill and keep these players in rotation, but Dexter's already moved back. The bomb is going B. Kicker's fallen. The bomb must now turn around. 20 seconds. No time to fall now. JDC stops Flit, and it's all gone wrong for outsiders.
Yeah, suddenly you got to flush out this pit player. You really do. You got him trapped in this cage. Dexter over in library. Good timing on the wraparound behind. They flush out JDC. So that's a route to a plant now opened up.
How?
Suddenly Outsiders actually could still win this whole damn thing. Bomb planted, 2v3, trying to get out of there. Fame's tagged up, but James gets into the pit. They're going to play this one together. They've got this crossfire between long and short. If they peak in tandem with one another, this is a very tricky retake to try and put past them. They've dealt with Fame, and so James got to do it alone. Just one man up against it all. There's the molly coming in, and peaked up and over. Dexter's going to get rid of him. Mao's back in the lead as they secure a fourth.
Dexter's firing all cylinders right now. He's hitting shots, right? And that was part of the appeal when he joined this team, right? He was slaying as an in-game leader individually, right? Which is something very hard to do and you don't see often when he was back in Australia, but came all the way over here. Obviously, definitely was some adjustment time to Tier 1 EU CS, but as far as fragging in-game leaders go, he has got the power, he has got the potential. I kind of like that call for Outsiders to run that AXEC, but then to send the bomb back. The only reason it fails is Kicker dies. If he gets one entry there, James will commit with him with the bomb, and they're going to go for the B plant. They found the right timing. Dexter peeled out, but Kicker falls, and that's the kill that really throws a spanner in the works. They had their B plan, they have their backup to go for that AXEC, but it wasn't what they wanted. Fame all the way up top B now, right behind the smoke. Booster, bye-bye. Fame's got the kill, and Frozen's still here that he never knew about. Dexter with nades over the top. Fame was trying to double up, and instead will put them in 4-on-4. Outsiders concede the banana and go back to an AXEC.
All right, Torshi in the right place, right time. But no vision, flashed off the angle. Flit has been mopped up, trying to get out Boiler. And so that's given Mao's this little advantage to 4v3, and a third man even moved over to supplement the A-hold. Norbert has found this gap and kind of threaded the needle here, but hang on. Dexter, he's seen him, and now they know. Norbert thinks he's making a play, but instead he's playing right into their hands. And with him cut out of the round, the bomb still on the back of James in the apartments, worlds apart from Kicker. It looks like the call's been made for Kicker to come back.
Look at this setup as well.
This is going to culminate in a little A play.
Yeah, good luck breaking through this. Off angle for JDC. Torshi, you know, he can just turn around. He can spin, play that headshot angle with the AWP, and find James in the apartments. Kicker needs to break through. The whole time, Harry, you're paranoid of Pit. That's the worst part. Molly comes in, looking the wrong way. JDC's repositioned, and Torshi gets spotted as well. But they know it's two as he hits the headshot over the box. They still don't know about JDC. They heard the Molly burn, but they thought it was Torshi. Maus, I love that readjustment. They've been abusing Pit every single time with JDC falling back off of Porch, but finally he sets up in the site, and it's the last thing they expect. Maus staying mobile and staying in control of this game for now.
I mean, that's the money broken, right? This could be a bit of a turning point where Maus really look to kind of leapfrog up into the lead in a very big way. Fast up banana for a couple of Outsiders boys. Fame right up at the front, but not able to get past the onslaught of bullets and fire. Util now going in. Maus, they want to try and take this banana control.
Careful.
It's a man waiting in the wings of logs. Three's been dealt with. Kicker removed from the round. And with 3 strong here, it's a bit of a firing squad down the banana. Leaving it all on James again. This time 1v5. He's still chilling out in T-spawn.
Yeah, those AKs are terrifying. 3 of them shooting down banana. James, patient as ever. You're not going to outlast him, but eventually he will have to go into his death. Will Frozen feed him and give him a gun and give him hope? It looks like he doesn't want to. You look at the scoreboard, you realize who you're up against, and you're not making that mistake, right? But it was only an eco after all. Outsiders going to be coming in with the big guns next. And they should have an AWP for James, if he wants. I love how patient Maus are here. Build that money, baby. Stack them cashes.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you know who it is. You know it's Shame. Like, you push tab, you know he's waiting somewhere. Just, he can win in his mind if he wins the economy game. But Torshi does just delete him immediately on that first jiggle, and so they never even break a sweat. That is a really nice little, anti-force by round there out of the Mouse squad. They keep it super clean, and they're now up on a 6. Obviously, we had this exact matchup go down very, very recently back at Challengers, ESL Challenger in Rotterdam. There, it was actually Outsiders picking up the victory in this one, going on to win it all in the grand final versus Ents as well. Real nice tournament for those guys, but I spoke to Alan.
The claws that hold you back, falling down, you get back up, 'cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior.
Henter, our resident, analyst over here on the B stream, and he said, Mouse, they look completely deflated. He said it felt like a real, game of mind games, and they got, destroyed. He said the mental was gone. So it is very, very nice to see an opener like this from Mouse, having such a good start out of the gate.
Yeah, reinvigorated and ready to roll. It's definitely what you want from Mouse, who didn't even make it to the last major back at Antwerp. Similar to the OG story, right? Just falling short in the RMR. Outsiders, a mainstay of majors gone by. Frozen pushed down, and bye-bye Kicker. A quick kill and a 5-on-3. Frozen even spans out Jake. Here's the axe pop at the same time. They do get a nice range shot off the Mac-10, but even though Torshi looked precarious for a second, Dexter bails him out and tries to swing, but Dexter has just been a rock on this A site. Every single time holding strong, pushing smokes, no respect. And Miles goes 7-3 up right now. This is getting dominant, Harry. We had that 3-0 into a 3-3. It felt like we were going to get a competitive game, but Outsiders need to break the mold. They're not even getting bomb plants.
Dude, the thing that's wild is, you know, both these teams have their fair share of inexperienced players. I think when you look at it pound for pound, the experience, you know, goes the way of the Outsiders.
Sure.
You know, you've got like this kind of core three of James, Kicker, and Flit who do have this experience at events such as this, you know, at the majors. On the other side of things, Mouse, it's kind of greener. You know, there are parallels to be drawn, I guess, with, you know, Fame and Nord, but also having this be their first major. But right now, I'm kind of expecting more from Kicker, really. That's who I want to look at to try and get them into it a bit. James is really doing all he can, but you struggle to win these rounds when you're left up in like 1v3s, 1v4s. Often just gives it his best go. And I think Kicker's oftentimes such an important piece of Outsiders Inferno in the first place. These banana lurks are often the kind of bread and butter.
I love how Maz have just retaken Banana in this round as well. They know there's no money and it's eco, so Outsiders, if they want to retake it, it's going to cost them almost everything they have, and that frees up Dexter to once again be on that A site. It won't be the right call for now. Outsiders a very late sneak up Banana, and Maz have given it up, but Dexter is on his rotation, so it feels like he is always in the right place. Molly ready. If a flash goes over, he's just going to drop it. We saw what Zershan did the other round with that exact play. This time he's lining up a flash. Everyone's about to go ham here for Mouse. Everyone is about to shred Outsiders. We need Tech9 taps or nothing.
Oh man, you're running into util as well. You've been re-smoked, you've been mollied. There's three here. It's a slaughterhouse inside of B. And Outsiders, they're sent packing. This one is a very abrupt close as it all comes crushing down. And it's just James. 1v5 again. I said, you know, he's left in these spots all the time. Out with the swing. Bit of damage, but nothing to write home about. 8-3. Super convincing look from Mouse. Very nice scenes here, and often, you know, having the right read.
Yeah, and also, you know, we talk in individuals for Mouse. Well, right now, there just aren't any for Outsiders. Sure, James had some picks on the AWP. He set them up, but we haven't had Kicker. He found one kill in Banana in one round and got traded. Fame did the same, got that pick on the boost, got traded. No one's getting multi-kills from Outsiders. No one's cracking over open bomb sites. And Mouse's util has just been perfect this entire game. So I don't know if things are going to change. They have to change now or maybe never. Boost up over the top. This is nice. Flash is good, though. Do they see him? No. James, that Molotov is going to force a player out of position. Frozen goes up and over, but he won't go in. Oh, the jump! The jump lets him down completely. And James again delivers the goods. First class. But can they get the rest of the package to the destination? Because it's still a 5-on-4, and Miles have won plenty of these disadvantaged rounds. This tuck-in for Zershan is going to be the last thing they expect, but it might not matter with a double pick up through B. Zershan holds on. Smoke down. Kick it. Might go through, but that flash doesn't send him over. The second one will. Great job. Zershan was trying to reposition, but he saves it somehow, some way. A 5-on-3 flipped on its head.
No, hang on. He's going back in. Zershan wants to push this. He's going through the smoke. He's going to get the info that the bomb's out of there, and now they're fast flanking the A play. They're right up mid behind this bomb. Not there in time to drop it. So JDC's got to hold the line inside of the site. Where's that next point of contact? They're holding for mid. Wow. They're looking for that next man. And now we need the NXT men to step up and fill the void. JDC gone. Dexter in the 1 versus 3. Lay up through middle, quiet on the approach, but caught looking the wrong way. Norbert with 3 huge kills there, holds that flank, has the read. I don't know how. He you know, what in his brain tells him, oh, they're fast up mid behind us. That feels like the last thing you should be anticipating there, especially with all the damage done to what you're assuming is the last guy left at B.
What a roller coaster of a round, right?
Crazy.
What a crazy round. But yeah, great work from Norbert. That's the player that we needed to step up here. He's a huge firepower piece. Been mulling around in Tier 2, Tier 3 for so long and destroying people, but here on the major, finally showing up with an impact round. Again, fighting at top B. It's gone well for Mal so far. Torshi hits the shot, gets back behind cover, but he can't escape with a Molotov by his side. He's going to have to trade utility. He's got support from Zershan, but through the fire goes a man. Norbert, it might even be worth it, but they're a man down regardless. James getting tagged up. His teammates far away. And again, these are the rounds that Outsiders rely on individuals to show up in a big way. Dexter hit those long timings earlier on. He's going to go back to library. I don't think you could pick a better time to do it, but through the smoke, and he's ready.
Oh no!
That's unlucky.
Couldn't have scripted that worse for Dexter. Just turns away. ADC even heard the footsteps over.
They know they killed the B rotation, so they know it's 1-1 right now. They don't want to rush the A site in case the second man's here. They're hoping Zershan doubts it, but he's not.
Oh, and on this swing, they've just looked away. Oh, James back on the angle. He's got his teammates back. They bailed it out, and they know that Zershan was the B player. Suddenly, they've got a funny feeling that the route to success here is running this bomb into that B site. JDC is going to be far too late sneaking through the apartments. He won't be here in time to influence them on this rotate with the bomb. Instead, if he wants to win this round, it's going to have to be 1v2 in the retake.
He's absolutely going to give it a go. There's no reason not to. It's super winnable. You've got the money. We are near the end of the half. JDC is going to try and clutch this one out. Bomb planted, and up he moves. James swapped off the AWP for the post plant. Just looking for a quick trade. Doesn't want to be scoped up on the wrong angle. And JDC goes quiet. No one even playing into the ruins, so they don't know which side he rotates from. But they won't be giving away anything. Check is good, Dink, both ways. JDC on 1 point of health. It's a good molly. It's going to flush out Jane, but can he even get the kill? James already back behind a new piece of cover, and JDC doesn't know as Flit finishes the job. These are clutch rounds right now for Outsiders. Do we expect anything less? There was a bit of self-doubt here from me, Harry, but Outsiders, just when you count them out, is when they wake up. Back-to-back T post-plant conversions, and we're going to get a game after all.
Starting to feel that way, isn't it, Hugo?
Yeah.
Now the timeout called. It's a Mao's timeout, unsurprisingly. I think that, you know, this is where that realization's kind of setting in, like, okay, we were really winning this half in a big way. You know, we were 8-3 up. There was like unlimited potential there, but 8-3s can turn sour very, very quickly. When you kind of start to hit this scoreline, and now you're fully investing, you're putting all your money on the line, buying up into round 14. If you cop an L here, this actually ends up being a damn near neck and neck first half, which, considering how it started, is a real fall from grace for Maus, and it's the kind of leads that you really, it's the kind of leads you really can't afford to give up versus this Outsiders squad.
Yeah, their mental is just incredible. There's no team quite like it, right? It feels like they're better in disadvantages. They're better when they're rounds down, when their back's up against the wall. Yeah, it's not easy to do. It's so consistent for this roster. For any Jame-led team, fights back at B. Frozen. Oh, molly and flash, but he backwards jumps into safety. And in fact, that molly wasn't good either. It landed a little short, so they couldn't even peek in deep to trade. Kickit would have gone for that kill if that molly wasn't going to tank him. Frozen lobs more nades in. Softens him up. That's a great one. Molly as well. Burns, and there's a double nade to do it. Jame is dead, and that has been the guy making these rounds happen, finding the openers. Now got a lead from the grave. I like that little arming of utility. The mollies and smokes on B have been the detriment of Outsiders. Kickit's going to play the AWP with a backup AK just in case. Still,
I almost feel like the calling gets like the weirder when James is out of the round. You know, like now he's seeing what everyone sees. Now he is truly omnipresent across the server, and he's called for a bit of a fake here, right? Lobbing this util in towards B. It's gonna try and keep bodies here. Hello. It has started to draw Dexter away from A.
Oh no,
Torchy over on short. Only good for the first. The JDC in the apartment's going to have to do the heavy lifting here. Gonna have to make some magic happen, but wrapped around the long side. Norbit dispatches of him, and we're into this 3v3. Plant now found over at A, and Dexter's kicking himself.
Oh no!
Might be able to catch Norbert, and he will. Pit player dealt with. Advantage flipped on its head, and Maus is suddenly keen for this retake.
They know Fame's trapped in the site. It's a backside plant. There's nowhere to go. Kickit's got to cut down this really late Apps rotation, but he's just slipped the net. Zershan has come in through. Fame got to fight for his life in the site. He needs to get a multi-kill right here, right now. Kickit will help out. Quick kill. The attention drawn away, but both fall in an instant as they clear the back of the site. It's going to be Maus holding on. You said we were poised, primed even for an 8-7 if Outsiders are able to break the money, but Maus will raise their heads and find 9 first. Might have a pretty balanced half after all. Some very close rounds in here though.
I mean, you know, I talked about these teams faced each other not too long ago at ESL Challenger Rotterdam, and Inferno was in that. It was the map pick of Outsiders. Mouse ended up winning at 16-14, and that was on the back of a 10-5 half.
Hey.
That's why my nerves were kicked up at the idea that Outsiders were about to turn this one around. Mouse still in with a chance of, you know, repeating the success of that last series. Over at Banana, Frozen's getting stuck in, but in the end gets melted. Fame goes straight for his head.
I love this. They leave. So many rounds Outsiders have gone 5-on-4 and overpush and fed and been traded by Mouse's triple Bs in the early round. They won't do it. They keep the banana control, but they tuck in. They beckon Mouse to push, and Zershan might just bite the bullet. In he goes. Kick it tucked in. The flash goes behind him, though, so Zershan at least gets a kill, but it still favors Outsiders. Torshi fights with the AWP, a gap in the smoke, but a molly at his feet, and he's just holding on. He's hoping, he's praying, and he's burning to death. No one even gave him a chance. And even a 1-for-1 there probably wouldn't have been enough. Mouse now have to gamble in round 15. Are they going to choose against it? Dexter's splitting. And we're splitting hairs here. There should be no way in hell Outsiders lose this round.
Yeah, they've kind of got everything accounted for here. And, like, honestly, you can just go B now, as weird as that is. Norbert will catch Dexter, and that brings it to a pretty quick close. 6 on the half for the Outsiders. It's quite the recovery from 8-3 down. Mouse, 9-6. They've got a little lead, but can they hold on to it? We're going to have to find out in just a moment.
Hey Future Pros! On Inferno today, and I thought I'd show you how to throw the classic one-way to help you sneak out of the A apartments and maybe find a kill or two. To throw the smoke, get apps control, then position yourself on the edge of this door. Aim at the lower middle part of the extended bit of the arch. And throw. It's crazy how fast Rain throws his smoke, as this version is a little precise, so give it some practice. Now you have a good chance to crawl out of the apartments and play around the one-way smoke. CTs should usually be playing more passive once the smoke is thrown, but maybe you can find a CT with his pants down.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Mao's at the major, and they've started strong. 9 rounds on their CT side of Inferno. A BO1 to begin the B stream for the day. We've got BO1s coming in all directions, on and off the stage. No matter where these players are located, they can certainly hear the crowd, Harry. And there will be some screaming going on.
I can hear the crowd, and we're outdoors, so it's kind of an interesting dynamic there, isn't it? All right then, yeah, Mao's, they narrowly have the lead. Last time these teams faced off, 16-14 to Mao's here on Inferno, but it required a 10-5 half to get them there. This time, they're 1 round down on that, and Outsiders are 1 round up. Is that going to be the round that makes all the difference?
That's what Outsiders have to tell themselves. James gets that spot. That's a lot of information. Sees the bomb, sees 3 players at least coming up into alt middle, but Outsiders don't sway. They don't fall away from this triple B setup. Maybe they should. Hoping those mind games do them favors. They won't. Fame has begun his rotation. And in fact, oh, I love this call. Outsiders full gamble. Rolling the dice. But will they be here in time?
Well, it's the tour of Inferno for the rotates, but they are here, the Rambling Men. Now Gambling Men, as they put 4 strong inside of A. It's the right read, right place, and right time. Zertian down into the pit, deals with Flip, and Norbit's here, and there's so many more. Oh my god, he's reloaded those 9 bullets. Oh dear! Oh no! It's a disaster! And in the blink of an eye, that was looking so good for the Outsiders, and then the round's just over in a sea of red. It's Mao's to have found it.
What happened? It was a massacre. Everyone got a kill. They were like triple set up on default, though. They were all over the bomb site.
Like a triple swing and a late swing.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
That was a mess. That was a complete mess. I don't know. I mean, Outsiders barely got set up in time, but they had, you know, they had prior warning. They had time to make that call earlier. Damn. Look at these shots, though. Mouse just shut it down in an instant. And that's going to put some pep in your step. shot connects. Jame with the scout down middle. And even the nade, that's going to force so much pressure. Torshi backs off. James still covering. Torshi's ready for a fight, still won't win it. That low health from earlier, caught on the retreat. Flip won't get away with much more. Bombs down a ramp. Jame might know that, but he doesn't hold on. Gonna make that gamble happen perhaps, go back towards a triple B setup. Could smoke mid before if he wants. But Mals are in no hurry in the second round. They are armed and deadly. They are not playing bonus. They're on the full force. Galil's an AK. Just trying to be methodical here, and Outsiders already making that move over at the wrong time. It's been awfully quiet in Banana, but as soon as they up and leave, that's when the smokes go over. It almost seems like a fake with just one smoke, but here comes the real commit. Mals have already won this round. Outsiders just don't know it yet.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, this is the nature of the James system. It's like he's told you to stack A, you're stacking A. Yeah. You might hear the util going in B, you might hear the guns, you might see the smokes. It doesn't matter. You go where James told you to. They're going to group up over here towards A. Now that penny starting to drop, that, well, it is the B play after all. I think, you know, you could justify sending like Fame in, but I really don't think we're going to see Outsiders commit to fighting this too heavily. James going to try and remove players as they exit, but for the most part, Outsiders just want to repeat this round with the saved weapons, right? Just a little bit of firepower to try give them an edge in the follow-up round.
Yeah, always a safer call. Very little to gain other than guns. Mals will get out with all of theirs. 11-6, and you know, again, I don't want to start the worryometer, Harry. I don't want to let it tick into my ears because I did in the first half, and Outsiders still woke up towards the end and pulled in some clutch rounds, some man-down positions they shouldn't have won. But this is still, despite that, a very good position to be in a BO1 for Mals, right? Every round they get, the comeback potential slips further and further through the fingers of the Outsiders. And I got to say, it's pretty reassuring to see Mals here and doing well, right? Like we said, the core of an academy team in JDC, Torshi, and Zershan, one by one dragged up from the NXT roster into this main one and already causing a bit of a ruckus here in Rio. We love to see it. Where's that ceiling? Yet to find out. But Cologne was certainly a good sign from this Mals team. Getting into the playoffs there. Getting at least one stage game, but of course falling to Astralis after winning the first map. Little B stack here. Not a bad move for Outsiders, and Mals look like they want to go quick.
Yeah, Fame's up here. Full green Deagle gloves combo. Ooh. But it's
only a
Kicker
map
to strike first. Yeah, still, it's always scary in you know, your anti-eco round when you go a man down first. These, you know, this is often how it starts to spiral. I think if this next fight isn't won out by Mals, if we have a situation where, you know, they're trying to trade their way back in like a 3v5, 3v4, things get real rough in spite of the lesser weapons for the Outsider squad. Util going over. Here's the push into the full stack, into 4 players.
Oh dear.
Fame's Deagle, Green with Envy wanted to get involved. Dexter taken out of the round. Kicker swings, doesn't quite win. Frozen finds him. Flit and Fame trying to play this crossfire. It's got to be good, it's got to be clean if you want to capitalize. Fame's knocked out, Flit's missed the timing. They cross into the bomb site now, and Mao's right where they want to be. Might have recovered this one after all.
Reboost, but they're ready for it. There was no question. The smoke already faded, and the round as well will fall. I love that slowdown for Mals, right? That's all one because Outsiders in the 5-on-3 think Mals are committing, but they just stand still in the choke point. They hold with their rifles, and Kicker comes swinging through smoke. Player fights coffins, and Outsiders had a great advantage, but jumped the gun in swinging again. They did it together. It was as a unit, but it was still exactly what Mals were waiting for. So a 5-on-3 bungled there by Outsiders, and that one really hurts to lose. That could have flipped this game entirely on its head. Instead, Mals do as they should. 12-6. I love when we get the camera shots, we hear that crowd. Did 90 win a second round?
Right, we got that tag timer called on in now. it's justifiable, man. For the outsiders, this, yeah, it could end up being like one of the only rifle rounds we see them play on the CT side if they don't win it. And that's what's so scary. Now, that doesn't normally happen with outsiders, I'll be real, just because James is a real, economy nerd. He really likes to keep the money in good standing. Even in lost rounds, he'll prioritize trying to bring out weapons in the next. So, save meta very, very strong here on Inferno. Something to bear in mind. It's a little harder to keep these CTs on the back foot, but it's certainly possible for MOUZ. If they win this, I think they're well on their way to closing out this opening matchup here.
Oh, but here's the assault. Frozen still gets a shot off and even gets behind cover. That was through smoke. No info. Torshi finds a shot and takes down Kicker. He really has been getting reamed in this game. Not always due to error. 4 and 17. That's not what we expect, nor what we see from this guy. But he was just getting destroyed at Banana in that first half. MOUZ came in with excellent utility today. And now with a 5-on-3, again, just waltzing into this empty B-bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, like, literally, as we were coming into this, we say, oh yeah, James pretty nerdy with the economy. So even when they lose it, they're able to dodge resets. That's all this is. That is exactly what's happening here. You go in triple stack A. On the off chance that Dexter, like, misreads this on an apocalyptic level, you have a really good chance to win it. But if they don't, or when they don't, you've got 3 players saving. You're still good. Taking a little something with you into this next round.
Ooh, hello.
Flip spams out 1, but the problem is, I think even if Flip got 2 here, they're not really too keen to attempt it. Now, there is this late challenge from JDC. Norbit's just seen that.
The only way to lose this round is if JDC goes too early. If he goes too early, you have a 3-on-3, and then suddenly you can just go for the retake. Oh, he gets caught. Are they going to consider it?
It doesn't feel very Outsiders-esque to attempt this round, but, it is a new look Outsiders.
Hey, that's what Rob said about Cloud9, and look where that left him. But you are right. It's not, it's not a safe call by any means going for a 3-on-3 retake when you're already out of position, but there was that little temptation there for a moment. MOUZ will get it done. Great double entry from Frozen and Torshi. And hey, you said earlier in that pre-match chat with Heku, you said you wanted Frozen performing. This is the experienced player. This is a guy who's not going to get scared on a stage, who needs to hype up his team, who's been in this roster since it was Carrigan-led 3 years ago, even longer. So 18 and 6 on Frozen is it's miraculous. It's beautiful. A 3 KD, and we're not done. 13 to 6, MOUZ are running away.
Yeah, really nice scenes. And, I mean, the other kind of 2 that I was looking at, coming into this, I really wanted to keep an eye on was Torshi and James. And I said that I think James very, very good at making life hard for other AWPers. Well, Torshi's still found a lot of ways to get involved. He's still the top performing AWPer when you compare them pound for pound. So, I think he's done a very, very good job of just kind of rising to the occasion and still finding a lot of impact. One of the versus one of like the best anti-AWP AWPers that we have in the game.
Yeah, it must hurt for James, right? Because he is just so consistent. You rarely see games where he goes cold. First half, he had a couple of picks onto Torshi as well. You don't always see AWPers meet, especially on Inferno, but James found a way still. This one might be slipping through. MOUZ, a very late start to this round. 115, only now setting up flashes for Banana. Or even volleying close, just in case a bit of a push has come through. Outsiders aren't that deep, but they are right in front of the wall. Fame is committed. He has got to multi-kill here. They won't flash this position, though. Frozen might just waltz in. Oh, it does come over, though, right at the end. Kicker, he's going to get that trade out, and will even leave with a gun. With the game he's having, he probably doesn't want to overcommit to this position. And so he has called for support. Flit's moved over, but MOUZ are now pressuring A.
Yeah, James flashed off the angle, but still looking to fight with this AWP. Fair enough. I think he kind of needs to try and get involved on his terms in this round. Because as well, but they just up and leave, and then they dodge this AWP entirely, then you're left saving again, and that much would be almost a guarantee if these B players don't hold the line. The AWP not getting involved over on the A side of things, and now Mao's grouping for this B hit. The sole hope is that Kicker and Flit can hold on, and with one kill out of the defenders, Kicker looking a little lost as they move on in. Flit looked like he kind of got hung out to dry there as well, because they were deeper than Outsiders were ready for. That is a little awkward, and if that's how you end up losing 14, gonna leave a real bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah, I wouldn't even really play the blame game on Kicker there. Like, you know, they snuck right.
No,
under
I just
it.
meant the whole thing's like a real.
That's not how you enter B. Like, that's not the normal way of entering B. You want your back against the wall because then you have more angles. You can see deeper, and you can't get caught by the Coffins player going for just a check as well. You'd have to wide swing off Coffins on that headshot angle to even find a player there. But he just sneaks right under that boost box, and it's perfect. Finds Flit. Kicker can only go 1-for-1 there.
I mean, bro, you say sneak. There was also a lot of running up towards top banana. That's like the one element where I was. Yeah, that's like the one element where I'm like, okay, it kind of feels like an oddity that you weren't prepared for that B play.
That's another thing though. Like, even Flit just getting picked there, like whether he's ready or not, like he's just been super quiet. This was, especially when we had Nikinder in this team, like part of the conversation there was, okay, yeah, Flit's gonna have to give up some roles to Nikinder. He is the star after all, but Flit is such a sick player, such a firepower piece. When Nikinder left, we really hoped for an increase in performance from Flit because, hey, suddenly you've got all your spots back, you're the star player, but right now, he's as quiet as everyone else. Not what we need. James hasn't had a kill in quite a few rounds now. And this is Miles ready to end the game, ready to go 1-0 up in Challenger stage. Would be a fantastic start to do it like this, especially on such a middle ground map of Inferno. They've been putting in the work. Kick it jiggling at B, but Mal's turn a new page, go back to A. Not seeing much of this. James on the AWP here, Flash is good, fires his shot, and Mal's take brackets control. James, though, stubborn as ever, wants to go back for more, and he might find that AWP. It fires off. James escapes, only just takes a tag on the way out. Mals don't have to commit. They push the AWP back to the bomb site. They could even leave a long player and go into B. They've still got Frozen as an insurance policy. Flash to peek, it's good. The Zertian turn, still going to be a kill for Flit. And Dexter up and leaves as they go back to what is almost an empty site. Got to go quick, though.
Hey, Kicker is still like hard committed to this rotate over at A. He's only just starting to move back around now. There is a world where you get to play into this 4v1 and Fame's not even really looking to fight. Oh, that's so awkward. That could have been a big opportunity. Nades whittled down Dexter. Bit of spam damage.
Oh my, he's just
boosted up and over. He didn't even see the guy on the fountain. And Dexter rings out with one after getting that bomb down. That's probably going to force the save just immediately from the get-go. They don't know how much damage they did to Dexter crossing behind the smokes. They're locked out, a man down, bomb already planted. This is a definitive save call if you've ever seen one, and that's 15 for Maus, locked, loaded, and ready to go.
Dude, Dexter's pathing into B in both of these XX has been really sick. He did it again, dude. He runs close to the wall, and he climbs up on that little lip as well. Ouch. Even finds the final shot. He's gone, but who cares? You took the AWPer out. He will get saved, but kill's a kill. Yeah, dude, the pathing was sick mainly because it avoided the spam, right? Like, that spam should really get a kill on a crossing player through pool, but he just jumps over it and then plants in the bloody open, Harry. Not even seen behind the fountain. It's so unorthodox. Malzo had no problem shredding Outsiders in this T side, yet to lose a round. 6 in a row. And this is it. This is closing time, baby. This is Mal's about to make Outsiders look like fools.
And I mean, considering we literally have data on this map from a matter of weeks ago, it's like, this feels like an underperform from Outsiders, and at the same time, Mao's just coming into this, giving it 100%. Like, from the get-go, they're already in 6th gear.
My card doesn't even have 6.
I know.
How have they done that?
They've added an extra one. Torshi with his AWP, taking it up towards Altmega to join Zertian and JDC. They have their eyes set over towards A. Also, Banana's been taken while all this has gone on. While Maus have been working the apartments in alt mid. And if they do look to go ahead and retake this banana control, they are going to be walking into a bit of a triple lean here. Jane even boosted on the half wall. Outsiders are very much poised to fight here. There's no, playing a long game on this one. They are fighting every step of the way, and that's not the start they wanted. Oh, it's gone even worse. Fame dropped. Jane does what he can to bring it back, but Frozen's on a tear.
Watch
2 to
this.
his name right now, and a third man at the sandbags deleted. Frozen's opened up B. And Maus, they don't even have to take the bait on this one. They don't even have to commit to it. They forced a rush smoke out of the outsiders. It's ugly every step of the way, and Maus aren't even going B.
Oh, Norbert's gone. That's it. That might be the game. Flick can't do a thing about it. He's running a rotation. Zertian through the smoke doesn't even commit. And Frozen has gone freak mode in this game. 22-7. That triple entry up banana was beautiful. And it's done. 16 rounds to Maus. And they take down the outsiders with ease. Not a competition. Not a question. Maus are here to play in Rio.
The claws that hold you back, falling down, you get back up, 'cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. It's an absolutely beautiful thing. Let's see what they've got in store for us, surrounded by some young Brazilians as well. Against the Bad News Eagles, Pistol Round is live here on Vertigo. Things starting off slow, things starting off calculated. As Double Nation wants to see if there's going to be any aggression from the CT side. Nothing as of yet. So calm before the storm.
Later we'll go over and try. We'll work with him toward the ramp. One flat true is the one that's tasked with spotting this out immediately. B&E, another team that was quite impressive on the road to Rio in Europe. Put up some big numbers in games I don't think people would have expected much from them. Obviously, not their first time to a major. One flat true is still spotting, still trying to see if anyone's going to come here. Very slow take so far from Double O Nation.
Yeah, they're making sure they don't miss any details. Here's going to be a little flashbang from Taco just to take the angle away from Juan Flatro. Ooh, a little bit of damage done. He's going to start backing away. Here's the footsteps. And Double O Nation now starting to apply a little bit of pressure, but there's a trap set up behind sandbags. Good Molotov, but GXX has got a better headshot.
Huge kill from GXX because Tri was waiting. He pushed Juan Flatro back. He had the position at scaffolding, but as soon as GXX went down, that was when Juan Flatro knew he would have to turn his attention back in that direction, and Juan Flatro's going to catch Taco out. Saneri gets Cold Zero. Both of those players gone. It's all on Dumao. That was a really well-timed retake toward that scaffold position on the back of GXX's kill. And Bad News Eagles will take the opening round. Good shot by Rigon to confirm it.
Yeah, really well done. Really well done from Bad News Eagles, holding their nerve. That is a beautiful sight for day one of the Challenger stage. Absolutely magnificent. We've got it all. Now we just need the Brazilian teams to win. 1-0. And a complete investment for Double O Nation. Tech9's Deagle's utility as well. Famas going to slow things down. Disorganize the hit just a little bit. Lado doesn't want to turn the corner, takes his time with it. Oh man, the covering fire from the Tech9s, and Taco's found the opening.
Good shot from Taco. Getting back away as well, running and gunning with the Tech9. The damage is there. Bomb's going to get planted for Double O Nation. They've got a chance to capitalize on this. Smokes could actually let these pistols get so close and so punishing. Taco's going to get a reload in, but we already saw the Lados pushed up as well. And I think you're absolutely right. I think they have to back off of this. They haven't got a kill yet. Oh, Synopsis in such a tough position. They jump in. Rigon takes away the aggro. That means they can push. Good shot, Taco, but he's only good for one. Try is going to double up on that, and now the advantage. Look at the HP. This is done. Double O Nation going to tie it immediately.
They absolutely will. Another kill for Cold Zero to close out the round, and Double O Nation steal round 2. That's a round of utility. A very simple, easy hit to gain space up the stairs. The follow-up utility at the electric box of the generator locks out the retake, allows the Tech9s to get close up. And the danger of those Tech9s behind the smoke makes it so tough for B&E to start the retake. Perfectly played. And a good opening from Taco. Look how fired up he is right out of the gate. 1-1.
GXX down already. Tries going to find him. Flash and smoke. Didn't matter. He knows the angle. He can hear him coming the whole time. M4 sits on the ledge. Cold Zero, AK in hand, is the next to try and challenge this ramp position. Oh, we'd love to get vintage Cold, wouldn't we? Good boost up. Synopsy able to sit back on this. Waiting for a chance. Goes off a bit early, though. Try was already looking. They might go back to it, expecting that eventually they are going to show themselves in this position. And he gets taken down immediately. Try finds it. One step ahead of Synopsy the whole time. Saneri's going to push down, though. That does get one kill back, and a flurry of frags come in because Rigon's able to strike. So is one flat true. The timing is everything, and they'll steal the round right back in their favor.
Oh, that is a gut punch. That is a gut punch because Double O Nation, it seemed like they were getting what they wanted. Bad News Eagles just converges at the point of attack, and they swarm. So many bodies. Double O Nation never expected this much resistance. Never expected this amount of players to be taking fight after fight. And a great double kill from Juan Flatro to put him in the advantage. 2-1.
Lado looking for a chance. He's going to be aggressive this time, try and get ahead of the chaos that Bad News Eagles started in the last round, as it was complete crossfires in every single position.
Ooh, here we go. They got space. They got space. Oh, no one has any idea. They have no clue but Juan Flatro. Oh, he slid over to the other side, and they didn't realize it equally. That was actually such a dangerous round. What a good recovery.
I'm surprised Dumas actually stopped up. I know he took a couple of crossfired shots or drive-by shots as they get into the site. Good bomb plant. That'll at least give them the money, but this is an easy retake. I actually expected him to swing CT with the pace that he went in there with.
You either have to look left and you find that player kind of at the default boxes. You either need to commit to that fight, or you swing and you hard clear to the right.
Yeah, he just gave him a warning, right?
Lost himself a little bit in the play, but the space was there. Yeah, he's just a little bit scared of actually committing to that fight at the range with the Tech 9 and was overexposed.
And even
to
if
the
you
player in CT spawn.
Even if you call the player default box, your second man in is going to take that fight if you want to swing. So
yep.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Either way, it's 3-1 now for Bad News Eagles. With the bomb plant coming in, not enough money to go on top of that to complement the buy. So they'll be left on pistols again, 0-0 Nation. But it's Eagles for everyone with the exception of Try, who holds on to the bomb at this point in time.
3-1, and Bad News Eagles get a chill. They know after converting consecutive rounds, they've got the economic advantage. They know it's got to be back to pistols. Not a close enough round 3 to warrant a buy. Excuse me, not a close enough round 4 to warrant a buy from Double O Nation. And Regon's going to get aggressive around the smoke. Oh, good transfer over. Does eventually fall, but he's got himself a double kill. And Lado is left in a 1v4.
Try and get some shots on the Deagle.
Ooh,
that's one of them.
I believe it's Kayota here in Brazil.
All right. Well, KO'd indeed, as Lado does pick up the M4, but too many players to fire at. Looks down below, and Juan Flatry is able to swing up high as he does so. So 4-1 now for crowd is built for this game naturally, with Double O Nation being on the stage.
Some of their favorite sons
yeah, absolutely.
in the lineup, yep.
Just after noon here now, in fact. We're 12:25 local time. So more and more people getting to the stadium, and for good reason. Taco holding on underneath the smoke has actually got there quite quickly. I don't know if they'll be fully aware of this. He's going to go for the quick Molotov on top of the close position, so when Flatcher's going to be forced off of that, has to smoke it. Can't overcommit to chasing that, though, because good follow-up position by Sineri.
Good piece of utility forced out, though, by the Molotov from Taco, especially considering they're at such a deficit in that department in this round. Look at the counter nades. Bad News Eagles want to retake and maintain this position. Flashbang to peek up over the boards and down the stairs. They see nothing, but plenty of bodies here. Sineri lured back, lured himself into a double kill, and Juan Flatro adds a third.
Still, though, they managed to get 2 back. The fact that he got 2 on that was a good peak, but they've opened up a bit of space for themselves to try and work toward this B site. They're not going to go with pace, though.
Ooh,
missed Molotov by Cold. 2 players on this side. They could have tried to pump the brakes on this. They could have tried to rotate them back over, utilize the ladder even, and go toward middle, but GXX, AWP, no mistake, Try goes down. Cold 0. We're going to need some vintage Cold right now if he wants to win this one out.
I don't know. Yeah, I was going
to say they have no idea, but GXX on the angle is going to find it. So 5-1 indeed. I think we know which side the crowd is for in this one, Jason.
Yeah, we do. Well, I think the crowd is still waiting to have that kind of loyalty and that kind of energy rewarded. Quite yet. A flat opening game with 9Z getting trounced by Gamer Legion. And an early deficit for Double O Nation now as Bad News Eagles. I mean, this is the style that we all know they love to play, in your face. They don't want to give up ground. They're going to come right back at you, not afraid of anything. They play no respect Counter-Strike until you force them to respect you. And at the moment, Double O Nation have not quite done that yet. Back to Tech 9s in a P250. Remember as well, so much of the emphasis on Taco and Cold Zera due to their pedigree. But outside of that, a very inexperienced 3 players along with them.
But that is the rebuild that Brazil's been in.
Yeah, Brazil is a region. It's been very clear these last few years. The old stars are fading. It's time for the new blood to step up, and that's been part of the charm or the rise of Furia. Now it's about who's going to follow Furia's footsteps.
Well, and having this, experience of Taco and Cold is going to help fortify some of that future talent. But right now, that doesn't matter. Right now, what matters is getting kills against P&E. Again, they'll get dismantled at mid as Synopsy finds 2. Good shot from Triad at range. Unfortunately, they already had too many players inside of the site to swarm on Taco, who couldn't capitalize on that opening pick. When they did arrive, and it's all on Doom out. Tech9 in hands. And he's going to reposition just to see if he's being flanked, but they'll continue to hold the front of the site. It does have the bomb to work with, but I don't know, with 30 seconds, he has the goal to try and rotate that back over and hope for an optimistic plant.
Kill's the name of the game, right? Limit the economic growth. Limit what you can from the money building up behind Bad News Eagles. Unfortunately, they already know his position, so he's not catching anyone off guard. 17 seconds left on the clock. He's going to go down here to the position from Synopsy, who's got the final frag, and it's 6-1.
And 3 kills for Synopsy in the round as well, so he's looking sharp as always.
Yeah, 7 for Scenari, 10 for Juan Flatro, who's had himself a good game as well to start things out in these first 7 rounds of play. Timeout taken from Double O Nation with this deficit. Want to talk things over. Cone gets chucked off the side of the building.
Even the Cones had enough of Vertigo.
Yeah, they went out. They're like, get me out of here.
I'll stop. I'll back off. For now. So a 6-1 scoreline, another slow start on stage for the South Americans. But at least have 1 already to accumulate, and now they'll be back onto rifles in this particular round. Dumal yet to buy. He'll join his teammates with the AK-47, and it's a decent amount of utility as well. They've got 4 Molotovs and 5 smokes. On top of that, a single nade and a bunch of flashes to work with. They're going to use the first smoke already to try and get toward those B stairs. Scenario is the one up above it. He's going to drop a nade down. That'll do damage onto Cold Zero. I spent the entire last 2 weeks studying nade damage, Jason.
Oh yeah, you ready? You're prepared?
No, I'm not. No, I'm kidding.
You had a rough time of it during the Road to Rio.
I have no idea how someone didn't edit together a compilation of that, because it was quite ridiculous. All of Pro League and the Road to Rio.
Yeah, it was a tough 6-week stretch for you.
So the boost up for Dumau instead. A lot of commitment toward this B side of the map so far for 0-0 Nation.
It's a passive defense here as well. With utility, they should be able to have some space turning around these corners. Scenari's first contact at Generator, making sure they can't close this gap. That's an important kill. He's not actually trying to stop the plant. He's not actually trying to peek too much into the bomb site. He's making sure if they need a retake, they have the avenue forward. Unfortunately, that kill from Taco is going to take that option away from him.
Big miss from Cold on that. Bit slow to react on the gray screen when Flatcher only took a single bit of damage from that AK try. Going back around, Regon, who's got more patience. And he knows there's got to be something around here. He's going to go in and make no mistake on it. GXX, meanwhile, though, found Taco. Lotto, not efficient, but does get the kill. One Flatcher, the damage was there. He's able to collect, and now they have the advantage, but they're trying to find Synopsy, who's nowhere to be found.
Nowhere even close. He might have.
Yeah, DC. He did DC.
I was going to say.
Yeah, his hands were. So they'll get one on that. The tech wasn't called. I'm just going to look back. There was nothing. There was a stop called, but I think it was too late in the round. I didn't see any reaction to that, so they'll call a tech. That one's going to stand. Double O Nation will take their second.
Yeah, that's a rough one to swallow, but still a pretty convincing hit from Double O Nation. At the end of the day, it might not have mattered, but still, you're going to feel like one was stolen from you if you're Bad News Eagles.
It's a tough one to debate, right? It depends on when he arrives on this retake.
I didn't see exactly when he crashed in the round either.
Taco's kill was actually pretty massive toward the AC because that allowed Cold Zero to slide up, but Cold missed a shot there. There's no question he was a bit slow.
Jag har nog aldrig trott att någon försöker lura mig när jag sitter och spelar datorspel. Men det här är vanligare än vad man tror. Om det är någon som skriver till dig på ett datorspel så kan det vara så att de försöker fiska fram ditt lösenord, installera virus eller bara rakt upp och ner försöker lura dig på pengar. Om någonting verkar för bra för att vara sant så är det oftast det.
Take liars when they're superimposed, 'cause they run away with your dreams when you're alone. Falling down, you get back up, 'cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals' was the virgin birth. Falling down, you get back up. 'Cause you are old, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior.
Those are things from Coldzera in his prime he would never miss. So he's got to get those figured out because that was a really good take in Crossfire setup.
Yeah, he's going to be a big engine for this team to overcome some of the inexperience on his three teammates who haven't been in these situations. That was a rough one to drop. You're exactly right. Taco's kill. His second opening kill in similar situations. He had the opening kill in the Tech-9 round number 2. Yeah, Double Elimination actually won. So Taco's doing a good job on those entries towards the B-bomb site. We're going to get a little bit of a delay in the action as everyone's waiting for the fifth player to rejoin the server.
Synopsy should be back pretty quickly. I hope he had his headset off. Obviously was communicating with the admins. Totally allowed for him to communicate with him or the coach, or you can communicate with the admin what the issue is. You can't obviously communicate amongst yourselves during a timeout period. And with this much passion in the building, it's going to be so hard for some of these coaches to remain composed during these rounds as well. As remember, at the Valve Major, coaches have to be silent.
Have to relax.
Chill's a good word. I hope that gets lifted at some point in time. Should get ready to get back underway soon.
Man, I mean, what a position these tech balls is. Just have to sit there quietly and just experience the energy being chucked your way. 6-2 lead for Bad News Eagles. Opening day of the IEM Rio Major. Here on the mainstream, we had Gamer Legion blow out 9Z in the first game. There was a B stream going on as well. Simultaneous matches here at IEM Rio. Mal's won their opening match against Outsiders as well on the B stream.
Yeah, absolutely. And Outsiders, best of ones, okay, they're not always the strongest in those. I'm not worried for them yet dropping down into that bracket already. I think they'll be fine. They lose the second one and go 0-2, okay, maybe different story, but I think they're not as worried about them as, let's say, I am with 9Z being in that bracket, and it's going to be a lot more uncomfortable for them.
Second match going on right now in conjunction with this one on the B stream is OG taking on Greyhound. OG with a very tough getting to the major experience for that organization. A very emotional qualification for them.
Yeah, no question about that. Up 4 right now. You can even squad stream on Twitch, Jason.
Oh my lord, you can do it all.
I think the option's there even on mobile nowadays. It just gives you a little pop-up saying click this, and then you can watch them both. It's pretty sweet, the squad streaming. You just click back and forth on which one you want the audio from. So, if you want to go round to round, literally, you can just do that. Beautiful. Rather than having to alt-tab and mute or switch monitors, whatever the case may be.
Did you do your pick'ems, Matthew?
I have never, ever in my life done a pick'em. Actually, I should say believe it or not, but no, you definitely would believe it.
Yeah, I definitely believe it.
I did think about it for this event, because I was like, all right, look, I've got time, I can log in, and then I went, you know what? Why start now?
Yeah, I was going to say, at this point, it's principle of the matter.
Yeah, exactly. Well, as you say, Jason, I'm the contrarian.
Yeah, you are. You are the eternal contrarian. I was going to, work that into a whole thing. Greyhound has obviously been a very popular pick for the 0-3 of the pick'em that OG is going up against, but, you're not. You can't throw me a bone as you haven't done it. So
no, I couldn't. I don't know why I haven't. It would be nice to have those coins on my.
That's right. We'll get it for the legend stage. Now I'll sit you down. We'll do it together.
But they need to make it more challenging because it would be too easy for me. I would just, like, what's it going to do? Add value to my account that I have diamond status every single time?
True. Yeah. Let the little people have some.
If they have to let me pick scores for each and every game, okay, then we're talking.
Then we're cooking with gas.
Yeah, exactly.
6-2, back into the action. Tech pause, had a tactical timeout taken from Bad News Eagles. Right out of that, probably the coach saying, calm down, don't worry about it. Juan Flatro is going to continue his tear, a double kill. Second one through smoke, cleaning up the dink. Oh, and he's going to add a third. That is so phenomenal.
Yeah, that is a shutdown. Straight out of the Tech timeout after a win from 0-0 Nation, looking to finally put 2 rounds in succession together. Try, he's going to double it up. 1 on 5, though. This would be huge. Has a bit of smoke. There's going to be a flank coming in naturally with the timing on this. Oh, he's read it. He's read it well. He does the damage, but couldn't quite hit it. We're going down to 3 HP. Hits that. If he's able to jump off the ledge and reset the round slightly, you give him a chance in that.
Yeah, you give him a puncher's chance, wouldn't you? That could have been interesting.
This was so fast, though.
Yeah, what a sequence. And even time to reload and time to get ready for that third fight. Cold's air around the smoke, can't get it done. Good double kill here as they line up for him, but a near impossible situation to be in. 7-2, and you're exactly right. A huge win for Bad News Eagles out of the Tech issue, out of the timeout as well. Back on track immediately.
Ooh, Taco's just going to go through this. He wants to take advantage of the MAC-10. Flash timing absolutely annihilates him. As he came around the corner, all he could do was pre-fire and hope for the best. Rigon's going to take down Cold, who's been very cold so far to start this game. Only 2 kills so far for him. Same with Dumau, for that matter, and he's going to get removed right now by Synopsy, who equals that total in this round alone, as he's done so many times. So many multi-kills for Synopsy to start off this series.
Bad News Eagles is looking on point. Individually, these guys are accurate at the moment, and they are
enough. Did his score... No, I guess it did reset after the rejoin. I say so many multi-kills. He has a 3-kill round, then a 2-kill round, but he only has the 5 kills total, Synopsy.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a reset there on the scoreboard you're looking at. Look at the one on the main screen, Matthew. You're looking at the Go TV. You're looking at our fancy side monitors for the mini-map.
All right, hang on. Let me, you surprise, here we come. Okay,
nope,
now
he's got 5 here too.
Making me scroll.
I was
going to say it's 5 and 5. Yeah.
All right, well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Try is going to open things up. Good kill on Oregon with the AWP. That's on the other side of the map, away from our vision.
The deaths were correct, right? That was the giveaway, Jason, because he only rejoined last round.
Okay.
And he has 5 deaths.
Nice.
So it had to be correct.
Had to be correct.
We're not very good at deductive reasoning.
No, we're not.
But that's why we just talk about what's in front of us. It's great.
Exactly.
Lado going to go back around.
I'm just trying to throw him a bone. Like, yeah, he'd certainly have over 5 kills.
I thought you were trying to throw me one, to be honest, but I guess it's not all about me. Good anticipation from Bad News Eagles. They put the pressure toward mid again early on, try and combat Double O Nation. This is an interesting decision to put 2 here, but that's why one of them has a smoke already at the sandbags.
And if a Molotov goes here, you put it out, and I think one player aggressively swings
and
to try and show the escape, and the other waits, lies in wait. Now, there's only one Molotov. That's on Lado. We'll see where he puts it. Synopsy is going to get a little bit wider with an off angle, blinded, and back towards sandbags we go.
Yep, here it is. So the smoke's going to go down. I think you're right. They'll just sit there. Cold Zera, he finds the first. Sonari does try and get aggressive on it, and they are waiting. They are waiting the whole time. Lado's got one already. Can't follow it to find the second. And it is Dumau, and he has no idea. This is a well-called play, well spotted by you. When Flatcher just sits, and allows them to walk into a trap, because that bomb down, they've got a pitch from both sides, and he knows he's got to be there. 9-2.
What a great defense. What a great defense from Bad News Eagles. They hold top of the ramp. The main thrust of the attack is coming in around scaffolding. And when they eventually get the space after taking down GXX, they're just not ready. They're not prepared for all the bodies fighting from the top of the ramp at a different angle than they were ready for. That's huge defense for Bad News Eagles. Look at this. 2 players they have to contend with, and still the third, Juan Flatcher, who gets this last kill. How are you ever supposed to read that if you're Double O Nation? An AK-47 on Cold Zera and 4 Deagles to surround it. Double O Nation having a very rough time on Vertigo T side.
No question. Synopsy's going to take out Cold Zera. Another one for him, and the round going their way, looking like a 10-2 start. Bad News Eagles can certainly be, I think, a dark horse in this one. I think in the entire event, not just the challenger stage. I think they've been putting in a lot of work and looking really sharp so far.
I think they got a lot of people, regardless of who they're fans of, rooting for Bad News Eagles to do some good things at this event as well. And a very compelling story going back to some of the previous performances at the majors back at the Antwerp, as they burst onto the scene and showing improvement heading into Rio here. 10-2, 8-round lead for Bad News Eagles.
Took out 4s in a 2-1 to qualify in their final match of the RMR to be here. Did drop to Spirit 2-0, but remember they also absolutely obliterated Astralis 16-3. And I know, yeah, Astralis aren't here, and for good reason. They didn't deserve to be. They didn't play like they deserved to be, but that is still a huge scoreline for an underdog in that situation.
It's massive. Had to have felt great. Has to feel even better building upon it. Taco again trying to have some influence. Can't find a clean fight. He's had the 2 opening kills in the 2 rounds that Double O Nation have won. His entry kills have provided the 2 victories, the 2 sole victories.
So Taco will call that there's one at mid because he actually saw that bounce off the skybox. So he knows exactly where that Molotov came from. I don't know if Saneri spotted him there. Okay, he might have, because the late nade suggests he does. Yeah, the Molotov going down.
Bad News Eagles have really been challenging these beast stairs quite frequently, especially when you consider both round wins for Double O Nation happen at that bomb site. Here's Bad News Eagles just saying, okay, look, if you're going to win 2 rounds here, we're just going to prevent you from ever truly attacking this site.
And the ramp hasn't looked composed. You go back to the last round, sure, they have that sneaky smoke play behind the sandbags, but you also go back to the round where it was pistols, round 4, and they get absolutely caught out by it. Great dink. That's good information as well. Not only did they hear the damage, but they know there's a player there. So Rigon's got to be a lot more careful in how he chooses to position himself in defense. He's actually going to get slightly more aggressive and play an off angle at the crane. And a flash from Synopsy to try and activate him in this spot as they do get closer and closer to the top of the site and the top of the ramp. Flash out, Rigon goes. He's in for 2 with that HP. Lotto finally puts him down. That is a massive play, set all the while, and not only, even if he's gone down, not only does he get the kills, he gets the information, and the rotations are on. GXX is unaware that they are in behind his position, but it won't matter. What Flatro's going to put down.
Time's done.
Dumao, and you're absolutely right. No time to plant. They clean it up 11-2.
Man, Bad News Eagles is playing such a good game. They're not giving any real clean looks to Double O Nation in the start of this round and the early going of these rounds. So, I mean, that time it's just so little utility when Double O Nation eventually pulls the trigger on that A bomb site. Perfect line of sight for GXX with the AWP. And off the back of this double kill, Double O Nation wasn't set up, wasn't ready for it whatsoever. Lockdown defense at the moment for Bad News Eagle, and another timeout is called by Double O Nation. It's their second used.
And rightfully so. Use these up early. Double O Nation definitely. I mean, Furia, I think, in my opinion, has the best chance of all the Brazilian teams right now. That goes without saying. They've been playing at the top tier for a while. I think Art has really brought something dynamic to that team, especially has reinvented himself again within that aggressive sort of style that he has, and they've looked sharp lately. I think in Pro League, sure, they finished 3rd in the group because Liquid was able to beat Cloud9. But I think they actually were the second best team in that group to Cloud9 in a lot of ways. And I genuinely think that they have a great chance of making it through to the playoffs of this entire major. But Double O Nation has to be one of the 2 favorites in terms of fanfare, with Imperial obviously and the Legends being there. I say legends in terms of the legendary, the romantic style, not the literal term. I've got to be careful with that one.
Not the stage of the tournament. Well, speaking of the Double O Nation boys, they need these last 2 rounds. They need some space to work with. They need some room in the second half to mount a comeback. 2 is not going to be enough. And again, limited by utility, limited by weaponry. 4 Galils, excuse me, on the board. And not really a whole lot of nades to work the map in any kind of realistic fashion. This almost has to be, like, having this much control towards A ramp is phenomenal for them, but this has almost got to be like the execute point with what little nades they have.
Flatcher looking for an angle and a place to get aggressive. He's going to leap to the ladder and work his way down. This could be massive if he's able to sneak in behind. They're looking for it, though. They've got an inkling. They've got a hunch. And Taco takes out one Flatcher. And this is something we have to talk about. The crowd's not saying anything specific. Just by making noise and creating that level of anticipation, this is normal at LAN, but a lot of the younger players at this major are going to have to catch on quickly as to how to use that and lose against that. There's information you can take away and work it to your advantage.
Absolutely. Part of the inexperience factor. Well, they're going back to the B bomb site. 2 players defending. This is perfect for Bad News Eagles, but a missed shot. Still one more. But how much can Cineri do? Not enough as Lado grabs the angle. Synopsy, they've got money. They can go. I mean, he's going to have to go for this. He's not getting away. 1v3. Drop by Lado. 3rd round for Double O Nation. That might have been... I like the play from Juan Flatro, and he's got a lot of confidence with the way he's been playing. In a 5v5, that might have been a bit early to go for that much of a play.
And again, I know they have great noise cancellation and whatnot. There's still ways you can feel the crowd, and you're going to hear a slight rumble, and you can immediately tell that they turn backwards. Okay, nothing's happening. We're not pushing anything. So why is the crowd getting hyped? Someone might be pushing us. And it's some of those situations where Juan Flatro goes aggressive all the way. Sometimes you want to get aggressive and then stop and wait. And let the crowd be loud and just hold your angle because you've already got yourself somewhat close to the position. But again, this is something that's been common at LAN forever, and it's something that the inexperienced players are going to have to learn very quickly here in Rio. Because remember, this is just the challenger stage and the crowd's already this loud. Wait until we get to the main event.
Day 1, game 2. Oh, Rigon, it took him a second to really accept the fact that someone was on his screen. He gets the kill, try with the trade back. Into a 4-on-4 we go.
Taco's going to go gather the bomb and group with his teammates to try and make this work, though. More action and aggression from Synopsy. Another double from him. He may not have the most amount of frags, in fact, bottom of the scoreboard for his team, but when he gets one, it seems he always finds a second to complement it, and Taco trying to get aggressive. GXX is limited to just the pistol. Good read from Taco. You can run back up that ramp all you want, but he finds the off angle above the boxes instead, and it's Juan Flatro trying to get forward of utility and catch them out. If they think they have access to the site, they do not.
He's done it, but Dumal's going to slow play this. I don't think Juan Flatro's going to expect it. Now the timer. He's got to look both directions. Oh, good headshot. Good spin, and can't find it. Taco, 3 kills in the round, and no more kill than this last one.
30 seconds, he goes for the bomb plant. Cineri gets inside of the smoke already. He's got both angles covered off. Cineri has it covered. Indeed, the shin shows, and it's enough to make this now a 12-3 half. They'll get the defuse, and they will defuse the situation in the crowd as well because they'll go silent once more, Jason.
Yeah, it's going to be halftime. We're going to take a break. Bad News Eagles, the good first half, 12-3, and we'll return to see the conclusion here on Vertigo.
00 Nation are number 2. They've got a pair from the former SK Luminosity lineup that won those 2 majors in Taco and Cold, and they are going to be fighting for their lives in the arena.
I think our goal was just to qualify for this stage. For us, like we don't put too much expectations. We just want to build the team step by step. We don't want to put too much pressure on our shoulders, and at the end we're gonna regret this. So like for now, we just want just to keep step by step. We're just growing. Each match we're gonna grow in something and just get more experience. But our goals is just to do our best and try to qualify.
To say that they could win the whole thing may be a little bit far-fetched. I'm not going to try to sell you a bridge, but there still is going to be hope for them to maybe get through the challenger stage with some of the teams that we didn't expect making it all the way to Legends. So the Bad News Eagles, a team hailing from Kosovo, looking to take flight here at the Rio Major. They made their first debut appearance at majors at the last one, at PGL Antwerp 2022, and what a show it was. You know, a lot of people were betting against them, and they honestly only impressed. But again, for a lot of these teams who are now repeats for 1 or 2 times, it can't be good enough to simply get out into the group stage. And we saw them play at the EU RMR. They were playing extremely hard the entire way through, and I think they are one of the teams to be feared here at Rio. So they've got a kind of a unique situation where they're one of the only teams that have bootstrapped their way into kind of creating an org for themselves and are looking for further support to maybe get picked up by some of the orgs that are interesting in CS. And for that reason, I think you got to believe they're going to be trying their absolute hardest.
We've kind of been looking for a new org, but we've not made it public as much as we should have, because it's been a really busy schedule for us, having all these tournaments every single day, new tournaments, and trying to prepare for everything, not catching a break, being exhausted all the time and everything. But we're still on our way to get a new org and establish as a team. We're not scared of anyone, pretty much. We're just gonna go in and play our game. There's a lot of good teams in here. We're looking forward to some really, really nice and close matches, I believe. But we're pretty confident that we're gonna make it somehow.
I think the major would not be would be the same without Fallen, Fair, Taco, Cold, and FNX. I think it's really nice to have them for sure. Gonna be cheering for them. I hope they're gonna cheer for us as well, and I hope both can qualify for the Legend stage. I think it's gonna be a special event. I think this event's not just for us as players, but for them. We won this so hard in the past, and we could have got it now. And I wanna say thanks for everyone. Thanks for yourself as well to put this major in Rio. And I just wanna say for the Brazilian fans, for they enjoy and just have the best experience what they can have.
Well, being down 12-3 is probably not the best experience they can, and that's exactly what Cold Zero wants. Look, he knows that they are the underdogs in a lot of ways, that they are an inexperienced team, but as he said, don't put pressure on themselves. That will apply itself in this situation, but if they stay true to that, there's a chance they can still work through this game in itself and the rest of this challenger stage. Cold Zero himself, though, does need to start getting some kills on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is again another situation where the hometown favorites just complete backs against the wall. What a devastating first half to have to go through. Cold Zero with the dualies, looking for him. So many bullets, ready for Scenario to come through. It's an opening kill in the pistol round. One more. Taco, gushed, forced back. A lot of pressure being applied by Bad News Eagles. Synopsy's got a double, and there goes Taco. And what are you supposed to do if you're trying? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Give it a try. How about that? He can try all he wants. He's got 2. GXX gets him down, but Cold Zero steps in, and here we go on the flag. Rigon's going to take him down, and that's going to close out the round 13-3. Cold thought he had one step ahead by dropping back out of the sight. Unfortunately, that's exactly where Rigon was waiting.
Yeah, hard to read that. Man, again, you mentioned in the first half, Synopsy, whenever you see his name come up on the board, there's another one to follow it.
Well, that's what blows me away, is because you press tab, and he's the bottom of the team. Like, when you see his name up there, you'd think he's killing everyone.
Yeah, because quality, not quantity.
Dude, it's instant doubles, like, every single time. He's like the untradeable player.
Well, that makes it real rough for Double O Nation. Makes it real difficult to get back into this.
Hey, look, they and 9Z both are in the same situation, and in some ways that'll be consolation for each of them. Guys, haha, laugh it off. Look, we're at home. We both had a rough start. We can both regroup from this, and they definitely need to look at it that way. GXX with a Molotov toward Try. That'll push him back up the ramp towards the A site.
Dumao waiting, Deagle in hand, misses the opportunity. One tag. Taco's got a FAMAS at the B bomb site. Try all alone at the A bomb site. The two defenders are split. Trying to recover a 2-on-4 scenario in middle has been compromised. Oh my lord, the timing on that is huge. Timing on that is everything.
So Try goes down, Taco gets through the smoke, he wants to sneak in behind, but this is going to be such a huge amount of kills for him to find and make anything of this. Bomb already planted as well, and Scenario straight around the corner. Wide side with a MAC-10. Taco never expected it.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? We're in a 4-on-1. Why even go for the play right now? Let's make sure everything's secure. Let's not lose a single detail. Let's not lose track of a single player. 14-3. Timeouts taken from Double O Nation, but there's no good answer. There's no good decision in this situation.
Tough part is, and I understand what the crowd's trying to do, only be allowed for Double O Nation, therefore showing that they're only supporting that team. If I'm against a Brazilian team in this event, silence is the best sound I can hear.
Oh yeah.
So there's got to be an in-between with this crowd on when to rally themselves up, when to big up Double O Nation on stage, and when to try and sort of be bitter and get in the heads of the other team. Because right now, I'm loving this. If I'm Bad News Eagles and I hear nothing, perfect.
I think at this point,
sit down, Brazil. We're in charge right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're Bad News Eagles, you might not even care about the crowd at this point. You're loving the scoreboard. You're just sat there like, oh, 14-3. I'm having a great day. And this has been trademark Bad News Eagles. Great individual skill, incredible individual performance for the players, no fear whatsoever, in your face at all times, confident in every challenge, and they have really stumped Double O Nation.
Synopsy being aggressive again, pre-firing even. He'll take down Taco. He's looked away at the wrong time. Might get caught out here. There's a player to peek. Oh, okay, the smoke side. I thought they were going to actually push through it. I thought they were going to try and counter that off, but it's one flat throw, only good for one over the top. Recon doubles. Gold Zero in a 1-on-4 this time. I was going to say they're all inside of the site, but there was one heading for a long flank. Doesn't matter. It's going to be that point already for Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, 12 of them, in fact. 12 chances to close this out.
Pumped full of lead in this game.
We saw Zach at the end of the 9Z game kind of telling his team, that's just game one. We've got plenty more chances to qualify through, plenty more chances to recover. It's going to have to be a similar conversation with Double O Nation when all is said and done here. But this one's very rough.
Probably start, though, from Bad News Eagles, though. Synopsy looking for a setup. Support the flash through the roof to get his teammates in toward middle. That'll bounce off, cover off the left. Just gets around the big box. So throw it now, and then Scenario goes in. Tries too far back to be spotted, but Taco hears it. That gives him a chance down below. Had to aim up too far and try swinging around. Rigon had that cover. So now, it's just a 4-on-3.
Yeah, but Dumao's in a decent position to recover this. I don't think that they'll realize necessarily there's a player on the stairs. There's only actually one player in the bomb site. If Rigon goes down, Dumao has a chance.
Big kill from Cold then, because that put one flat throw out of the rounds. And you're absolutely right. Dumao's going to go now.
Doesn't
Smoke.
matter.
Yeah, well, it nearly did. I was going to say, nearly got Rigon, but they close it. Cold Zero was found, and he cuts off the back of the site with that information. Bad News Eagles have a good news morning, because they just absolutely smoked Double O Nation in front of their home crowd.
Yeah, what a brilliant statement to make if you're Bad News coming into this, Bad News Eagles coming into this. You're showing we have no fear. We have all the confidence, and we are not going to be afraid of taking control of the situation. Huge map 1 victory here at IEM Rio for Bad News Eagles. We'll be back after the break.
promises to deliver. This game, interestingly enough, is going to be on Inferno. What a great best-of-1 map. 9Z, Gamer Legion. Both of these teams are teams that are very much going to want to start with the 1-0, make their lives much easier in this stage, Jason.
Yeah, both very, very young teams in this challenger stage as well, and both very inexperienced in front of a crowd and on the big stage and in this kind of a pressure scenario. Max, he's going to have first contact surely any moment. Waiting for the peek. Up, Banana. First shot is his. Didn't realize someone was close. He's got an opportunity to back away. Support flashbangs are out, and he's going to maintain some aggression. 9Z just making sure they have information at Banana and Gamer Legion as well. Not being overly aggressive, not overextending early into this pistol round.
So patience so far. Minute and 10 on the clock. Not a huge amount of aggression to counter off the Banana tank, but now there isn't. It's all on Max. He's gone down. Chaos with the kill. He starts it. As it was pretty clean. Max, all he got was really one flash. He was solo on that. Now, they will give information because they've slowed it enough that that'll rotate GGT over, but he's going to have to be perfect in his positioning to help Buddha, who's already under a ton of pressure in the new box.
Yeah, there's no way he's getting out of this. No way he's getting out of this. It's just how many can he take down with him. There's the first, traded immediately by Shui, who's going to get the bomb planted, the in-game leader from Gamer Legion, but there's a gap in the smoke. That slows things down, but a huge recovery, and that bomb is going to get planted. DGT ran out of bullets, but there's the kill. David with a chance for another.
David comes in with 3! Finds IEM and A-Core as well. They both fall. Isaac, the only one that can save this round now and keep that bomb in position. Banana to hold, but DGT, oh, he wanted to get on that bomb. He knew he was going to wrap. His teammate went down too soon, from CT. And Gamer Legion clutched back the round in their favor.
Oh, that's a little bit wild. All right, pistol round is one you're going to have a little bit of nerves. You're going to have some nerves as a player coming into it. It's over. You get to start settling down, but that's a good win for Gamer Legion. What a round from David to bring this right back. Huge triple kill to give 9Z a chance. Oh, he actually got off the defuse as well. He stopped it. DJT might have been able to actually have that if he kept up with it.
Yeah, I think so. I think he was a little bit worried he didn't have the time based on where his teammate was in CT. We've got a tech pause. I assume this is for sound. It was called by A-Core on Gamer Legion, and as we can see, they're just adjusting the in-ears.
It's either that or one of some of the young players maybe crap their pants a little bit.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope not yet. I hope they, ease into this, but it's so tough. This is the first time we've ever had a major. Keep in mind, guys like Hex have been tweeting about this constantly. This is going to be the first event he's ever played in front of a crowd. You're going straight into a major. That's the case for a lot of these young players who proved themselves during the pandemic, the online era, and it's not like you get that comforts and the confines of playing backstage in every game. We have a crowd from the very start, so you're right. There is going to be some nerves. Isaac continues off where he left last round to find 2, and Kios comes in with yet another one onto NQZ.
Yeah, no nerves there for Gamer Legion. Good shooting right up middle. 9Z try and pull a fast one over him and push down middle. It gets completely stopped. And Max and Buddha have a long time to just sit there and think about the incoming loss, and this might be a chance for a conversation for 9Z, how to start working things moving forward. There's weapons to be recovered, utility to be recovered in middle for 9Z. As Buddha and Max try and work their way, Isaac still has eyes on it. He had the opening 2 kills. You're exactly right, though. A lot of players, a lot of inexperience here. A-Core and Kiaz, the only 2 players on Gamer Legion with major experience. For NQZ and Buddha, it's their first major. David, his first major, the first Chilean at a major as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing with 9Z as well. I know they're predominantly Argentinian, aside from NQZ, but this whole region, Chile, Argentina, it's all due to what's been going on in Brazil with the South American scene. And this major is much for them as a home event, I have to think, in so many ways. Sure, if they're playing another Brazilian team, I expect the crowd will be against them, but this is all together, right? If they've built this together.
It was one of the conversation points that we were having coming into this, is how much of the crowd is actually going to be for 9Z, considering they only have one Brazilian player, they only have the Brazilian coach.
And it is a bit of a rivalry, right? Argentine versus Brazil, it always has been.
I think, too, one thing as well is, just straight up, I think Brazil is going to be in a certain period where with 9Z's playing like South America, they're just going to count him as part of the team. There's plenty of 9Z flags out there, plenty of 9Z jerseys out there as well. One little kill for A-Core right at the end as we go into round 3.
Give them some money on that SMG as well. You're absolutely right. Again, if they're playing against a Brazilian team, some of the legends, I've seen tons of Imperial jerseys already, and there's a good look at our crowd for the challenger stage. Incredible. But yeah, when they're playing anyone else, they're going to have a fan crowd. Yeah. They're going to have a crowd behind them, and that's going to help them.
I got to correct you a little bit, Matt. I apologize for it, but Max and DGT are Uruguayan. And I know,
correct.
I know
There
they
you
would
go.
be. I know they'd be a little bit upset as well because they were the first Uruguayan
Yeah,
players at a
that's
major.
fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
back at Antwerp. So, yeah, there's a lot of really cool representation on this 9Z team. And they've started doing damage in the Americas region as well. This 9Z squad is one that hasn't really caused any real damage on the international scale, but over in the Americas region, this whole year, since bringing in, the Brazilians, since bringing in Buddha, I mean, they've been able to actually have some upsets in qualifying from the Americas region over some of the big-name American teams like the EGs, like the Liquids at various times. So they've been doing some damage in their own little part of the world. And now they get a chance to show it on the big stage. They're going to start 0-3 down in this game. And that's going to be interesting to see if the young players can recover from it.
Gamer Legion, as you mentioned as well, had that great game against FaZe opening up at the Road to Rio in Malta that went into
Five
four or
overtimes,
five. I think
four
it was
or five,
five.
yeah.
It was quite
We
a
lost
bit. You're
count.
right. It was a lot, and they had good performances throughout. And I was glad they qualified because I would have been heartbroken if they didn't. They're a team that's been pushing and working really, really hard. So I kind of do lean toward them in this one, just based on how that played out for them and the performances that we did see. But 9Z can certainly surprise. We know that the Americas are Stockholm, as it were, for them.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there was a lot of surprises and a lot of teams that I think came in a lot more prepared. And 9Z as well stayed in Europe and has been doing a ton of boot camping since then.
This is like low-key like one of my sneaker favorite matches of the opening round of this challenger stage, because I very much am in a situation where my heart wants 9Z to win. My head tells me Gamer Legion's going to win. It's just a very cool clash of young teams and the highest pressure they've ever had to play under. 3-0 for Gamer Legion. Led by Shui, the in-game leader, but powered by Acor, the Alper who's had so many struggles throughout his career back towards Mouse. Now here in Gamer Legion at the European RMR just to qualify for this event. He was a beast. It's been amazing seeing his resurgence.
Yeah, and it's exactly right. They touched on it on the desk. He was a bit of a disappointment when he was on the main Mouse roster, but he obviously came off the NXT, the academy team, if you will, and had a ton of promise, just didn't deliver.
And really popped off years back at the original Flashpoint season when he was on Mad Lions and just wasn't able to transition his style of play into the tougher competition. But it seems like the years where he's had to kind of step back and reassess and go to Mouse, and even in that disappointment, he's found some new confidence and he's found a way to make this style work, found a way to make his style work. 3 players over at the B bomb site on defense for 9Z. DJT and Max pushed out towards sandbags, but Gamer Legion going to start out applying pressure towards brackets up middle. Typical utility spent to maintain control, and a very passive defense for 9Z to start.
Shui holding it out through the smoke, takes down NQZ. DGT has to fall off this, try and play statue at spawn. Bit of a sliver gap, he's watching for utility. He'll rotate over to library smartly so that he denies somewhat the access to the site. I say that, he still has David toward the pit, but they are not exactly pursuing it just yet, so they want to let the time work in their favor and thin out this defense as best as possible. David's going to spot multiple as he runs the A4. He's got more bullets to fire, but not any life left to do so. He manages one though, and that allowed DGT to contribute because he got Acor from library. Bomb will still go down, but there's a chance for 9Z.
There's a chance, but they got to find one quick. I think this is a very tough retake. There is a kit on Buddha. They've got decent amount of utility, which might prompt them forward. However, this is a lot of weapons, a lot of economy to risk early on in this map.
That kit is one of the 2 players rotating around toward the bracket side. As Buddha gets closer, IEM is in a perfect position to strike, flash toward the pit. If he gets past the box, though, IEM's not going to have a chance on him. He's only will pop out late, sees the second, and i6 got that kill. 4-0 now for Gamer Legion.
That position in Graveyard at those stairs is just oh so strong. Even with the opening kill, it's a hard one to deal with, and your teammates can play off of it so well. Great 3v3 post plant for Gamer Legion. They're up 4-0. And Shui, beautiful entry. That's someone that we talked about at the RMR as well. Keep your eyes on him. He came out of that now what's becoming like a famous Mouse NXT, the academy roster from Mouse. He wasn't one of the players moved up to the main team. But after his success there, with their success winning the We Play Academy Leagues twice, he's found a nice little home here in Gamer Legion with a lot of control over the roster, a strong voice and strong presence within the team. And on top of his leadership, he's providing some very, very timely frags.
Max holding off an angle now with the Deagle, has GT a little bit closer. And QZ's going to rotate over to the back line, AWP to fire. Isaac has been sharp so far in this game. 7-0. Talk about 007. He's 7-0. He's absolutely killing it to start this off, including the clutch in the pistol round.
Start a new franchise. Yeah, that clutch was massive. Good way to get started with young players as well. Have a big clutch like that. Now, NQZ does have the AWP. That's an interesting weapon on the board, but it's parked at the B bomb site, a position where they can easily choose to save it if things go wrong, and it looks like things are about to go wrong.
And shot angle. If anyone walks that direction, the problem is he might have to swing to catch out the rotation the other direction. Good find for Max. He does come out onto Chaos, but Isaac comes straight back in. And bomb to be planted once more. With the AWP in hand, this is going to have to be a save. They're going to back off of it. So 5-0 for Gamer Legion. Obviously, that does mean, as it was this round, the maximum loss bonus. But an AK and an AWP, just get out.
Yeah, huge to have, actually. That's going to set them up very, very nicely with utility in the next round. Obviously, weapons are going to be just fine for 9Z as they come in on David and Buddha, who've gone down here. DJT can keep the SMG, so going to be a very strong 6th round loadout that 9Z is going to have to work with. But now it gets into now you start getting into the situation. On a map like Inferno, you're on the CT side, you're down 0-5. It's time to snap into this game. We haven't really seen that 9Z kind of presence yet on this map to give you some feeling that they've arrived at this major. This might be some jitters, and hopefully in these first 5 rounds, they've worked them out. This is where I think you got to call a timeout if you're Zach right now for 9Z. And you say, all right, guys, as Zach being the coach, the most experienced player in terms of the number of majors he's been at, 3 of them, he's got to have a conversation here to get him to chill into the face of this.
Chill in terms of nerves, but maybe get a little more the opposite in the server, because there hasn't been a lot of presence toward Banana yet. Other than Max in the pistol round went out to get information, they've been sitting really passively back inside the site. And now with the loss bonus, the 2 guns saved, maybe they get that sort of cache of utility we see now to sort of dropped outside of ruins. Maybe they can start to attack that and get a little more aggressive to get map control. But you're absolutely right. They call the timeout. Although, it is a technical timeout, Jason, just to clarify. I was wondering why we didn't have our music, and I look over, we are missing one player in the server. NQZ has dropped, so he'll be reconnecting shortly, I'm sure. But yeah, this is a tech pause.
Okay. So fix a few things, and we'll get it back underway. Either way, great job from Gamer Legion. You mentioned, we've seen the triple B set up for 9Z on defense a number of times already. You mentioned a little bit passive over there as well. Gamer Legion's been able in these first 2 kind of real gun rounds to just move up middle, take bracket control. Shui found that opening kill on Rap side. This previous round, they're able to just take it and slowly encroach against a low buy as well. So brackets have been an issue. That B defense, when you're stacking over there, they haven't seen a whole lot of attention quite yet. So Gamer Legion doing a good job of attacking away from the defensive positioning. He's rejoined the server. We've got readies all across the board, and freeze time is dwindling down. Round number 6 about to come in hot.
Let's see if they can get on the board in it this time then. So underway we go. NQZ already looking down toward middle. Just to note for anyone watching in-game, Bulldog is NQZ, Banjo is NQZ. Sorry, is NQZ, and
I was wondering about that.
Now.
That was throwing me off a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. Bulldog is NQZ. And Banjo is David, so there you go. Now I've got it figured out. See, it's confusing me as well, Jason, but yes, there's certainly lots of people watching at GoTV for this. I have no doubt about that. As DGT boosted up behind the smoke on Arch side.
Saw a little update there on the side of the screen. There is a B stream going on, 2 matches simultaneously throughout the day, so if you're sitting at home, pull up a second monitor, pull up a second tab, open up the B stream. Mals and Outsiders taking place there. David, opening kill for him as he holds on to Pit. A dink, but he can't complete the kill.
He needs to smoke himself off. He knows utility's going to be heading his way. He's 1 step ahead of the Molotov, but not ahead of the bullets. It's Chaos that finds him first, and he follows it to find NQZ as well. Down goes the AWP, but DGT has repositioned beside the box. He's used the smoke to do so. Smartly backs off. Oh no, he had no idea, Max, that Acor was watching. And I was going to say, he doesn't want to get caught, but Chaos chases him. Everywhere that 9Z think they have safety, they do not. They're getting caught out, but it's on to Buddha, and he needs a prayer in this one to try and wrap around the A1S to work with. Has the kit, has a nade as well, and there's unfortunately just too much to find. Crossfire set, and Chaos completes. It's 6-0 Gamer Legion.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy there. A little bit too many assumptions from 9Z that in the 3v2, those players from Gamer Legion are going to sit parked inside the bomb site site. Utility being spent a little bit ahead of themselves, not well coordinated. And man, does Gamer Legion take advantage of it. This is solid play from the international squad. Chaos getting aggressive here. Beautiful find. And Buddha had just nothing to do. Crowd trying to get him back into it. This time it will be a timeout, an actual timeout called to talk things over. But 9Z, not the position you want to be in your opening game. 0-6. A goose egg still on the board. But they've got plenty of money to work with on the 9Z side, by virtue of the saved weapons in the previous.
Yeah, well, and obviously this maximum loss bonus that continues to build up. But they need to start putting it to work. It's one thing, you say, oh, save, they're leaving themselves well off. You got to start winning rounds too. And you're at that threshold. 6 rounds already against UT side Inferno, and you're yet to be on the board. Ooh, good nade. First time they try to get an offense toward Banana and they lose it. I think they're going to have to be more aggressive than this. And to be fair, Gamer Legion hasn't had to be. This is the first time they've got to kill them, put Shuey toward the top barrels, but they have not even addressed it or put attention to it early in the round because it's been there for free every single time.
Yeah, outside of the pistol round, this is the first time we've really seen them kind of go at Banana in this fashion. You could see 9Z as well. They've already made the choice to rotate back over and stack the A bomb site where most of the attention has been, and unfortunately, Shuey's just calling a phenomenal game. The in-game leader of Gamer Legion has just waltzed into the B bomb site, brought his team in behind him, and they're going to have a free plant and a free 7th round. NQZ's got to be a little bit frustrated with that one. The HE grenade really discombobulating just as he's about to turn the corner to take the peak.
In honor of the fact, Jason, that you're American and 9Z is South American, I'll give up on my Zs today, and I'll go to Z.
We could do Z, yeah. I usually switch to Z when I'm in Europe, and I completely forgot that we're actually in the Americas at the moment because we're never in the Americas.
We've been back and forth on it. I'll switch to Z.
Perfect.
As much as it grieves me to do so.
It's time for you to accommodate me.
Okay, I like that. Happy to do so. Buddha, he's accommodating the library very well right now. Chaos and Isaac going down. This is the first time they've had a lead, and it's passively given back to them. Remember, they lost this banana position. They are going to lose the round, obviously, with the bomb going off, but the first time they're going to win it out on just manpower and the fact that they're able to sit back and find kills. So again, weapons are still there. I do think they need to do something to get earlier map control.
Yeah, cool little sequence from Buddha there at the end, but it's got to be a little bittersweet when you consider the fact when you're thinking about it and you're like, oh, Gamer Legion has so much money and they're winning so much and so easily that they're willing to come for the hunt like this when we have 4 players surviving and stacked at the A bomb site for this much time. Here's the nade. Here's the headshot. That's the second opening kill for Shuey. We saw the huge one in the first gun run on Rap side. Once again, is just an opening kill, just delivers them a solid win. He's playing very, very well, creating the space for his team. And again, this time it's back towards Banana. And again, it's Shuey.
The problem is, even with the AWP, okay, sure, he peeked before the smoke. They had the incendiary in the right spot. The replay shows it was just a lovely shot with the AK. But every time they send someone to Banana, there's no backup contingency plan to trade off of it. Even if he hits that shot immediately toward the upper, where's the slide from half wall? That time Max gets caught toward the bags. No one close enough to re-peek from CT and maybe trade that off. So they're giving it away.
This feels a little bit like some pressure on 9Z is really kind of making this very difficult. Yeah, this could be huge. He needs it. He needs a huge play. Only one. Shuey goes down, but there's a quick trade.
I think he got caught shoulder picking on the first one. So they'll work around the brackets. A-Core, you can see his gun barrel sticking out from Boiler, was already looking towards short side. IEM going to... Oh, that's huge spray. I was going to say work out with his teammates. Good play from David to cover that. Unfortunately, he's gone down, and his teammate had 2 HP left on that exchange, so not much they could do about it. Again, another bomb plant. 7 is going to turn to 8. Buddha, I can't picture him winning this one out. He's just going to take that AK and try and get away.
Bro, 9Z's getting worked right now. This is they're on the back foot completely. They're up against the ropes, whatever you want, whatever metaphor you want to have for him. This is not the 9Z that we've normally seen play throughout the Americas region and throughout the qualifier. They're not finding the fights they like. They're not comfortable or confident swinging into fights, and there's a lot of miscues on their...
Not, as you say, young players. Home major in a sense that we're in South America. This could be tough.
We've talked about it a number of times, this idea of like playing in front of the crowd, the home field advantage. It can be the double-edged sword.
Yeah, 100%.
It can very easily. I mean,
it's positive, negative tilt.
Even the legendary Brazilian players from SK, from Luminosity, have all talked about it. Those first events that we had back in 2016 here in Sao Paulo as well.
Pro League season 5 or
I think it was 3.
Watch the clouds that hold you back. Falling down, you get back up. 'Cause you are old and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior. Walk through fire, try to keep your eyes closed. 'Cause you wanna lie in silver for your own. Don't take liars when they're superimposed. 'Cause they wanna raise
3, I don't know. Cloud9 won is all I can say.
Cloud9 won.
Exactly.
The pressure of playing in front of the home crowd, I mean, it's not always an advantage. There's a lot of things that go along with this. Excitement of friends and family being in the area, excitement of the media swirling around it as well. It can be very distracting, especially for young and inexperienced players. And at the moment, Gamer Legion is rising to the occasion. 9Z is obviously not.
Crowd trying to rally behind them as best they can. Again, though, no aggression toward Bananas, so there's not really been much of a redress or rebuttal, but now an opening pick, finally. DGT going to take down Acor.
Get into it, boys. You got to capitalize on this one. You haven't had a whole lot of man advantages in this map just yet. This must be a victory. A 5-on-4.
David got away with that. He absolutely had to get that kill because they went for the two-man stack on the smoke at the arch side. If he went down, not only did they have the sight, they had pit, and it would have been a rotation back defensively. David was on his own and nearly gave away his position. Buddha will again toward the top side of Banana, but it's Max to at least get one back this time. Tries to beat the smoke, he can't do it, but does decent damage onto Sui, and he body blocked the smoke in turn, so he spotted him going to the side. He'll drop him, and now we might have a round for 9Z.
There we go. They needed it. They needed it. And, Isaac didn't spot that between the gap and the smoke. Boost it up. DJT's got it. And 9Z's on the board.
And channel that. Listen to the crowd and use it, because we saw that they looked pretty dejected when they lost that 8th round when Buddha knew he had to save previously. Now, all right, now you've got something going, and it all starts on this opening pick from DGT.
Yeah, who almost didn't get it. He took that little bit of a peek. I don't think he realized quite how blind Acor was.
Double peek as well,
really
because of the AWP, right? You see an offer, you don't necessarily want to go back for that.
That could have very easily gone wrong. Nice win. Get the first one behind you. See what you can build off of it. 3 players at Banana for 9Z's defense. DJT, Max, and Buddha. But Shui again leading the way, a little bit more passive. Great chip damage from the utility, and a follow-up peek from Max. Gotta be careful. 3 players he's contending with.
So they go passive this time and toward the site again. Buddha and Max. Damage is one thing, but with AKs and AWPs, you've got to finish them off. The potential is still there for Gamer Legion.
Great early damage, though. They can clean a lot of this up. Spraying through smoke. Multi-kills. No one's actually in the bomb site. Utility can lock them out. Oh, there's the peek. Aggressive through it.
Ooh, Chaos though. Still. Oh, if he had kept firing on that, he had the kill. He was only at 18. Still finding 2 in return. Great trades on the entries. So that gives Gamer Legion something to work with. And IEM, Romanian, is going to get aggressive and catch out DGT. Suddenly it turns, and guess what? Acor, 17 HP. He was one of the players early on that took that damage. He's still alive in this.
And the HP doesn't matter. This is such a hard retake, such a difficult retake. 2 flashes and a smoke to work with. You've got the money to risk it all, and at the scoreline the way it is, I feel like you almost have to risk it, but it looks like they want to back away. Yeah. 9Z want nothing to do with it. So Gamer Legion, despite the early damage, still going to find a victory at the end of the day. There were 3 players defending this bomb site for 9Z. And there were 2 players with 17 HP on Gamer Legion, and they could not capitalize.
Yeah, the single smoke took 2 of them out, and then Buddha from Cautions, he kind of overextends. He gets 2 kills, but overextends in the fact that there's no trade potential on him.
And I think this is where the pressure of the moment is getting to 9Z. A lot of space is being provided to Gamer Legion. 3 defenders, none of them in the bomb site. The defense is coming through the smoke with the flashbang, and just great trading from Gamer Legion coming through this.
See if they can respond 1 round and then they lose the subsequent when they had a great chance to capitalize. So now we will get our first.
You want to talk about, I mean, they know they're getting buried. They know their head's slipping beneath the water right now. 3 timeouts have been used in the first 10 rounds of this game. And they still don't have an answer, 9Z. Still searching for it.
Very passive still on Banana. Usually that's the first thing you go to, is try and just secure and fortify that with so much utility, but quite passive. And considering the CT side is typically your utility damage map, okay, fair enough. They've got 196 on Buddha. DGT's at 286, so they are starting to get some on the board now. Max with 181.
Yeah, but that's only a cool stat if you're winning the rounds.
Exactly, they're not capitalizing with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's only at this point, if you have that much utility damage and you're still not able to capitalize on it, it just becomes disappointing. Acor down low to 31 HP.
Not enough flashes available to go for that either, because they saw Acor shoot. They knew he was toward the logs. So Max going to be somewhat passive-aggressive, shall we say, as he sits back on the angle. As soon as they peek, he's going to go on this flash in. Deep smoke. Lets them retake some territory. They try and boost above. Now, who sees the other first? I think Acor wins this, because as he backs off, AWP is already set. I think Max had to commit to the position to try and win that one out. Meanwhile, NQZ wants to try and pull this back on the other side of the map. He sits towards Boiler. Oh, he's going to see the gun barrel. Nothing he can do about it, though. They aren't going to peek that far. And he misses the flick. IEM's got him down.
Yeah, and NQZ is a big player for this team, and that's a tough miss. 2 kills for him, 2 kills for the Opper. Buddha's going to be up next, and he's got to take a risk to try and make a play to bring him back into this. Inside the smoke, around the edge, he's been spotted. Was not convincing, was not confident, was not decisive, and Isaac finds him.
Ooh, gap in that. Didn't take advantage of it. Isaac does. He actually comes back in and takes out DGT. So another round, this is going to be 10.
9Z looks scared of fights at the moment. They look afraid to take fights. They look like they've made the decision in their head, and their heart isn't really in it.
Well, the crowd can be their heart if they can rally them and get some momentum going. It does seem like a lot of one-on-one fights to me. Play Isaac to go back in that and spot the fact that there was a gap. So David just trying to save the AK yet again. He sits 7 and 7. Buddha 7 and 8. Those are your fraggers right now. DGT's not too far off, but and it is interesting. They are holding their own kill-wise. They're just not converting the last few to get across the line in each of these rounds.
Just brutal. You got to give props over to Shuey as well. Calling a phenomenal game for Gamer Legion. 10 rounds on the T side opening up. You'll love to see that from your in-game leader. Max is going to have his work cut out for him when they switch sides, obviously. No matter what happens in this half, this has been a catastrophe for 9Z. Some kind of a recovery would be nice. 3 of these last, 4 rounds at least. Something to give you a positive vibe. Something that you can grab hold of to rally the team around.
So the boost up. David and DGT. Max with the crossfire. He's gone down, but that just takes the aggro. Good trade back. Isaac able to take David, and then Acor slides out. AWP, they've lost the advantage they had, and they've lost the shot. They've missed it toward IEM. They could have controlled the pit with that shot, but he couldn't hit it, and NQZ is struggling this game. Acor's going to sit and just take him out. He's only got 2 kills so far. As the Opera on the CT side, Buddha on the flank.
Gotta go for it.
The swing. Molotov down, don't take a tick from that. They'll hear it. Oh, he did. He walked into it. Now they know they're both close enough. IM's not even going to be looking down that hallway anymore. Smokeout will confirm, but he wants to try. Oh, we got lucky on that. I was going to say to isolate the pit. IM missed a chance to put him down early, and now he can push through the smoke. He knows it, too, if he can avoid the balcony. I think he lost track of where he was.
Yeah, I do, too.
Jumps up. He hits this. He can turn, he knows, but it's good timing from IM. That would have been a huge clutch to win.
Would have been nice. They don't get it at the end of the day. That's real rough. NQZ trying to step up to find the equalizing kill. He thinks they're going to come in from lane, and it was a little bit late when he got the information that one was dropping out of Paul's. Huge kills for Acor to find. And a near impossible 1v2 from Buddha. A dangerous crossfire in his own smoke, I think at the end of the day, betrayed him. 11-1. And with, NineZ's had the full losing bonus, as we mentioned, pretty much this entire game. They've had the off a number of times. They've had the resources a number of times. They have had everything you could possibly want to get back into this game, and they haven't been able to pull it off. Very sobering start to the Rio Major for 9Z.
Absolutely is, yeah. But, if anything, game one could be a wake-up call for them, and they'll have another best of one before they hit the series stage and the serious stage where you face being eliminated, or if they can rally it together, maybe getting through.
Now here's the other X factor of this as well. Remember, they're playing later on today as well. We do the redraws in the middle of the day, and then we've got a second round of matches. So if you're 9Z, you better hope this is just nerves that you can get over and not just a bad day for the players.
Good day for IM continues. He's up to now 10 kills as he gets inside of the site. Bomb planted by Acor, and they get that down before David could do anything with the MP9. Now he's up close. If the off can find an opening, he can't. David's gone down. I was going to say, if NQZ can find something to pull aggro, he might have been able to strike and run in. He knows there's one. He always sees it. So much damage, but couldn't get it done. And he gets some posts, I guess, from the afterlife with the nade, but it doesn't matter. IM's already put him down. It's 12-1 now for Gamer Legion.
And that took everything away from them. 9Z, obviously, they have to buy here, but this is going to be the first round. One of the few rounds they haven't been able to have an AWP, haven't been able to have a good amount of rifles. Actually going to go for a little bit of a half buy with Deagles, with CZs. Well, CZs as well instead of CZs. All the Zs are changing today. 11-round lead for Gamer Legion. They've had everything they've wanted in every part of the map.
Flash over.
Por mais que tinha os bônus, né, acabou quebrando também a nós dele, e aí faz um ecozinho aí pra ter a chance no próximo round, né, ter alguma coisa nesse round, mas no próximo
Again, Banana. Free access for Gamer Legion. Shui already taking some shots in toward the trash position at Smoke. Buddha with a 5-7. This late in the half. IM's just going to get a free one on DGT, but he's 5-7. He's going to get close on this. He might try and surprise them. He's got the CZ75 for Max beside him. Noise made by Acor, so they know there's some presence on this side of the map. No rotation available for David, even though he has that Deagle. Buddha's going to start it. Good kill.
Yeah, but they're going to want that up. Oh, David's got another one on the other side of the map. Kiaz. Oh, did he see it? Oh, he knows now. He knows now. Waiting to see if there's going to be a second. Biding his time. There's the crowd cheer, and Kiaz just takes it. Calm and clinical. They know David's in pit. Max has shifted away from the action. And Gamer Legion once again going to find the B-bomb site. Although I think he got the information. Might have heard a footstep. Might have just had a sixth sense. Plenty of damage done. And he's even found David.
Nice re-peek toward top mid. 14 now for IM. So just having an excellent game. Max, not so much. 3 kills only for him. And he's out of this one. No question.
Yeah, he's just thinking, let me get that AK-47 at the end of the day. But look at Gamer Legion. They have the same kind of idea. They know you're going to go for it.
Oh, he got it. He's able to press E from that range.
Go Gadget Arms.
Yeah, absolutely. He knows the max distance.
I like it.
So he'll get away with that, no question. Try and stay alive, and I think he will. They're not really pursuing too aggressively. They even go back to Molotov the bomb in case he snuck out somewhere from ruins.
Now, let me get a little bit crazy with you, Matt.
Okay, I like it.
Here for a second. Back at the Americas RMR, 9Z had some very impressive comebacks in their games.
Yes.
They had a comeback against Imperial that they ended up winning, and I think that looks like, my notes say, I think double or triple overtime. They started 2-13 down at halftime. They came back all the way to force over OT, ended up winning that. Against Double O Nation, they were down 7-14 at one point, had a chance to win at 15-14, and ended up winning in overtime. So, I mean, this is a team that has shown some resilience. And I think, unfortunately, if you're a 9Z fan, that's really the only prayer you got left in this map. Is that resilience? Is that
something.
miracle comeback?
I mean, it's something. If you've got to look for something to lean on, sure. But unfortunately, I'm not sure I'm convinced or compelled to make it an argument in that
I'm not either. I'm just,
how this one's going.
just got to throw him a cookie out there, you know?
Well, they are putting a little more aggression toward Banana this time with some deeper utility, and they'll leave an anchor there in the form of Buddha. He's already on 41. But finally, we're starting to see that early rotation from 9Z. More standard to the meta of Inferno. Good shot by IEM again, though, to take down NQZ. And Buddha's just jump spotting at this point. He's going to see them now. Okay, back off and call for a rotation back the other way. Who's it going to be? They're not going yet. I think where he's on 41, he's probably going to want a teammate to get there sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's a little bit slow, and you got to imagine at this point in the game when you're down 13-1, I think communication has got to probably be a little bit flat. Not a whole lot of proactivity on the map. Everyone's feeling a little bit scummy.
And if they're already slow to react based on the call from their teammate, now with that smoke going down where they were, there's no rotation coming at all. This is over.
Yeah, that kill's huge, but also he spots the boost, so he's like, look guys, there's two players on Rap side. You probably more than likely only have one guy at the B site, and they found access once again, bomb being planted. It's looking like a 14-1 half.
I think it is. I think 9Z, where they didn't rotate early enough, they weren't convinced that there was enough at Banana, but I mean, obviously we see more than them, but as soon as the smokes went down, that like confirmed their suspicion that it was a fake. The problem is they got faked by the fake. So IEM is going to get one, but Max will get the kill in return. 13 HP, 3 to find. Shui might only have 1, but it doesn't matter. There's only this round left to go, and 9Z might only have 1 to win in a half. It's 1-14. Gamer Legion absolutely dominant, and yeah, absolutely loving their first time on the stage here in Rio. 9Z not so much. We're going to take a break, see if they can get their thoughts together. Maybe that comeback is on the cards, Jason. I'm not sure I'm convinced.
Upplev känslan av professionellt rengjorda tänder. Hemma. Med Oral-B IO. För bättre borstning, renare tänder och ett friskare tandkött. Den avancerade IO-teknologin ger dig en professionell och ren känsla. Just nu får du en Google Nest Hub när du köper en Oral-B IO9.
The claws that hold you back, falling down, you get back up, 'cause you are old, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior. keep your eyes closed, 'cause you wanna lie in silver for your
Casual fans might not know of the last bit of South American representation here at Rio, and it comes in the form of another underdog that played at the Americas RMR. That's 9Z, an amalgamation of different nationalities in the South American region. It will definitely be soaking up the audience when it's not 0-0 Nation, Imperial, or Furia on stage. It starts with the two Uruguayans in Max and DGT, the IGL and the carry combined. NQZ and Zach, the two Brazilian representatives. And then we also have David hailing from Chile, and finally Buddha from Argentina. I mean, it is such an unlikely five that have come together.
I think like everyone sees us as underdogs because we are pretty new on competitive Counter-Strike, especially on this level. But I think we proved in the last RMR that they can't sleep on us. If they got the advantage and they don't close the game, we will make it back and we will fight wherever we can.
Gamer Legion, who have qualified to this major off the back of Shuhei's IGLing. He was a caller for the Mao's NXT Academy team. They won multiple Academy League seasons and now has finally got a chance in the big leagues. So they've got a lot of fans. They've got a lot of new young players that are expecting some big results, but they have never together played in front of a crowd or under as much pressure as they will here today.
I mean, being in Rio is amazing. I've never been here before, and like the place looks so like amazing, and like it looks insane. And I hope the fans is going to be like you know the Brazilians always really like loud, and I hope we're going to hear the stage. Knocking out G2 was an insane experience. I don't think they've ever missed a major before, if I'm correct.
They beat G2 to qualify to this event and then completed the hat trick, winning their next match and making their dreams a reality. High hopes for Gamer Legion, but will they meet expectations?
I always chase the feeling to be the champion, always, and I make my boys feel the same. They want to be the champion, they want to be on stage, they want to hear the crowd, so we're going to do whatever we can.
They are coming in, I think, with not that much pressure. A great roster who had to fight for their lives at both of the RMRs this year, and I think at the very least, again, when they're not going up against another pure Brazilian team, they're going to soak up the energy of the stadium.
Well, the energy from 9Z now, we are literally screaming at our own rooms, like in the practice room, we were like, it's tomorrow! So we want that, man. It's gonna be amazing.
Well, they may want that, but they're going to have to earn a little bit more because as loud as the crowd has tried to be, they haven't given them much to cheer about. 14-1, Gamer Legion lead this best of one so far.
What a brutal thing to hear out of the mouth of Zach right before we come back into this at a 14-1. They've been so excited for this one, so hyped up, so looking forward to it, and this has been a very difficult start, a very rough start. Backs against the wall. We mentioned those comebacks back at the RMR. This might be a little bit too much. 1-14, a 13-round deficit. Let's see what 9Z can bring out in the pistol round on their own T side. Heading up Banana. And it's quick, it's aggressive, much more fast pace. Good counter utility to slow it down. Opening kill for David, the follow-up is there as well. And now Shuey has it all on his shoulders.
He'll sit back at New Box, good start. Exactly what 9Z need. They'll trade off. IEM was able to get in to get DGT, but he's taken out NQZ with the kill that was much required. This could have been a 2-on-2 otherwise. Buddha to plant.
And because of the boost up, they know the second player is here. They know Isaac has already arrived.
Buddha tries to bait him. No one able to swing in. Okay, fair enough, Max. Good shot. I was going to say, to swing and actually deny him access. But accuracy from afar will do the job instead. So a second round 9Z.
Scoreboard be damned. This is what you want a home crowd for, to lift you up at the lowest moments.
And honestly, it's perfect if you're a home team in this event because they're going to cheer no matter what. This was the major they were promised back back in
2 years
2020.
ago.
Now they've got it. They've been waiting for the world stage to come back to Brazil, especially a majors. So yeah, they're going to be hyped no matter what, Jason. So
Yeah.
you've got that going for you. You've just got to give them a little bit, and they'll be there for you.
And that's the knowledge you want if you're 9Z as well, is understanding even when you get absolutely demolished inside the server, you're still going to have the crowd and the fans behind you trying to lift you up for your next game later on in the day. Round 17, second in the second half.
I think that's what I'm most looking forward to at this event in particular. Is that this is a bit of a celebration, and it's going to have a festival atmosphere, I think, in so many ways.
Yeah.
It's going to be a party the whole time for the fans and for everyone here.
Oh, don't do it. Not like this.
This is tough.
Come
this
on,
is
baby.
not what you would have expected. Inside of the smoke, a bit of chaos indeed, because it's Sui that gets 2. Now they'll get back in and control it. Composure, but low HP. David on 20. This Deagle could be absolutely menacing. NQZ as well. 75 HP bomb is to be planted, but he's not confident doing it because no smoke towards CT. And if he peeks out too soon, there's a clear line of sight, not only for this Deagle, but, well, I was going to say for the Scout, he wants to get aggressive and get combative as Isaac's going to swing around with that Deagle. He should have a clean shot to pop out. He's a bit too late, but low HP. This could be doable. They've made this a somewhat winnable situation. 40 seconds. They don't have to overcommit to the bomb plant, so that is somewhat favorable because that means he can't. Oh, he can! I was going to say isolated to all ones. NQZ holds on.
Good for him. It's been a tough game for the sole Brazilian in 9Z. That's a good time to step up. Averting disaster, at least for the moment. Some fine 5-7 work from Shui to get a double kill. Make this possible, but a good recovery out of the madness from 9Z.
All right, 2 in a row. Not the most concise way of doing it, but they do it either way. So now, let's see if they can keep building. These fans, this crowd really, I don't know, energized for the day. I mean, even if they can't make this comeback possible, Jason, I think, as is the case with those 2 rounds, they just want something to cheer about.
Well, I think, too, like, also, this has been a conversation in the past as well, is the difference between being able to dictate some of the action on the T side versus having to kind of wait for the action on the CT side. It's one of the nice ways to get the nerves behind you is to be able to take the initiative and be able to call where the action is going to come and be able to direct the flow of the action on the T side. And if anything, it is going to get 9Z over the hump for later on in the day for their match in the second half of the day. It's going to be this T side. You're going to want to see them go on a little bit of a run here and really get some of the confidence of playing in this kind of an environment.
Oh, it's so good. They've been telling us to come to Brazil for years, Jason. We finally listened.
Hey, don't forget, too, 9Z, the youngest team in the challenger stage as well.
That's true. I mean, they said that. I know the interview was a bit disheartening considering they say don't sleep on us. You know, we've been waiting so long for this and the scoreline at the time. But yeah, I mean, they did say that. We are the youngest team. We're new to Counter-Strike at this level, especially at this level. Yeah. So they know that they're in that position, and this is definitely a ton of experience they can move forward with, but that doesn't excuse the fact that they want to make this a contest. So 4 rounds now for 9Z, and we'll see if they can capitalize on, I was going to say an early trade. Unfortunately, Shui is able to get back out and find Buddha as well. Goes back over toward Emo. Dark corner. So repositioning as they still put, he was just over the mark. I was going to say, still putting aggression toward the coffins, but sliver gap, and David makes no mistake on it.
Yeah, trying to find a sweaty little off angle. It was just a little bit too far out. 3-on-3 in the post plant. Does Gamer Legion want to go for this? Isaac's coming in for the flank, but DJT's going to nail him. Rip his head clean off, a follow-up smoke, and I think that might be the one. Acor's got an AWP. You might want to back away from this. There's no kits on the Gamer Legion side to make this retake possible.
IEM's pretty committed at this point.
This might be the confidence of the scoreboard prompting them forward.
And it could cost them dearly. DGT puts him down. And Acor was there. He rotated over. He's gone. They're going to surround him. No escape. 5 rounds now for 9Z.
And I mean, look, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here on a 14-5 scoreline still, but this isn't the exact environment. You do not want to let 9Z feel like they can get back in the game in any way. Good win for 9Z. Good recovery as well. Buddha finding the equalizing kill, bringing it back into a 4-on-4. And some fine shooting from 9Z.
See all the fans already, as you say, a lot of 9Z jerseys out there. And obviously a ton of Imperial jerseys as well. I think, man, as much as my heart goes out to Complexity, who started off 2-0 at the America's RMR, with them against Gamer Legion, or excuse me, against Imperial for the last spot, it couldn't have gone any other way.
Yeah,
a major without Imperial would not have been the same in Rio.
Even as a guy who wants to see every NA team succeed, that would have felt very, very weird if Complexity had overcome and knocked out Imperial before we even got here. They'll be playing later today, a matchup against Vitality for Imperial to start things out. You gotta get through this one first. Good kill from Acor through the smoke and the edge of the hay cart. 5-on-4 for Gamer Legion.
Pull that back, though.
Buddha again to find the equalizer, and again in Banana.
He's up to 15 kills. Or excuse me, 16 kills. It's David on 15, so they are starting to get them. I said in the first half, despite the rounds, nice shot. I know it's pistols, but that's a pretty clean one. That makes you confident in these situations, and now things are starting to add up in their favor. But yeah, despite the scoreline, there was still a few of them that were getting kills and accumulating some damage on the board. So now, this round, despite losing the first player, is pretty clean after that, so they would get the next 5 in their favor to make it a 4-man survival at 14-6. Getting ahead of myself a little bit.
Some of that individual flair from 9Z showing off in this round. Good shooting from Buddha. Another gun round at hand. Acor with the AWP. 2 kits for the CT side, and a timeout is called as well. Gonna try and chill things out, calm things down. Certainly going to be impossible all week. First time out for Gamer Legion. This is the first little bit of resistance they've encountered.
And you mentioned it, the comebacks have definitely been noticed by 9Z at the North American Road to Rio. Saved 2 rounds ago that could have been possible, left them on pistols in the last rounds, and I know it's a long way to go still, but Gamer Legion, you're right, they're aware that this could easily slip away. MQZ is well up now to 9 kills, so starting to get that momentum. Didn't look super sharp on the CT side with the AWP, but we'll see what he can get done now on the attack.
Ooh, aggressive stance from Acor.
That's risky to be there down there that long.
I like it though.
Well, normally you'd have a rifle at least to watch that off angle. He went solo on it.
I'm fine with it, with the confidence he's been playing with recently. Take it, baby. I don't want to say Acor's had a quiet game because he hasn't had to really do much since Gamer Legion had everything they wanted in the first half, and that op on the T side obviously sometimes can be a little bit quiet, especially when your AKs are finding so much success, but that's a cool way for the opper to get into things for the CT side. Slow-paced progression up Banana. Just over a minute left on the clock. And 9Z have already picked their final play. It's going to be a set execute towards the B-bomb site. Utility being dropped. I think they want to go back and take bracket controls or some kind of presence in middle when the mid-smoke fades, just to make sure this defense stays honest. Make them second-guess things. Ooh, is this a fake, or it could be a double fake even?
I think this could be an execution. I mean, they've cleared new box.
Buddha's in here alone.
He is alone. Yeah, okay, bomb's going back. Bomb's going back, but Buddha's finding kills. He goes down immediately after, and the call's going to be made, and they notice it. They notice that there's no aggression behind him. They even had clear vision toward the top of Banana, so
Bomb's
they're on the horse.
Solo wrap. Bomb's going solo wrap. That's an issue.
Yeah, especially because they're arriving. They're going to be spotting him. They're going to see him absolutely right now. I was going to say Acor's got it. Bomb goes down. It's bat point for Gamer Legion, and maybe they got a little bit too far advanced on that one, a little bit too far ahead of themselves.
Yeah, maybe a little fancy trying to bust out a fake in that situation. Buddha gave him what they wanted as well, 1 kill. But it doesn't force any movement at the A bomb site because 3 players were already at B. They still felt very comfortable in the defense they had. 9 match points for Gamer Legion to close this one out.
Or shot down with the AWP, not able to succeed in finding a target. Preemptive almost in his quick peek. Kia's just waiting to see if there'll be anything toward him on this second op in the round. So much damage, but unwavering. He still holds and fires through the wall. He's got to be so careful. Not to get caught by a stray bullet even through that wall, or even one more nade, but fortunately for his sake, there isn't any. There is a Molotov left for NQC. The rest has been used and deployed. 9Z not with a lot left to work with on this if they want to try and execute. Tons of smokes already deployed toward top mid.
Buddha again at top banana. One of the bright spots, one of the few bright spots for 9Z in this game here. Going to lead the way around the corner. It's Acor's off with low health, and ooh, that's a slow-paced jiggle. Kiaz. That's Kiaz with the AWP, a double op setup for the defense, and he's got the opening kill, missed the follow-up, but plenty of bodies here from Gamer Legion to deal with this.
Caught nearly with the smoke out. Kiaz has to be careful. He's just going to stay hidden behind the pillar. That's going to let Shui go to work. He finds 2. That's plenty in this situation because now they have a 2-man advantage with 4 players remaining at NQZ. That drops it's all on DGT. And I think this one's going the way of Gamer Legion. At a 16-6 scoreline, IEM fittingly closes it out, and that is a performance from Gamer Legion to start off this Rio Major.
Yeah, you got to be very pleased about that one if you're Gamer Legion. Obviously, a young roster, tough playing in this environment against the crowd, and they make it look easy. Well done. Zach's trying to give his teammates a little bit of motivation, saying, guys, that's just one game. We got plenty more. Remember what this felt like. Remember the nerves. Remember that you got over them a little bit in the second half. We're going to come back later on in the day. They'll have another chance at it, but a good win from Gamer Legion.
16 to big, but now it's on to the big boys. Fur and Fallen grace the stage in Rio.
Yeah, and as so often falls on their shoulders to be the standard bearer for Brazilian Counter-Strike, but man, this is the toughest mountain that Brazil's had to climb all day against Vitality, the ESL Pro League champions just a couple weeks back. And with one of the best players in the world, ZywOo, in the roster, Imperial's got their work cut out for them. It's ZywOo and Spinks to defend at the B bomb site. Fur, Fallen, and the rest of Imperial working their way up Banana.
Collective to try and take B. Smoke for Fallen. He's setting that with Vinny as well right now. CT and Coffins, that's the standard play, and then Fallen will add his Molotov toward the new boxes, blocked by Spinks. This will give him a chance to walk in. ZywOo's already started. We know how hot he's been lately, and the dualies for him will find two. Spinks fades off, having lost his teammate, doesn't want to overcommit and give up the site, but the bomb being secured by Vinny.
Yeah, ZywOo's done his job. Now you just kind of back away, wait for the reinforcements to arrive and go for that kind of a retake. What a shot from Magis. One bullet, all that's necessary. Vinny's location is compromised and eliminated, and Fallen's got no chance.
Vitality are going to be a tough opponent if you're Imperial right now. Remember, Vitality nearly claimed a Legends spot. They had to go into that three-way shootout that Heroic ended up winning both best of threes in to take that single spot from Group B at the European Road to Rio. So they nearly didn't even have to be playing in this portion, and therefore come in as one of the top-seeded teams in doing so.
Good retake. Going to put Imperial down 0-1. To start out Inferno. They do buy on the back of the plant. AK-47, 3 Galils, Tech-9 on Fallen. He's got utility as well, but not much of it to set them up throughout the round.
ZywOo waiting with the MP9 at top of middle. Wants to try and farm up some cash, obviously get toward his customary AWP as soon as possible, but it's Bolts that now has the task of trying to hold down B, and he does so with the Galil. So the early buy based on the bomb plant, unsurprising for Imperials. Need out. Vinny's going to take a bit of damage from that. Dupree gets the boost. Vinny dropped.
Yeah, good kill. Break up the stack. ZywOo's going to shift into the A bomb site. Dupree going to wrap around towards Library to keep his eye on Rap side. Fur with a potential challenge. He's got an AK-47. Apex is here now as well, and Arches. And man, Vitality's going to remain aggressive. Make sure they're always keeping track of this Imperial T side. Good pair of kills, and middle is denied. There's the swing. Good shot from Bolts. He's down low in a 1v2, but he's got Apex at low HP. He's tucked himself in a graveyard, and that's a nice, easy kill for Apex down the stretch. 2-0.
So they avoid the second round T-sided buy, which can often be so powerful, but we saw that they went immediately onto 3 M4s as a result of that. Magisk, my man, leave those chickens alone. Unless you're carving them up for a Brazilian barbecue, but we've had enough of that so far today, I think, Jason.
No. Keep those chips on green. We want more. We want it all.
Well, we'll see if Imperial can put a stop to it. Flash down middle. ZywOo trying to fight at range with an MP9. Why not? We just love him for that stuff, don't we?
He's just like, I know you got no armor. I've got an SMG. I want to build up some money. They did sustain some losses in the previous round, so it'd be quite nice to get these SMGs to sing, and Spinks is doing just that. So is ZywOo. Beautiful double kill from both of the SMGs for the bonus money. And Fallen is the last one left. This is going to be a 3-0 start for Vitality.
And ZywOo has money enough to go to the AWP should he elect to do so. He can even just toss the MP9 over towards Spinks if they don't want to reinvest too heavily as a result of that. So they'll chat about it for a moment. They haven't elected what to do just yet, but it is going to be the AKs. All the rifles brought out for Imperial to try and get on the board.
Vitality still haven't bought deep into it. Okay, someone drops Spinks. He picks it up a little bit late. Picks up his utility and armor as well. Round number 4. There's that deeper smoke in middle as well. Vinny's going to be challenging on Inferno, and we used to have a big conversation around map specialists over the years.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Vinny's nickname is Vinferno.
We'll see if he can get that done today. Fallen was certainly not afraid of going to it in previous days of in-game leading, and obviously FNX was part of that core, as was Fur, and FNX the coach behind them now. The last team to qualify for the Rio Major. And the last of the Brazilians to play, but maybe the first to find a win if they can somehow get it done against Vitality.
That would be incredible. I mean, think about how unlikely it would have been for all three Brazilian teams leading up to this to be winless, and then for Imperial to find this kind of an upset, this level of an upset. No one would be able to predict it. 4-on-4, but still two defenders at the speed bomb site. Apex is here with Zaiwu.
Good trade-off from Fallen. They'll let Bolts go first. Keep in mind, he was part of the Luminosity gang at the start of it as well. He was one of the originals, he and Steel. So in some ways, there's 4 members of the original Brazilian attempt to try and break through to the international scene. Cello, he's taking down Magisk again, wrapping over toward the arch side. Fur's going to follow that back and see if he can open up the site, wrapping from CT side, but this is difficult.
Dupree's got to keep his eyes on the smoke. It's actually okay. Yeah, he's got it.
I thought he was going to get spotted. Fur put his crosshair there, but didn't get anything from it. And Dupree will close it. Fallen falls 4-0.
A quick and efficient 4-0.
Where's the crowd?
Yeah.
Oh, he's already taunting the Brazilians. Yeah, there they are. Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to get inside the crowd's head, too.
I like it. I'm a huge fan of it. Go for it, Apex. You already know the crowd's going to be against you. You might as well build upon it. You might as well just accept it and play with it and play with that knowledge. Magisk is a little bit lucky here. He actually kind of overextends with that rotation, a little bit over-eager, but still recovers in time. 4-0. And a timeout called by Imperial. An early conversation, an early chat to calm things down before the action resumes.
The other aspect of this is if all 4 Brazilian teams go 0-1, okay, we can say they lose their openers. There's a chance they'll be drawn against each other, and you're guaranteed someone's going 0-2 today.
Yeah.
That is brutal.
That's very brutal.
It's so, I mean, I suppose the positive side is someone's going to win a map, but that's not the point. You don't want, you would love if they all could have at least been 1-1 to start off the day.
Yeah, it depends on how you want to look at it, right?